100 pounds, break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds, break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds, break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds, break you up and bring you down. Like a cold-hearted killer, I'm gonna cut you down.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome, everyone. It's day one of ESL Masters at DreamHack Jönköping. It's the summer edition, and Steadfast, yeah, the A stream is doing Maru and Raynor, and that's a solid matchup, and I kind of wish we weren't casting right now so we could watch it, but the unfortunate, or the fortunate truth is we get a pretty awesome matchup ourselves. It's going to be Astrea, and of course, it's going to be Spirit, and that matchup, that rematch from the World Championship that we had earlier on this year. But before we get into that a little bit, we of course do need to thank our sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the U.S. Air Force, and of course that ESL shop, which I believe is on location. If you are watching this tournament from the venue, if you decide to do that thing, that's always very exciting. But Steadfast, this matchup, this one's pretty fun.
It certainly is. We're getting right into a bit of a banger now. While it's not the Maru versus Raynor that we're looking at, it has equivalent implications for the players. We're starting off in the seeding stage. It is going to be Astrea, it is going to be Spirit, and it is going to be a banger. And it is going to be taking place on altitude to start things off.
Ooh.
And it's going to be starting right now.
And the best matchup, or the best game of that series that we had between Astrea and Spirit, at least in my mind, was on altitude at Katowice. It went some 21, 22 minutes. It was back and forth, slobber knocker. Spirit, I think, eventually took that game, but it was anything but one-sided. It was incredibly close. So this is an Astrea that looked a little shaky after Katowice on online cups, and then he starts to play well in the online tournament, ESL Masters Online North America. He ends up winning the entire thing, and then his team falls out from under him. And in fact, these two players, they're playing on two teams that we are absolutely not used to, because it's it's going to be Maru and Storm, and that's a bit surprising. But for now, we can talk about our players here. That's the most exciting thing. Game one, it's ready. And in the upper right, in the blue, but for the red team, it's Astrea.
And spawning down on the bottom left for the red, but playing on Storm, it is Spirit.
Game paused.
Well, we did the intros.
All right.
There we go. Steadfast, it's going to mess with me a little bit, because I don't know what it is. Like, normally red teams and blue sides don't really get me, but the Maturino logo is almost the exact same shade as the red you play in game on this map. And just because you have the logo up top and the name down below, it's messing with me. I don't know. Like, it's getting me somehow.
I see what you're saying. It's a very strange thing, and the fact that it's crossed up it's quite strange. But we're going to be getting into the game for real now. So far, obviously, not too much has happened. We're starting off with a quick probe scout, but you and I, we had ourselves a cheeky little bet going into this one just for fun. But you were saying that you were feeling a Spirit going into this one. I was saying Astrea is on the rise, and we bet ourselves a cheeky little beer. So maybe the players, they might have a little more at stake than normal. They're playing for a whole bunch of money, but of course it is that beer that is the big one.
They're playing for the caster pride, and that's far more important. But Steadfast, I thought that was the Clem series that we were talking about. Of course, that series has I could have sworn that was the Clem series.
Well, now I'm not sure.
It's fine.
I thought it was Astrea Spirit, but could have been. I don't know, because I was saying that that you could flip like 20 coins for that TBT bracket, and any one of them would make it out. I think that's what I was saying for that one. But either way, it doesn't matter too much, because this is the series that we're starting off with, and now we actually do have something rather interesting. Ooh. And that is a Sentry opener. Now, I wonder if this is going to be a multiple Sentry opener. No, it's going to be Sentry into Stalker. Of course, with that relatively recent, it's not recent in the pro meta type of thing, but it is a relatively recent change to the Sentry. It's now a Ferrari. It now moves a lot faster, it builds a little bit quicker, and so there's more value to getting this. So getting this for the early scout is an interesting start to the series. Astrea does not want to be caught off guard.
Not at all. And this is something that was theorized, that people were talking about going into Katowice. Oh, hey, Sentries build a little faster. They're Ferraris. It's great you can get this scout. Maybe it makes sense to get them early on. And then we didn't see a ton of that at Katowice. The meta was too new. It was evolving. So it's fun to see that here. And against a Spirit who is doing something, I don't know, maybe like one tick off normal, getting these 2 Hellions into the Widowmine drop. Well, it's going to be a nice scout out for Astrea. He's going to see the reactor. He's going to see that, hey, there are no Widowmines on the map right now. So clearly something has been made out of this factory. I don't think that Spirit's going to get much done with this. It's only 2 Hellions, and, you know, you've got a Sentry, you got a Stalker there, but even still, gives him some information.
Gives him a lot of information. Yeah, it lets him know that there's still production going on. He saw that there was no add-on yet, so it will of course be a medevac or a liberator. And based on the fact that, you know, he's seen what he's seen, it is probably going to be that medevac. Now, Astrea is going into a quick third base and the robotics facility. The next question for me is, would we see an armory? And it looks like as things transfer off, it's going to be very unlikely. The answer will be no, but there will be an opportunity to find some value. Look at that nice force field at the front. Does catch this first Hellion, but the big thing, of course, is that mine drop on the right side. Will Astrea be able to find it?
I love this. Drop 1 Widowmine, just have it run into the natural 3 in the main. Stalker is exactly there, but instead, hey, you know, Carpet Bomb onto the ramp, into the mineral line, and the probes, they're going to get pulled in time. It was a little slow, but second Widowmine tries to find the probes, get pulled, and they're going to kill it off there. So absolutely no damage thus far as Steadfast, even if a couple probes go down. And hey, that's 3 and a Stalker and 5 workers. Okay, never mind. I'm not as happy anymore.
Yeah, I was going to say this is starting off pretty darn good for Astrea, but he did struggle a little bit with that. Now, Spirit did some really cool stuff right there with all of that. Raven is going to follow this up for some additional harassment, and of course, keeping those mines alive is very important for the Terran. It's very annoying for the Protoss. But by dropping that Widowmine, he was able to send it in from another angle and just make it that much more difficult to deal with. Really, really unpleasant when you have so many screens to look at. You only have one screen and one set of eyes. And speaking of which, we are going to see Spirit trying to find some value. Nice blink right there from Astrea. Will avoid the 1 Widowmine, but oh, that medevac, can it get away? No, nice blink from Astrea.
Man, still though, 2 workers go down. Yes, you lose the Widowmine. Yes, you lose the medevac, but at the end of the day, that's doomed to die anyway. So getting this amount of damage done is pretty fantastic. Raven gets just a little bit more. Stalkers though, blink on top of it, gets some damage done. And Steadfast, I know that we're not even 6 minutes into game 1, but I'm gonna choose to believe that that bet that we couldn't remember what it was. I choose to believe that it is this game, and I said Spirit because it's looking good enough that Spirit has a minor advantage. So I look forward to claiming that in a couple months.
Fair enough. Honestly, I'm looking at this, and to me, this game looks pretty darn even. It feels decent for both players. We've got Colossus Tech already on the field. First Colossus is about to pop, and it's going to be double upgrades for both players. We do have a small little move out here from Spirit, and Astrea will find it. Oh, I hope this Stalker... Okay, he does pull it back. Weird little position to be on the map right now for Spirit, but there's not enough here for Astrea to actually do anything about this army in a real sense. Oh, we do see the Raven sneaking to the natural expansion.
And actually, the Pro Pool is going to be a little slow on that one, so you're not going to get 1 worker. You're going to get 2 this time, but it's going to be drips and drabs as a second auto turret goes down. So drips and drabs of damage coming on in Steadfast, which is, okay, he's going to get 4. That's going to be really nice as the pressure shows up on the front side. But with a shield battery here, with a Colossus here, seems unlikely that at least the first blush of this push is really going to work. And remember, this is a very quick third base coming out of Spirit. Generally, when we see pushes happening like this, it's off of 2 bases, 2.5 bases. So now the Zealots charge forward, and this push from Spirit gets just about nothing done. Not even a single Colossus will fall at the end of the day. And that's going to be fairly nice, even as you lose some Stalkers. Yeah, Spirit's pressure doesn't get much done, but behind that third base economy going like gangbusters, and a couple Marines into the third. They're going to get at least more than the first push did.
They do in terms of economic damage.
Yeah.
But so something that's really interesting is that Spirit actually did sneak this Raven out to the left side. He could have saved the energy and used it for interference matrices, and then maybe that frontal push goes a hell of a lot better for him. But he doesn't end up doing that, and as a result, Astrea is able to get a really nice cleanup on the main army. Like you said, he did lose a fair number of stalkers, so it was still just fine for Spirit. As it stands right now, we're looking pretty even going into the mid game, but something very important that happened. Double engineering bay. Spirit forgot his +1 armor for about a minute. That is a pretty big deal because Astrea, with these speedier upgrades and with the double chrono boost that he has available, he's going to be able to take an upgrade lead when it should have been an upgrade disadvantage.
Although, in fairness, he was always eventually going to be able to get that upgrade lead, right? Because between chronos you're talking about and just how much the upgrade timing was buffed in that patch right before Katowice. Even so, though, this does give him that opportunity. But, you know, we talk about Spirit's position, and I can't be too upset about it. Yeah, you know, he could have had that upgrade lead. Fine, that would have been great. He still did for a second. But he doesn't want to play the mid-game steadfast. He doesn't. He's happy with it. He's getting damage done. That's great. He's going to get a couple more workers here. The Raven still stays alive. But Spirit's not happy unless this game is going 20 minutes. He's got his 4th base on the way, but Astrea doesn't want that to happen. He's got an army supply lead. He's got that upgrade parity, and there is not a lot here to defend this. No tanks on the ground that I see, certainly not on this position. And that means that, yeah, look, we got this Zealot Chargelet ball on the left side. We got the army on the right side. And Astrea, if he wants to go for this, he has opportunity to break.
A little bit. It's a small army, and there isn't a War Prism with it. He's focused on the main base where he does drop in some Zealots, and that could open up the defenses massively for a cancel on this 4th base. He does find it. Great stuff from Astrea. I will say, oh, he actually gets another little drop into the natural expansion. He's really finding some big damage here. Astrea is looking prime already in this game. This is a great opening he's found for himself. And because of the lack of the +1 armor being done when Spirit started up +2 attack, he now has not yet started his +2 armor either. And that means Astrea is going to take a very real upgrade timing advantage. And we're seeing something that Astrea has been tinkering with a little bit. That is some heavy robotics facility play going into the mid game. Now, I have seen him go as wild as 4 robos, but for now, he is going to go for 3 robotics facility. However, he doesn't see this move out on... Oh, no, he does. What am I talking about? There's a stalker on the watchtower. Okay, he sees exactly what is happening. He's going to rotate. Oh, this is great for Astrea. He's got a bunch of static defense finishing up. 3 Colossus in position. This is... I think with the War Prism on the left side... No, Viking might manage it.
Nah, well,
yeah,
okay.
Viking will be able to deal with that.
And then with the Marauders as well to deal with something on the ground as it warps in. Anyway, 1 Colossus goes down very quickly here, but to the tune of 3 Vikings. So, yeah, you know, some of the splash damage does go down. His Spirit's going to micro back just a little bit. Dodges Disruptor Shot 1. Gets on top of the second, but he just eats the shot instead. And the Colossus, well, they're not going to go down. Finally, a second one falls, but all the Vikings are dead here. Even still, hefty Marauder balls. So they're going to punch through, but at the end of the day, Steadfast, it's a trade. You know, it's not, Astrea is not going to get broken. Spirit's not going to punch through, but he doesn't have that 4th base. And as much as we can talk about how Spirit is the king of the late game here, you need to have an economy to go into a late game. You need to not be down 30 workers because Astrea's on 91 probes, Steadfast.
That he is on a roaring economy right now, and he is looking very poised in this game. All he needs to do is really absorb the brunt of these next couple of attacks, and he will find this army. I wouldn't mind seeing him go back into just a round of Colossus production. Nice little depower on the shield battery there. That means no battery overcharge around this base, but is there going to be enough to hold? There certainly should be. With the number of disruptors we've got, I think it's going to be just fine for Astrea. Meanwhile, Zealot run by on the bottom side is going to find a little bit of damage, and even with this EMP right here, these Zealots might win the fight.
Yeah, certainly not up there. Disruptor shot flanking. Oh, not enough room, but the Zealots get on top anyways. And now Spirit's got to give this position up. Where is he losing the workers? I guess they're on the... Spirit pulled workers to try to deal with it and just was not enough. We're seeing that upgrade disadvantage more than anything else. So 17 more SCVs go down. Spirit still trying to get into that late game. He's got a fusion core. You know, mass range liberators are always going to be nice, but this planetary steadfast will not complete. It's going to be a second dead base, not even a kill or not even a cancel on the planetary. No lift, so it's dead. And now Spirit, once again, he is, I'm not even going to say once again this time, he is so hard against the ropes that, well, Astrea seems just destined to run right on through.
Yeah, I think he certainly will. The Zealots are going to draw the army out of position, which means Astrea will get in on top of this base. And that's big because now you have to attack into disruptors that are already where they want to be. And that just isn't going to work. Tank gets taken down. Astrea is nearly maxed out. He has been up until this point, and Spirit just has no recourse. Disruptor shot's going to fire at the army. They're going to get some pickoffs as well. And I think Astrea is going to take the opening game on this B stream here.
Look at this flank coming in, though. This is the last shot. It's not even going to matter, actually. Yeah, too much damage. Astrea, well, Steadfast, I would like to renege on my what I was saying. I think that is wrong and incorrect, and I'm sorry for lying to the people at home that because Spirit had like maybe a 3% advantage after that drop, that was clearly going to end the game, and double or nothing. Actually,
yeah, I mean, that was just a great game from Astrea. Both players got kind of into a comfortable position in the mid game. But I think when that fourth base got canceled, that was the big the big start of things going really well for Astrea. Then that Zealot drop in the main base in the natural expansion found a bunch of damage. It was just a really comfortable match, really comfortable map. And you mentioned the late game being Spirit's comfort zone. But Astrea was the one who, you know, got to sit back and kind of do what he wanted. And it is important to note that's the biggest map in the pool, or at least it feels like the biggest map to me. I always go by feel. I never really look at the numbers per se for some of these maps. Like Altitude is a big map. Neo-Humanity is a big map. But at the same time, they're very different. Neo-Humanity, not a lot of opportunity to break through and try and find lots of pushes. They're both big maps, but they're very different in the way that they're constructed. So for that, I don't really care what the numbers say in terms of comparing those two maps. One of them is very open. One of them is very turtly.
Yeah. We do have to point out, by the way, when we look at these two players, we talked about how Katowice was this incredible 3-game series that we very much enjoyed. But in general, Astrea has not beaten Spirit in a while, and when he's beaten him, it's been in Alpha X events. So, or, you know, the pour one out for Alpha X, but in small online cups for a couple $100. The last time that Astrea beat Spirit in something that was actually relevant was an ESL Open Cup. Well, I guess on that similar stature was an ESL Open Cup. Spirits in every major tournament that they've played, in Katowice's, in Home Story Cups, in TSLs, Spirit tends to win 1-2 or 2-1, 3-1, something like that. So, you know, this is Astrea's one map. He does at least generally take a map in the series, but as we move on to Royal Blood Steadfast, you talked about the big map that is Altitude, this thing that maybe it's a little bit more wide open. Maybe it favors the Protoss a little bit. Royal Blood is not that map.
No, it's still a big map. I think pretty much every map in this pool is pretty large. Babylon is the one exception, but it is still quite a decent sized map, especially for being the small map in the pool. But I think they're all pretty big, and Royal Blood's still going to have lots of opportunities for Zealot run-bys. It's still going to have lots of opportunities for, hiding a couple of medevacs in a top corner and then boosting in when an army's moving out on the map. They're all pretty big macro maps. The days of Submarine, the days of, Beckett Industries, they are, as it stands currently, behind us.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe the new TLMC is going to give us something different, because I do think we need some more I'm not even going to say flexibility, but some more variability in the map pool design right now. They're all just a little bit samey, and I think in general they're all just a little bit Terran favored, certainly in this matchup. So not only do we have Astrea taking, taking at least serious advantage in this series where he kind of has not been favored against Spirit, but also in this matchup where it really feels like Protoss have been struggling a little bit. They lost some defensive tools. The map pool is maybe a little bit Terran favored, some good siege up positions. But if there's any one Terran that is not going to reap the benefits of this imbalance, it's got to be Spirit, because the problem's from like 6:30, 7 to 10 minutes. It's not 20 minutes. It's not Spirit's bailiwick in the same way that, a Beyond or a Maru or a Clem is just going to look to shove Marines down your gullet until you fall apart.
No, certainly not. He is very comfortable dragging the game out. And we kind of saw that a little bit stylistically with the fact that, for example, he didn't save up the Raven energy to go for, because even at the very beginning, he, of course, dropped a couple of turrets, and you can save enough energy so that you'll have the double disable on those units, and you're going to be able to shut down those first two Colossus. Now, imagine that instead of a little bit of worker damage, maybe Spirit can end the game straight up. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see if he makes that adjustment in from game 1 to game 2, or if he's going to be steady as she goes the way we are used to seeing from him.
I don't know, Steadfast. We know how these things go. We know how everything works out. But for now, the one way the thing works out more than anything else is the fact that we're going to get into game number 2. And in the upper right, in the red for Storm, he's down a map, but he's kind of had his opponent's number in this matchup before. Recently, it is Spirit.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom left for Maturino. It's Astrea? Question mark?
Yeah, it's Astrea, technically.
Yeah. Internet is a series of tubes, blah, 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 all that jazz.
Yeah, it is. It's unfortunate, but that's the way it goes. So we're going to pop on back out, take a look at your lovely face, Steadfast, as we wait. You know what? The good news, it's not a meal. Someone else has to someone else has to bear the brunt of that one. Unfortunate, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the way she goes,
Steady
way
as she goes.
Yeah. But it's fine. I mean, we'll get there. We'll get back into it in a very short period of time. I think the referee will just pause the game to make sure they don't lose anything. But okay, yeah, both players are instantly ready to go. And we will be getting back into it as we have spawning down in the bottom left for Team Maturino. It is Astrea.
So Steadfast, this asks the question as we get into this. What if we get game 3? Do we have a pause in the first 30 seconds? We've had it in 2 games now. Does it happen all 3?
I mean, statistically, it seems impossible. Oh, this is funky right here. Okay. Statistically, it seems impossible, but I mean, it's it's always an option. So this is really funky right here. We've got ourselves a double gas opener. It's going to be like a proxy oracle, most likely out of Astrea. And we've got ourselves an engineering bay block from Spirit. Now, Astrea did see the SCV, but he ignored it or he didn't notice it. And it is entirely possible that you just don't notice it in a situation like that because you're so fixated on doing your own proxy, even though there's like not a lot happening. And he did catch a small glance of it, but it is going to be Spirit who now notices that something's up. There's a second pylon missing. You didn't send a probe down to take the base, and he's on, look around duty. He's on detective mode.
Yeah, this is an aggressive as hell pylon too. So this is like the closest proxy Stargate that you could ever go for. It's effectively right up against the natural of Spirit, or the main base of Spirit. And the problem is, I mean, who's gonna proxy something there? But okay, he finds it anyways. I was gonna say, that's one of those positions that you're not gonna scout if you're the Terran, because who proxies something there? Oh, okay, yes. Let's go. Max Angel build, Astrea builds. What's he got here?
He has got himself a cheeky little gold base. And this is going to be very cool right here now, Spirit. Oh, he will see the pylon. That's huge. That is actually massive. We do have a bunker finished up on the high ground. The Zealot and Adept are going to get pushed away. Now, there will be 3 Marines out in time for this first Oracle, but it is arriving so quickly. This is such a fast proxy Oracle.
I hate this so much. Well, okay, I love this, and I hate this at the same time. If you're a Protoss or if you're a Terran player, this is causing so much mental damage. But for now, 5 Marines are on the field. Widowmine on the way. But the problem is you can't really leave the bunker because there's going to be so much pressure. Even still, Marines, they're going to show up here. A couple SCVs go down. But Steadfast, with how committed this is, for the moment, the Terran can afford to lose a little bit. Now, of course, eventually the gold base will pop up and it starts to become a little bit more problematic. But here's what Spirit's game plan is, right? Hold on, make sure that the Oracle doesn't get too much damage done. Make sure that the Zealot and the Adept maybe don't get too much done. Immediate counterattack. Punish that gold base for having the temerity to exist. And look at... I kind of wish that bunker was up against the mineral line, but at least this gives you a safe place to defend to.
Yeah, I am actually super into this, and I was going to suggest the bunker if he wants to go, just use the Widow Mines defensively, and then go for the... oh, he's trying to draw in the Oracles right here. He's trying to bait in some Oracle energy usage. Oh, but he's going to be a little bit too successful right there. It will be the Marine drop coming on in. That is what I was looking for with this. But like you said, I think I would have preferred this bunker maybe here, because then you can actually just deny mineral patches. As it stands, it's a safety location, but it doesn't actually threaten.
No, but I mean, he's been able to sneak out. So there are Phoenix on the field, Steadfast. You know, there is this anti-drop power, but he managed to sneak his way out. So now dropping...
He wants the Mind Drag.
Oh, there we go. This is going to be so much worker damage here, but... Okay, so the Oracles for the moment, they're going to be afraid, but there's nothing to be afraid of. It's only that single Widow Mine. So 2 workers will go down. Cyclone, you know, kills the Phoenix. That's very nice. And oh, Astrea. I guess the probes were recalled on over, or they just got manarded over. Regardless, that's 9 dead probes. So yeah, you know what? That's a lot. Couple dead SCVs, Steadfast. I don't think that Spirit cares all that much.
No, this is excellent counter damage that he's found. You talk about punishing a gold base. It has been punished. It has been punished thoroughly and without mercy.
Yeah, so yeah, Stalkers will arrive eventually, and Zealots and Adepts and things, and eventually this is going to get dealt with. But it's 10 dead probes. This gold base has not been mining for a while, and the safety bunker means that you can just go find yourself in, drop it off, and the Orc, you can't do anything against. The Oracles can't do anything against that.
Oh man, but imagine if this was in range of the mineral line. This would have been so much better. Oh, he actually will kind of rally the rally that back a little bit. Now the Stalkers can kind of clean this up at their leisure. Yeah, I feel like this bunker was such a good idea on paper, and it just it fell a little flat.
Yeah, he let good be the enemy of great here. Still, great damage done, right? Spirit's up a couple workers, and yeah, you know, Astrea has the gold, but, you know, he only has as many workers as he can kind of build there. He doesn't have that ability to recall and finds the value. Oracle,
Blink is done.
Great lock on, but Blink, yeah, finds his way right in. Tank on the ramp is nice, but that's a dead Cyclone, and losing those Marines, losing those medevacs like that, it does take away from your defensive power in a pretty significant way.
Yeah, and Spirit did not have his 2nd and 3rd barracks done with this. He's building them now. Like, this is a little bit uncomfortable. This isn't 4-gate Blink, but there is some value here. Oh, that tank's gonna be so careful. He does lose 1 Viking. And Astrea, he's got Revelation that sees where both tanks are right now. It just barely sees it off this reactor, and that is gonna be enough to discourage him, but now he can potentially just go for a rotation to the natural. Might just be able to take down this bunker. Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. And this is looking a little bit scary for Spirit. Astrea still sees everything where these tanks are. If he wants to go for an aggressive Blink, he could think about it, but no, he is just going to focus on trading as well as he can, using this Blink to great effect. And he's taking the 2nd gold. He's going full hero.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, taking a page right out of Hero's book. It's so nice when you have double gold, and when you have so much pressure off this Blink plays, that's going to be a canceled. What was that? An additional barracks. Oh, yeah.
That was a kill on an additional barracks.
Yeah. So many problems here. And the problem is, more than anything else, Stim is so far away. There is no end to this. Oh, a tank gets knocked down here as well. Hey, some damage done. Some Stalkers will fall, but I mean, we're still sitting here on 3 gateways. As you said, more and more Stalkers can get made. You have that nice, easy proxy pylon. And with the Oracles on top, it's so hard for anything to take the engage. So now, half the mining, more of the main base is getting knocked down, and Astrea seems primed to force me to buy you a beer in about, like 5 months. This is incredible coming out of him.
It's looking really good, and he denies that +1 on the engineering bay. I wonder if Spirit is aware of the bottom stasis ward. Obviously, he knows about this one on the right side. He saw it come down, but Astrea is just kind of using it as like, you can't approach me, and he's covering it with the Stalkers. There was a moment where if this bottom side stasis ward had connected, it might have just been game over. But as it stands right now, we are going to see Astrea trying to find this one siege tank with the Oracles. Nice quick repair. Does keep that safe, but now it's Astrea with the punish on this. Stim is about to complete. No Spirit. Oh, that's a huge stasis ward. I said he knew it was there, but maybe he didn't?
Oh, he knew it was there, but it's one of those things when you are so stressed on the map, you're dealing with the tank and the natural, you're dealing with everything, you overstep just a little bit, and then all of a sudden it just all goes to hell in a handbasket. He's gonna lose to the second one. He has literally no bio he can play with, but it seems like for now he's gonna get off the first one, but Stalkers and the natural are getting so much damage here. So Astrea at this point, yes, Stim is done. Combat shield or concussive shells are done. Combat shields as well. There's no +1, and the economy of Spirit continues to get hurt, continues to get hindered. He's massively supply blocked off of losing like every single supply depot. And Spirit, I don't really see a timing available to him here. I mean, there's no +1 timing. His army is not all that impressive, continues to not be all that impressive after losing the barracks. And well, behind this Astrea, he's got double forge. He's got a medevac down. Everything that Astrea wants, he can have. He wants some ice cream, he can have that too. I mean, I don't know that they're serving ice cream in Jönköping right now, but he can have it if he wants it.
He certainly earned it. He has certainly earned it. And look at this. He's thinking, how can I lose this game? Boom, drops. Gets set up with this find on the right side. He's going to be able to warp in 3 Stalkers. He had a shield battery that just finished. He knows medevacs are on the field at about this timing. And this is... Astrea is checking every move to make sure he doesn't lose this game. Now, he does lose one Oracle, and he's actually going to lose the other one. That's a little sloppy, but he will blink it on top of the natural. Charge lots running on in. Siege tank goes down. He's got to be a little bit careful. It is easy to get overly aggressive and think you're in a better position than you are, especially when it's a heavily Stalker-based army, but he takes down 10 SCVs. He's taking his natural, and once 1-1 completes, there's no engineering bay. This is a fully all-in Spirit right now. Okay, there we go. He does have one, but he doesn't have any upgrades.
Yeah, he's on 5 racks, 3 or 2 base, excuse me, but he can't even afford to really produce off all 5 racks at the moment. So Stalkers move forward, they snipe something off, you back up, you go forward, you do it again and again and again. And you're right, Steadfast. We're just waiting on 1-1. We're waiting on maybe an additional Oracle to provide high ground vision detection, something like that. And, you know... I'm not even of the camp of what I would like to say, you know, maybe Astrea wants to increase his tech, add that rebel, he will. But I mean, he's going to be able to outstrip his opponent. He's going to be able to outstrip Spirit so hard, even on this gateway army, that it's not even necessary. Now, Drop's going to try to find its way on the left side here, and Spirit scans out where the army is. He knows what's happening, so if there's an opportunity, it's going to be on the flank. But, well, Astrea, he's just going to trigger it a little bit soon. Widow Mines are going to be nice, Steadfast. That's a solid start. But Spirit is just slow on the rotation. This natural is going to get targeted right on down all in this. Terran is. Well, he's going to have to win this fight. And Steadfast, with the upgrades as they are, well, you know, he's going to trap a lot.
He did get a full-on flank right there. He's currently up 20 army supply, and these Zealots are warping in slowly. If he can kill them off or cancel the pylon, but he won't be able to. There is a lot of Marines here. It is a huge army supply advantage. The thing is, Astrea has a lot of time right now. All he needs to do is keep chipping away at this army. Spirit's on 1 base. Not even really 1 base. He is on half a base of mining. There we go. He lifts it, and he knows he has to go right now. Now, this is the best case scenario for Spirit, considering how this has gone. But Astrea is going to be able to potentially just kill the main command center.
Just put it in the corner. Put it in the corner. But the Stalkers, I think they're going to be a little bit too fast on it anyways. So SCVs, they're going to get pulled onto the other side of the map. Most will fall, but they do buffer some damage. So
kill the command center.
Is it going to find?
No, he didn't shoot at it for a long time. He could have killed it.
No, absolutely.
100%.
But that's not a, I don't think that's a dead spot. Stalkers can still hit, but anyways, Spirit's Army into the natural here. The natural's going to go down, but it's all about those outlying bases as well. Spirit has nowhere to run, right? Astrea does have outlying bases. He can go build structures there. He can build a dark shrine, and that is how you end this game. The command center's burning. I think it looks like the command center's burning. There's going to be no detection.
4.8 seconds on +2, but it doesn't matter. Spirit knows there's nothing he can do. He knows that there's so much on the map, and he will be forced to tap out. He is right. It was checkmate, because once that dark shrine completed, and he knows that Astrea is going to do something like that. He knows that Astrea is a smart enough player to recognize a win condition. Even without the dark shrine, he's probably going to be picking away at everything. Astrea takes the 2-0, starts things off very strong.
Yeah, and even if we talk about, well, okay, you know, Spirit didn't have that big army by the time it found its way onto the other side of the map. I want to say that Astrea even had an army supply lead off of that, which was, you know, everything going wrong there. But Spirit does have another shot in the bottom side of the bracket where he will run into, I don't know yet. I don't know if we have, do we have a result on the, do we have a Maru Rainer result?
I don't think so.
We do. We do. Rainer 2-1 Maru. Offline Maru?
Yeah, maybe.
But I do want to go back to something you were saying. You know, back at Real Talk Strategy, you said, you know what, we're gonna look at that first series of the tournament, and we're gonna figure out whether Rainer is in World Championship or is in tournament form Rainer, or whether he's not. And obviously, we didn't see the series, but 2-1ing Maru is a pretty strong marker for Rainer being in some rarefied form right now, especially considering how bad of a stylistic matchup that tends to be for him.
Yes. Yeah, I think that Maru does match up quite well against Rainer. But Rainer, when he's on point, when he's dialed in, he matches up well against everyone. And, you know, he didn't win IEM Katowice, but he was the closest player to knocking down the plot-armored Oliveira.
True.
You know, he was the closest one to taking him down there. So we're going to be seeing a really cool matchup in the winner bracket in a little bit. It'll be Astrea versus Rainer, which I don't think a lot of people would have had on their bingo card to be the defining matchup to make it into the playoffs, because we haven't talked about implications yet.
Oh, yeah.
The implications of this, you win 2 series, you're into top 8 in the tournament. I shouldn't say you win 2 series. You win the first 2 series, you're in top 8 in the tournament.
Yeah, it's rather complicated when we talk about it, but I feel so bad for Spirit because he's got to play a TVT versus Maru to stay in the winner's stage. And Steadfast, I don't know about you, but that's not easy. that does not spark joy.
No, that is a very uncomfortable position to find yourself in. No one wants to be in that scenario. But for now, I think we're going to be heading to a little break, and we will be back with a different little mini bracket, I should say.
No, we're staying in Group A. It's going to be, different mini bracket, still in Group A.
Mini bracket. Yeah. I'm talking about for the qualifying spot. Yeah. It's still in the same group, but it is going to be, Scarlet versus Bunny. Winner of that one will get themselves into a qualifying spot for the playoffs for that top 8.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone. We are joining a new series between two players that have championship aspirations. But we're going to find out a lot if they actually have championship potential with this first match. It is going to be Scarlet versus Bunny. Bunny, one of the best runs of his career at DreamHack Atlanta. I think it was the best run of his career, but I think he'd look at that one and say it was also the most disappointing run of his career, considering how it ended. You never remember the round of 4, the round of 8, the round of 16. No, you remember the fact that you didn't win when you were up 3-1.
Yeah, but man, what a showing from Hero in that match, and even more importantly, what an incredible, I mean, we were in the crowd for that one. What an incredible situation to find ourselves in. But for now, there's another incredible situation that we can find ourselves in. In fact, it's game 1 of this series, and we'll talk about context and what this means as we get into it. Because for right now, Steadfast, we're looking at game 1. And in the bottom left, in the red, she's playing for the Shopify Rebellion. It's Scarlet.
And her opponent spawning up at the top right for Mystery Gaming. It is Bunny.
If there ever was a time for a bunny to do well, it would be the spring. And you know, we're not too far away from spring. You know, if you compare, if you live in, like, I don't know, the southern United States, and you compare how hot it is for you right now, and you look at what the weather is in Jönköping, Sweden, that might as well be spring. So, you know what? That's my stretch. That's my reach of the tournament thus far, and it works, right? It clearly is spring in Jönköping.
I mean, I'm glad that the weather in Texas is doing just fine. Where I am up in Canuckistan, Canadiana, we did have, you know, a good portion of the country that was on fire. So we're just happy to be out of that. So in a sense, I suppose it's kind of like springtime now that we're not anymore, which is quite nice. You know, I am really interesting. I am really interested to see if it will be springtime for Bunny here, because I would love to see him get that big win that we've been looking for.
Honestly, though, I mean, he has been so good. You talk about that Atlanta run, you know, taking down Cyril, putting it to Hero, who, you know, had won GSL Season 2 against a Terran player who went up 3-1 on that. It was an incredible run. But also we've seen a Bunny that has been, I think, a little bit less impressive. After that run, he didn't perform nearly as well in Katowice as we would have expected. But, you know, game 1, Royal Blood, he is not opening with pressure. This is just as quick as a third base as you could possibly get. So leaning into that greed, but in general, this is kind of, okay, well, this is half of how the meta has been, is one ling will fall. It's either you go super greedy like this, or you drop 2 barracks in the natural wall, go for some sort of a double Reaper play, 3 racks Reaper, something like that. But this is both, kind of.
Well, this is actually a very off meta play right here. Yeah. This is super unique. He has cut the factory. He delayed, I mean, he delayed anything else, went 1 racks 3 CC right here. And that is already pretty bold. And now has thrown down 2 additional barracks with this. So I wonder if this might be the kind of thing where you actually go for like a 3 racks play, and you kind of try and, if your opponent does an Overlord Scout, you try and represent as though it is just like a big bio play. And maybe Scarlet misreads this. Maybe she thinks that, you know, it is just a big bio push, and she doesn't drone up as much as she needs to. This is a really interesting play. I don't think I've seen this maybe ever before in like a super high level tournament like this.
Not against a Zerg, right? Because
yes, exactly. Yeah.
Because this is Bjorn's TVP. Well, this is one of Bjorn's TVP builds. This is
Yeah.
one he does like one every 10, every 15 games where you get a quick third, right? It's great greed. And then behind that, you get all this early aggression. And if you get away with it, yeah, maybe your upgrades are delayed a little bit, but you have a lot of army, you got a lot of economy. It works out very well for you. But we don't tend to see that against Zergs for a couple of reasons. Reason number one, Zergs get a ton of queens, right? They have that strong defensive ability, that bulwark of just beef. That means they can buy time, they can build some more things, and B, if they scout it out, they'll drop a Baling Nest and a bunch of Stim Marines without any sort of a backup. It tends to struggle, but Scarlet has absolutely no idea about what's happening here. It's double eBay going down, there is no Baling Nest, and Bunny's going to be moving out, and I want to say about 20 seconds if he decides to move out here, and there's no timing for a Baling Nest for that. Scarlet, she's got to figure something out here.
Yeah,
Oh,
she
no.
certainly does. She's going to need to pump out a lot of lings to deal with this. We got Bunny trying to clear out this scouting pack of Zerglings. As it stands right now, Scarlet's on 5 Zerglings. She is building more. Okay, there we go. She has started up a bunch more Zerglings. But is this going to be enough? She will have a good number of queens here. She's got 5 queens at the front, 6. Is she going to rally them all together?
I think
She's going to rally 7 of them together, and she is building a lot of lings. I think she's going to have enough to deal with this.
Yeah, it's okay. You don't want to lose those lings like that, though. That's a bit unfortunate. Scarlet, I love this counterattack. Just killing off a couple Marines on the backside, at least getting damage done to them, just delaying this push as much as possible. But it's a big stim, sure, but Bunny doesn't lose any Marines here. So, you know, worst comes to worst, you can back up out of this. The factory is now done, and he's adding a 4th barracks before the starport. Oh no, starport's done. Never mind. So just continuing on that production, Scarlet, I think, had the read here that this was a 2-1-1, right? That looking at the timing on things, but she will be okay with it regardless. A couple SCVs go down, and Steadfast, I think we're starting to see why this build is not popular against Zergs, right? Scarlet read this as something that it wasn't, and still more than happy kind of on the initial defense.
Yeah, I think this is just fine for Scarlet. Now, she did lose a lot more lings than you'd like to. And Bunny certainly does need to wait for his medevacs before he gets a little bit spicier here. He needs to get these across the map. Like, you got to be careful with these units. But as long as he doesn't get surrounded, it should be just fine. Scarlet will get shoot away from the 3rd base right here. Bunny's doing a good job of kind of controlling the map. He is trying to lock down creep on this left side and open things up for an eventual push at this location. And there we go. Another nice little scan coming on in. Really going to hamper this creep heavily. Bunny won't be able to reach that creep tumor from the low ground, but he is giving himself a big opportunity here.
He certainly is with upgrades now done. These Marines they're going to have to run for their lives. So that's not going to be great, but they found a beautiful position. So Scarlet, she's going to try to get as much as she can, but she's just got to run away from this one. But she still just burrow through. And then on the top side here, one tank's going to get sieged up. Lings get on top of it, but all the Lings are dead. It's only Queens right now. And Scarlet, Baling Nest or Baling Speed only just now getting started. So 14 workers will hit the deck. 18 workers hit the deck here, but Bunny, this Stim Marine timing is oh so powerful. The Marines in the concave on the high ground where the Queens are, but they're starting to run out of energy. They're starting to die. And the Lings, they start to arrive just a little bit more. 19 SCVs have died Steadfast for the tune of, what is that, 6 Queens, 116 Lings. Scarlet, though, she holds on, and that seems like more than enough.
It certainly does, and Bunny does not have an armory during all this. He has been kind of dealing with this whole thing, and that means Scarlet's going to get a big upgrade lead. She starts targeting down medevacs. We'll get one of them. Second one will fall. Big pickoffs right there, because right now Bunny really needs to find some momentum. So taking down medevacs and preventing them from being a big, maybe 16 Marines unloading in a main base, something like that, is a big deal. Scarlet does have this good creep spread on the right side. She won't spot these double medevacs just yet, but she does have some fantastic creep on the right side to cover that base, that 4th base.
Yeah, the crazy thing as well, she's done this without Bailings. I mean, Bailing Speed is done now. She has Bailings now. Is a little bit of a mismarker there. Scarlet, the Marines are not on the left of your base. They're in your mineral line. You have to clean that up. So 5 workers will hit the deck, and meanwhile, much more pressure on the right side. 12 workers go down. So we've been praising Scarlet for her defense here, and Bunny starting to find a little bit more. 12 workers go down. Scarlet's economy not nearly, and it was never strong, right? Maxed out at, I think, about 65 workers. So yeah, it's good defense. Don't get me wrong, but I love the bait here. This is a dead 4th. Well,
Yeah, it will be. No transfuse available. That's a huge pickoff right there. And a brilliant bait, as you called out right there. That was so smart. Bunny recognizing and knowing about this little pocket in the bottom right. The hatchery does not give vision. You need an overlord in the bottom, or you need a creep tumor over here to see a drop unloading back there. And that's a really nice play from Bunny to take advantage of that. Now, I still think I like Scarlet's position because Bunny is in such a delayed state for his upgrades. But that is not going to be forever. And Bunny's army supply right now is very significant.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, for Scarlet here, Bunny is not a diamond Terran. He's of course a pro player, and it's only diamonds that are forever. So Bunny will eventually get those upgrades and move on forward. But you're right, this is a powerful timing. Hydras are on the way. Scarlet's getting ready for Hive eventually. But again, the problem is her economy is just getting hampered. And the thing that Bunny's done here is such a powerful idea in that he was going pedal to the metal. 1A, right? Get his entire army together, run him across the map, find value. And it's so easy as a Zerg to get yourself into that idea of, okay, the Terran's pushing, the Terran's pushing, the Terran's pushing. My entire army has to be together to win the fight. And then all of a sudden, the Terran moves into drop play. And if you're not ready for that swap of game state, we can see just what happened. Just about 20 dead workers, a dead base. If you're not ready for that swap, I mean, it can get just as much damage as Bunny found. But now Scarlet, she seems a little bit more ready. You know, there are spores everywhere, there are queens everywhere, lings everywhere. She's adapted to the way the game is getting played.
She doesn't see this drop though. Once again, and there we go. She does respond very quickly, and will be able to transfuse up this spore. But she needs to just drop just one creep tumor, just to even the spore. The spore will do the job. There we go. Creep tumor, great too. Excellent. It is a very small position of vulnerability. There we go. Scarlet has not been droning this whole time, but now as she kind of resecures a 4th and a 5th base, 20 drones hit the production tab, and she will find herself on a late game economy very quickly and very suddenly. Bunny, he has not been building workers this whole time. He has stayed on a very low worker count, and he is maxed out on 139 army supply. Now, Scarlet is on 212 upgrades, but Bunny has been clearing out a good amount of creep. He's got so many siege tanks now, 8 siege tanks, couple of liberators. Oh my God, these tanks, they're on siege. If Scarlet jumps them, this is a huge find for her.
That it is. Couple banelings will fall, but all the tanks, or at least a good majority of them, they will hit the deck. Bunny doesn't even try to unsiege and save. So yeah, you know, it's a little expensive for Scarlet. Oh, the baneling connections, fantastic. And Scarlet now backing up here. Bunny does have a counterattack on the other side. He's going to try to find his way into the 3rd base here. Couple lings respond, and the upgrades, they're still not ready. So Scarlet takes a far better trade than she has any right to. So that counterattack gets swatted down, and yes, Scarlet will lose a base. She's back down to 4. But Bunny has lost so much of the tech of his army. He's only on 3 bases right now. He's only on 52 workers. So yes, Scarlet doesn't want to lose that, but she can afford to right now. The one thing we have to point out, Steadfast, that infestation pit, it's been done for like 5 minutes now. There is no hive on the way. Scarlet does not have the money. She has not had the time to get there. So eventually, not only will Bunny equalize his upgrades here, right? Sitting at 2-2 now. When he has a bit of time, if he decides to go for that, he can start to eclipse the big advantage that Scarlet has had this game.
Yes, and it is... I don't even know if we're going to get there at this point. We are going to see a lot of Banes connecting. Oh my God, Bunny taking the hugest Banelings to the face. He just lost just about everything. Bunny, what happened? The army supply just disappeared.
He wasn't looking there. There was a run by, I think, on his 4th base, on his 3rd, something like that.
Oh, and he loses another tank.
He just wasn't looking at all. And yeah, we're going to get there now, Steadfast. Actually, the better question might be, does Scarlet let Bunny get there? Because at this point, you know, she's got her 5th base up. We look at the 67 Marines dead. Bunny lost twice as many resources, twice as many minerals in that fight as the Zerg did. That doesn't happen.
It never happens. That literally never happens at this level. Not with armies of this size and quality. That should never have happened. Bunny just got caught snoozing and did not hit the alarm until it was far too late. Oh, Scarlet, nice job on the right side. She finds this drop, and now she is the one who is, for a long time, Bunny was the one out multitasking Scarlet. Now she is the one who is out multitasking Bunny. Bunny was in such a good position, I feel, until he lost those tanks. Even after that, I feel like he was in a decent, even I would say advantageous spot once he finished up his 2-2. Now he has lost all the momentum. He has lost every advantage he had. He still has a lot of creep that's been killed off, but Scarlet's repairing it in a lot of places right now.
Oh, certainly. And now she's got Vipers on the way, Adrenal. I'd like to see, sorry, she does have Carapace on the way, so everything she could possibly want. And now she's got her 6th base on the way. Bunny struggling to keep his 4 bases up here. And by the way, that 3rd, there's not a lot of resources there anymore. He's been muling it pretty heavily this entire time. So yeah, you're right. You know, drops are getting cleaned up, but the Hydras are an even stronger drop defense. That being said, the multitasking of Bunny on the showcase, once again, another base goes down. So every single time Scarlet finds an opportunity, every single time it seems like Scarlet is in a nigh insurmountable position. Well, Bunny does find some way back, but the question is, Steadfast, we're always going to have to ask it, is it enough?
Yeah, Bunny hasn't started his 3-3 despite having a lot of gas for quite some time. And that is a problem. Like, he's getting close to maxing out again. He needs to be thinking about those next steps. He's not adding on a Ghost Academy. Bunny, as far as I can tell, I was thinking this was going to be a big litmus test for both of these players. And I gotta say, neither of them, they both look like they're experiencing a lot of nerves.
Yeah, this is, of course, going to be the first game. Those tank shots kill all the bailing. Scarlet cannot attack in there anymore. Blinding Cloud's just a little late. I mean, we see the tanks, you know, like the ones in the front, they get disabled briefly, but it's not going to be enough. But this is the move. Adrenal's done, add a couple bailings as well, and Bunny is going to be forced to go all in off this. And the key thing, by the way, bailings were not committed into that fight. It really was just the lings. So that's going to be powerful usage later on. But Bunny has been below 50 workers this entire game. He's at 140 army supply. And with the tank count he's got here, it's 11. You thought 8 tanks earlier, Steadfast was big. He's got 11. Scarlet, this is a hard army to fight into.
It is a very scary army, and it's so easy to rush in. She is going to go for it. She does have a lot of blinding clouds available. Will drop them on the front line tanks. The flank is huge, and Scarlet is going to crush the front line. She's going to crush the back line, and she is going to crush Bunny's army. Game 1 goes to Scarlet.
Steadfast, are you telling me that she's putting Bunny on the sideline? Because, you know, front line, back line, sideline. Anyway,
I was like, does that have something to do with bunnies? Do bunnies play football? do they play? What do they play?
I mean, they're in Europe, so they play soccer or football.
Football.
Right? Football.
Foot. That was a weird game.
Yeah.
Both players experiencing a lot of mistakes, and definitely it feels like there was a lot of nerves at play right there.
Yeah, that was a weird one. I think both players absolutely could have won that game. And I think if we're looking this as, okay, who's going to make a deep run here? I don't think either of them do, which feels like is a horrible thing to say, but I mean, you put those performances up against I don't know, even the Astrea that we saw. You put it up against Maru or Rainer. No, I don't think so.
Not in the thing is, there's always a little bit of extra nerves at the outset of a tournament. You know, it's always going to be a little bit more at the beginning because Bunny was doing a lot of good things in terms of the setup. He had a bit of an uncomfortable start, and definitely was finding some good plays, some good situations with the draw play. He made that heads up play with the kind of bait to kill off the 4th base, but you can't leave 50, 60, 70, 80 Marines clumped up on creep with no splash damage. You just can't. You can't do that.
No, I think the other thing we need to point out here is that Bunny went for a really weird build in game 1. Like, it was 3 CC, 3 racks, pressure found and nothing. In fact, Scarlet was the one that got damage done. So as we move into Babylon, who knows? Maybe Bunny doing something a little more standard. Maybe that allows him to get into the game more, because again, this was a setup where Scarlet was ahead and then a Bunny finds his way back, and it's kind of back and forth, and no one remembers to actually fight themselves up. But we got an interesting setup here, so we're gonna get into game 1. Game 2. In the bottom right, in the blue, down a game. It's Bunny.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left for the Shopify Rebellion. She is Scarlet.
So Steadfast, tell me about what in the world Scarlet's doing, because this was a double gas canceled here.
It was indeed. It was what we have come to know affectionately as the Eric build. Now there are a couple of ways to go about this. It's a little bit different. But we do have so what this has been a revolutionary build. It is an extractor trick 15 hatch, but with a very quick, this is predominantly, in my opinion, a better build for ZVP. I actually don't think I like it very much in ZVT because it does hinder your economy a little bit, but it actually has a neat little side effect, which is that your hatchery finishes about 10 seconds earlier than normal. We see at 1:49 this hatchery finishes up. Usually it's going to be at 1:59, 2 minutes. So that means it gets extra armor against things like a proxy 2-Rex. You have the queens out a little bit faster. It's just a neat build and a neat way to go about the game.
You're telling me you just think it's neat? I think it's neat. But the interesting thing, right? I kind of half expected to see a Roachborn go down behind this. I mean, yeah, Babylon is maybe not the shortest map, but it's not incredibly long. But even still, with the Reaper opening, you don't go for that one. As I say that, Roachborn goes down. So you know what? maybe I should speak slower so we can wait for the production tab to develop.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. It's a little bit of a funky setup in general, and this is definitely a cool way to kind of look at things overall. Because if you're not used to an opener in general and you're like, oh man, okay, this hatchery is a little bit earlier, the expansion timing, the third base timing is a lot delayed, and that's what makes this kind of a special thing from otherwise just a quirky opener in general, is this setup. Oh, Bunny's going to get into the main base. He is going to see this Roach Warren, and that is a crucial scout. Scarlet trying to get greedy with just 2 lings to block. Bunny just runs right through it and gets in.
Yeah, and the thing we have to point out as well, Steadfast, is that this is, well, first of all, this is a really nice build to do if you're up 1-0, right? You maybe catch them off guard, but I think realistically, 2 lings and a queen on the Reaper Cliff, you commit them that far forward like that almost is alarm bells for Bunny in and of itself. But look at how he's choosing to defend this. You know, it's not going to be a tech lab on the factory. It's not going to be for quick cyclones. No, it's concussive shells on the Marauders, and it's an interesting approach.
I kind of like it. This is a dedicated setup from Scarlet in terms of relative position. Of course, she's going to be droning out of this, but she will be looking to get some damage done. And concussive shell Marauders are going to be a good job of preventing that. And then this can transition potentially into a Hellbat counterattack. Scarlet will be able to trade out, but I don't think these are the kind of trades that you're really looking for. She only kills 3 SCVs, 2 Hellions for 7 Roaches and 2 Lings, and now she'll need to build a lot of Roaches to defend the counterattack. I think it would have been much better to just, maybe when you see the bunker, just disengage.
Yeah, or, you know, build some Ravagers maybe and just try to slow roll it down or something, but this, this was not it. You say she traded out. I don't think that counts. It's not a trade.
I mean, she traded the Roaches out. She just didn't get any meaningful value.
Yeah, it's just about the worst trade in the history of trade. It's just about the worst deal in the history of deals is what Scarlet goes for on that one. But, you know, she is droning behind this. She's got her lair on the way. The Banshees are a really nice addition. And the Pult Viking, right? You just knock down some Overlords. You keep Scarlet even more supply blocked. You know with all these Roaches, she's not gonna... Overlords she's gonna have to build more of them. That makes it even more expensive. And where does Scarlet go from here? I don't necessarily anticipate her going back into Ling play. Certainly there's no Baneling or there's no Ling speed. So 1-1 Roach timing off of this, but I mean, even that feels like it's going to be far too late.
I wouldn't necessarily say far too late. I would just say it will lack oomph.
Well, that's the same
given
thing,
how
right?
the game has, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, Scarlet with a bit of an oopsie in the natural expansion. She pulled all of her drones away from that base for a moment.
Ooh.
Just lost a bunch of mining time for... So definitely some nerves showing themselves here, and it's totally understandable. It's the first game of the tournament, and there's no warm-up here, really. Obviously, you have your own personal warm-ups, but it's not like you're playing in the open bracket. I'm not saying I envy the players in the open bracket, but you get to kind of find your groove a little bit. Whereas in this one, you're playing against a GSL top 4 player for Scarlet. I didn't talk about this, though. No Spore Crawlers. Scarlet is taking gigantic damage already from these Banshees. She has misread that she did not realize it was Banshees.
No, Steadfast, on a scale of dead to dead, how dead is Scarlet?
She's feeling pretty banged up right now. Oh, she does get one of the Banshees, so at least there's that. But she's gonna lose even more drones on the third. Oh, yeah. This is rough.
I don't know. I'm getting shade. Did you cast the Kellizer Scarlet series with me? I can't remember whether it was you or someone else, but anyway, I'm getting shades of Kellizer Scarlet, where, yeah, you know, Scarlet is probably going to make a game of it from this point, but we had this game on New Humanity where Kellizer went aggression and killed like 60 workers by the 6-minute mark, and it's just like, once Scarlet starts reeling like this, once she starts just being put on the back foot, we can see games happen like this, where, you know, decent macro, fine, but she can never properly stabilize and can never get to the tech that she needs to. But this time, Bunny's got a really powerful push. He's got 2 tanks in his medevac. He's got a bunch of stim marines. They don't have upgrades. They're going to be done soon, but even still, I mean, we're looking at 9 roaches versus so much more from the... Scarlet's down 20 army supply as roaches. This is just... Yeah, this is not good.
Yeah, she tried to drone really, really hard to just catch up, and that's the right call, because if Bunny doesn't attack right away, if he's like, oh, okay, you know, I killed a bunch of drones, I don't need to push, then this works out for Scarlet, and it's a brilliant move. But with Bunny pushing right away, he's going to be able to probably kill off this base. Scarlet is trying to buy time for herself, but Bunny is also waiting for his own 1-1, and combat shields. It will complete. Scarlet is going to pull the trigger here. She will be able to drop some corrosive biles on that frontline tank. She will take it out, and the reinforcements from Bunny are not forthcoming. Scarlet is going to hold this base.
Yeah, I was convinced.
Nice hot pickup.
Very nice. I was convinced that was a dead base. Meanwhile, on the other side, this drop gets 3 workers is nothing at this point. So I think it's too much to say Scarlet has stabilized, but she does have the 1-1, right? So her upgrades are solid. She is now getting into that roach production. Army supply for a second was, you know, eclipsing the Terran, but she's not going to commit to it. And I was about to spin this argument of, okay, well, you know, she maxes out on this. She gets up this big 1-1 roach time. It still seems somewhat viable. The tank count is only 3, but she's progressing forward, right? She's got +1 melee on the way, bailing speed, infestation pit. Scarlet does not believe in the ability to kind of break the game open with a bunch of roaches. And, you know, I think that's fair, but it does give Bunny all the tempo that he could possibly want.
Potentially, yes. Scarlet did just drone up a lot, and she did not build a whole lot of units right now. Now Bunny is looking to really hammer this one home. Before was a pressure. This is now his economy, his infrastructure fully set up, and he is going to be finding a lot of value. This position on the high ground is so difficult to attack into. Bunny knows that it's still there as long as he keeps the creep at bay, and Scarlet is really struggling to kind of buy time for herself. The Bunny is fighting away from his tanks, but every time Scarlet kind of gets a good position, he just pulls back to those tanks, and Scarlet has to disengage. The hatchery goes down. Scarlet does get a couple of big corrosive biles on the medevacs, but I just don't think it's going to be enough right here. Bunny is really ahead in army supply now.
Yeah, I would have loved to see Scarlet just commit to the 1-1. You know, build a bunch of roaches, build a bunch of ravagers, say that's fine, but instead she commits to a hive and a bailing nest and bailing speed and zergling speed and all of these things. And while she doesn't have the gas count right now is the problem. I'm not going to say she ever really had a shot in this game after her pressure didn't work out and she lost, what was it, like 20 workers to the Banshees. But she got caught in transition, and that meant Bunny ended the game maybe even faster than he might have otherwise done. So now the Bunny hops, and we're going to game 3.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if Scarlet had managed to... I think if she had chilled out a little bit more, and built a few more roaches because she still could have transitioned into the Ling speed, the Bane speed, the +1 melee, the +2 Karis. But she built a lot of drones after holding the first attack. And she had already built so many drones. And she wasn't able to secure the high ground on that position. And pushing from the high ground on Babylon is so strong for the Terran. It is ridiculously strong. Unless you have Vipers, unless you have a big flank. She didn't have either of those available to her. And Bunny, he patiently closes out that game.
Yeah. Really well played from Bunny. But I think you're right. Scarlet, if she's, say, Dark, right? Because I look at Dark as someone who is probably the best player to deal with a situation like Scarlet found herself in. We wouldn't see Dark go for all of it. We would see him go for, drone up and stay on low tech, or not drone up and develop his tech. But together, you can't have your cake and eat it too. So Scarlet now, again, kind of a bit of an issue. Fell into a bit of a problem there. But that just means, Steadfast, that we get to see our first Game 3 of the tournament thus far, which is fantastic. And more importantly, it's Gresfon. It's probably the best map in the pool, at least in terms of giving us epic games. Solar and Björn are sitting at about 20 minutes into their Gresfon game, and let's see if we can eclipse them, because Game 3, it is just about ready to go. Here we go, Game 3. And at the bottom right in the red, Game 1 looks fantastic, but Game 2, roaches into death is kind of what happened, but she's the one that died. It's Scarlet.
And her opponent spawning up at the top left. Despite some mishaps in Game 1, he's refocused and he looks good. For Mystery Gaming, it is Bunny. And I mean, honestly, really, even with everything that did happen, everything that went wrong, yeah, it was a smooth recovery from Bunny. Like, it was really just that one big, well, I mean, there was two big mistakes, really. The one was the tanks being caught completely undefended. And while it looked like an expensive trade for Scarlet, and it was, of course, paired with the fact that those Marines were then left on creep. Like, it was two really massive no-nos in an otherwise pretty sharp game from Bunny. But Game 2 was, he cleaned up those mistakes very quickly.
Yeah, and part of it also was Scarlet went for a very weird build, right? She went for the Eric build, that double gas cancel, that type of thing. And Bunny got the scout. He saw the roach spore and he was ready in time. And Moore had more than enough. And the thing we need to talk about, by the way, is because he went for that Marauder hold, it meant he had a little bit more gas available to him. And that meant that he was able to get into that double Banshee, maybe even quicker than Scarlet would have expected. And then, well, 20 workers down the drain, and it is very hard for Zerg to win a game, but that's not happening. Not in this game number 3. It's going to be Gresfon. I think we can both expect just a massive macro game, which, in this setup, I mean, Game 1 was fantastic, so I'm hoping for more of that one.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because both of them, we do see that Ling going down, but the Reaper getting a little bit low on HP will be fine, but it doesn't mean he can contest the creep tumor now. Yeah. Like, that's a pipe dream. That is a pipe dream to contest this creep tumor. Scarlet, I think she should have just dropped it right away and just tried to bait Bunny in, because now there is enough time that there is the possibility for the contest. She tried to bait. Oh, man. If she had dropped that tumor 0.1 seconds earlier, Bunny would have made the same play and he would have lost the Reaper. He was on 2 HP.
Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
That was very funky. Now Scarlet gets caught trying to send the Lings out. This is a play we almost never see because of exactly this. Now she's going to lose 2 more Lings. Bunny, I mean, it's already a bit of a weird start here in this game number 3, even off of the most standard opener. And now we are going to see something that I thought we might have seen as a follow-up.
Yeah, there we go. That Hellbat Marauder play finding its way. I mean, we don't have concussive shells on the way yet, but we don't expect it to eventually. That is, eventually, we're going to get that one moving forward. And Scarlet, she is building some Lings, right? She will have more Queens on the way. Of course, this is delayed clash as the opener, so speed a little slower, which means, again, a little greedier earlier on. That means more drones. That means, technically, for a timing like this finding its way forward, that is technically a little bit more defense because you drone faster, but she does have to sniff it out. She does have to figure out what's happening here, and she has no scout. She has no overlord on the... Did she lose the overlord on the... No. She just never sent a scouting over... Okay, I'm blind. But that is an overlord.
It's weird because it like hides on the minimap. It's only half present on the minimap.
Yeah, and I'm like looking over there, you know, beneath my lights. I'm like, is there an... Okay, there we go. Anyway, point being, she still has to scout with it, and we don't see it moving in yet.
No, and she's droning really hard. She has no idea what's coming. She is expecting economic focus, and I am getting very worried for Scarlet right now, especially with 4 of the queens super far forward. The medevac is going to boost forward. Now, fortunately for Scarlet, she's got this overloaded position that is going to see this coming very quickly, so she'll be able to pull the queens back. Yeah,
no.
She's going to see that medevac boosted, and she will pull the queens back. But this is... She droned so hard. This is so dedicated from Bunny.
Now, 12lings are on the way. Roachborn on the way here as well. And the Marauders, you know, they only get on 1 queen at the start. So probably the best possible scenario. Grenade. But a second queen will fall. And now with drones, none of them go down just yet. So lings, they're popping out, but they're popping out piecemeal. This is a problem. Scarlet going back as far as she can. Bunny, though, he's going to find his way right in. And the queens, now they're trapped. There's nowhere for them to go. Not easily. And the problem again, the lings, they just keep popping out. 1, 2, 1, 2. There's nothing there. You cannot find this around. And now the drones. Oh, roast them up, baby. But only 4 for the moment. From those steadfast, the queens, they're falling so much here. And they can't do anything. So this is, even if no more workers go down, which I think is unlikely, Scarlet will have no production. She will have no defense. And Bunny, the absolute perfect game 3. He moves on to the qualifying match.
That he does, just runs right over Scarlet right there. She didn't see the build. She didn't see the build coming. She didn't know what it was. And even though she didn't get caught with those queens in the front, it didn't matter. Did not matter at all. She didn't have the tools. You know, if that Roach Warren that she was building is done when the attack you know, comes on in, maybe she can defend. As it stands, not a chance. And Bunny recognizes that. He keeps everything balled up, makes sure he gets the game, and he will advance on to the, for now, I'm going to call it the qualifying match. The qualifying match to that top 8. Scarlet, for her part, will go down to the bottom of the of Group A and is going to be waiting on the loser of Solar versus Beyond, and will then try and fight her way into a better position in that knockout bracket later.
Yeah, so Solar is up 1-0 on Beyond currently, by the way. That's where we're standing. So we may be waiting a little longer.
No, we wouldn't. We would go straight into Maru versus Spirit.
Is that what the schedule says?
Right? Isn't it?
Well, I don't know whether we're running hurry up or not. Okay, it is accelerated. So.
We are okay. Running. Yeah, we're running accelerated.
All right. So that means that we have to run to a quick break. When we're back, it's going to be some TVT action. It's going to be Maru and Spirit. And as I saw someone saying, get excited because Maru gets to knock out more seeded players. Maybe Spirit has another Katowice TVT run in him. We're going to find out after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone, to our third series of the day already. I know it's crazy, but we're here, and it's going to be a TVT, and more importantly, Steadfast, it's going to be Maru and Spirit. Does Spirit send Maru to the knockout stages this early, or is it Spirit the one that's going to have to give up the ghost?
That is a good question. Normally, you would look at this and you would say there's absolutely no freaking way that Maru goes down. And I think a lot of people would still be in that boat that they're like, no. That's not happening. It's Maru's going to easily cruise to a victory. But in their most recent meeting, since Spirit has hit his ascended form, his elevated form, he actually did go 1-1 versus Maru in the playoffs of the World Team League. Now, it is only one map. But taking a map off of Maru for anyone is already a huge achievement. Now, to counter that and to play the logical, reasonable thing that everyone's going to say, that was online. Maru himself always says offline is the only thing that matters. Now, I disagree with him on that. I don't think offline is the only thing that matters. But I think that he makes a valid point that you can't really play the game necessarily as well as you want to on that high level of ping.
Yes and no, Steadfast, because on the one hand, right, yeah, absolutely, we get better games, we get better quality games on offline play, not only because, well, you're on the same ping, and that's really nice. Also, well, there's more impact, right? There's more pressure. It feels more that you have to care more. But on the flip side, offline Maru, foreign Maru has been a thing for a while. Yeah, GSL, he's going to win 6 of them. Great, fine. When was the last time he won a tournament on foreign soil? Like, he made the finals of DreamHack Atlanta, but he lost to Dark in 7 games. Maru does not perform as well in foreign tournaments as he does in domestic tournaments, and that has always been the case. So yeah, certainly online play or offline play is the only thing that matters, but I think that's true for Spirit as well here. So I'm kind of buying what you're selling, Steadfast. I hope. I dream. Maybe.
Yeah, once again, I think it is still very fair to say that it is heavily favored in favor of Maru. But what I'm saying is that there is actually a very real, this is not me being caster biased. This is not me being, whatever. This is me actually saying that there is a real chance. Yeah. And I think that for some players, we would look at this and we would be like, oh yeah, this will totally be an even series between, Astrea and that Gold League player who signed up in the open bracket. I think that Gold League player could totally gain 3,000 effective MMR, 4,000 effective MMR to their skill level.
Yeah, that's fair. The other thing we have to point out, though, is that while Maru, was very vocal, very public about how he was not happy with his TVT after Katowice, he was like, I think the quote was, if I beat Oliveira, for the next 1,000 times, it still won't be enough. Like, he was mad about that. He was mad about how his TVT was looking, or at least his TVT against Oliveira was looking. He doesn't think he should, and I think that's fair. He probably shouldn't have lost that series based on historical form. And then he did start to, he won the GSL off the back of his TVT, but then recently, against a foreign Terran, now granted it's Oliveira, he did lose. He lost in an ace match between Dragon Kaitsa Gaming and Onside in the WTL. And am I trying to say that means that Maru is weak in TVT? Absolutely not. But is he weaker than he was last year when he literally didn't lose in the matchup? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of indication of what has changed in the matchup in TVT specifically is mass late game Raven. While you can add Ravens in the late game and they are good, they are not going to be the be all end all. They are not going to win you every game necessarily. They are going to be the kind of things that you add these on, and they're good tools to have to a Viking Liberator composition, but you can't just make 15, 20 Ravens and be unkillable.
Yeah.
If you control perfectly, which is kind of what Maru like that was like the backbone of his late game TVT, is that he was just impenetrable once he got up to Mass Raven Viking. Now the army to control is a lot more complicated once you add in the Liberator sieges, and like it becomes a lot more dynamic of an army.
Yeah, it was actually really funny. I know we cast a lot of TVT at Katowice, which was great because the matchup is good now. The matchup is not nearly
it's
as
way better.
Man, before that patch, it was. I'm not gonna say it was bad, but it wasn't good. It wasn't good.
I'll say it was dreadful. I dreaded it in a lot of cases.
I'm trying to be nice, Steadfast. Like, let me be nice a little bit, okay? We're in a broadcast.
Yeah. No, but I want to give some credit. So this is going to be a bit of a mini rant, I guess, because we got a little bit of time. We're waiting on Maru to get set up and adjusted. There was a lot of people who gave the Balance Council so much crap. And this was one of the best patches we've had in terms of improving the quality of the game. It was such a good patch. And they were like, oh, man, like you didn't address blah, blah, blah. You didn't address blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, yeah, you can always improve certain things. There's always things that can be done better. But what it did to TVT and how much better and enjoyable it's made the matchup is night and day.
Yeah.
It's so much more fun of a matchup to watch.
Now we just need to fix TVP, and then we'll be very happy. But for now, by the way, just giving you an update on things. Maru had to find a new desk because apparently the old one was too shaky. Because Maru, you all may be aware, Maru is a very fast player. So I guess in that first series, or as he was warming up or something, he played too quickly and he shook the desk down. So we had to find him another one. It's taking a moment. He's getting set up on that one. But that is our delay, by the way. But Steadfast, as we look moving forward into this game a little bit, we're looking at Gressfon for map 1. We've had I've talked about this before. Gressfon, probably the best map we have in the pool in terms of just giving us awesome games. But I think of a couple. I think of Oliveira Clem from Katowice. I think of Maru and Beyond from Katowice. And I want to say one of Spirit Cure games on Gressfon was just incredible because this is a big map. All right, this allows you to play that late game, which, as you were talking about, with the Raven change not being nearly as bad as it was, or nearly as dominant as it was, you can play a dynamic late game now. So the question I guess I'm asking here is, are we going to be able to get there? Because, yeah, Spirit is this king of late game, and so too is Maru, but does Maru let that happen?
Well, I mean, does either of them let that happen? Because they're both going to have an opportunity to make plays on Gressfon. And I think that's another thing too, is that I should note that it wasn't all the changing of the patch. This is a map pool where a lot of the maps are a lot more open for making plays. And I think that the map pool does deserve a lot of the credit for why the game is a lot more fast-paced and open, and heavily turtle-based play is a lot more difficult to execute. And Gressfon is no different, even though it is the map where we're like, oh, okay, you take that base in the middle as Terran and you lock down a bunch of bases on your side of the map. That's only true if you're like truly in control of your territory. It's not like you slap a planetary fortress down and you actually lock down the map. No. You need control of the space with units, with tanks, and it spreads you out and it creates opportunities for plays to be made.
Yeah, absolutely. But Steadfast is, again, we're going to wait for this a little bit longer. Certainly big spaces are nice and the ability to be dynamic, but we should probably talk about the format a little bit here because it's new. It's interesting. It's different. So right now we're sitting in what are being called the winners matches. We're in Group A, right? That was 4 players. Of course, you do have double bracket. Actually, you're looking at something. I can see you're excited. What's exciting you, Steadfast?
Well, if we take a look at the open bracket, we have got something pretty nifty in bracket A, where not too surprising, Mana 2-0 Night Phoenix, Lambo 2-0 sort of, Lambo 2-0 Mana to make it into the upper bracket final to get into the knockout bracket, Harstem 2-0 Starnan, DRG 2-0 Zane, but Harstem then 2-0 to DRG and is now playing Lambo in a qualifying match to make it directly into the knockout bracket round 1.
Although in fairness, getting into the knockout bracket round 1 is, going back to that discussion, getting into knockout bracket round 1 is still just such a slog. Like, okay, so you're looking at the winners match. That means that if you qualify through top seeding, you go directly into the round of 8. If you get in second billing, you go to knockout bracket around 6, 5, 4, 3. As that goes forward. But we actually have our game starting, so we'll finish this conversation. If you come in through the open bracket, you start at knockout bracket round 1, and only 4 players get through. So, well, actually, technically 8 do, and it's knockout bracket round 1 is all those players. But to move on, really, it is only 4 players from the from that open bracket. So it's still a rough slog. Everyone in the winners bracket does not get knocked out, even if they lose out in 4th place in their group. That being said, everything else, all else being equal, we have a game that's by far the most important thing. It is Spirit, it's Maru, and Steadfast. Let's get into game 1. And in the upper left, in the blue, he's for Storm. Let's see whether his new form can show us what we're looking for. It's Spirit.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right. We know him as one of the greatest of all time. For Onside Gaming, give it up for Maru.
Okay, so
Always
Steadfast.
open up a...
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. I was just gonna say, always open up a can of worms with that kind of a statement. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my can of worms is, you know, we talk about Swedish meatballs as this thing, but do they make goat meatballs? Is I guess my question in Jönköping.
Yeah.
I mean, goat.
Why would they do that?
Have you ever had goat?
I have, yeah. But I just the concept of goat meatballs just feels wrong. I don't know why. I mean, it's my brain's instant reaction, you know? My brain is like, no, don't do that.
It makes sense though, right? Goat is a bit of a gamey meat. Something like a meatball is a great way to make use of gamier or tougher cuts. But anyway, that's not a TVT. And for now, actually, I guess we don't have to talk about too much because Barracks Double Gas Factory coming out of the Reaper Factory, or eventually the factories are going to come up. And this is news almost in and of itself, right, Steadfast? Because we have seen in the last, I don't know, 3, 4, really ever since Katowice, however long, that's 4 months now, we've seen deviations in the style. You looked at this before the patch? Yeah, Barracks Double Gas Factory, every single game. Nothing too crazy. But ever since then, because the Raven is not as dominant, because maybe the maps are bigger, we've started to see new things. We've started to see Reaper expands again, and CC firsts, and the playbook for Terran has opened up a little bit. Obviously not in this game, but there are opportunities, certainly.
Yeah, and I feel like one of the players that actually does play that setup so well, and he's so good at it, is Maru. We always talk about Maru as this invincible player and this unstoppable force, but sometimes we don't break down why that is. One of the things that makes him such a scary player is that he will play certain builds that are a little bit weird, a little bit funky sometimes, but he plays them so immaculately. And a lot of times it creates a situation where your opponent, yes, they could find themselves in a winning position if they play perfectly, but as Maru is sometimes the crafter of these builds, he is the one who has gotten a chance to explore them a little bit thoroughly. So he knows what his opponents need to do to defend perfectly. And so he's like, okay, you've done 7 of the 9 things you need to do correctly. I can exploit the other 2 and I will win the game off that.
I mean, Steadfast, let's be real. Ryong crafts the builds and Maru just beta tests them. But we do have something a bit interesting here, right? This is a very early Cyclone coming out of Spirit to make sure he can defend, but it's a Cyclone and 2 Reapers, a couple Marines. There is a lot of power here coming out of Maru. Lock on 1 Hellion very quickly, though, even as the Reaper falls, which is not exactly what you want, but the Command Center delayed, I think, just a second on that SCV. Even still, Maru doesn't get much done here.
Oh, no, that's super worth it for Maru. He trades evenly in terms of army units. He kills a Reaper for a Hellion. Reapers, in theory, are going to be more likely to get damage later, although that's kind of a moot point. Killing the SCV is nice, but delaying the command center is even nicer. Now, fortunately for Spirit, he had another SCV right there, but, 2, 3, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, that adds up. That adds up in the early game, and that's the kind of thing where it's not that bad. It's not that bad. But StarCraft 2 is a mental game as well. So even those little tiny things, I don't think it's gonna weigh on Spirit yet. But if that happens, 2, 3, 4 more times, you're gonna start to feel like the universe is kind of shifting away from you. If the little things go against you. Spirit is a player that we know historically has had issues with mindset. He seems to have figured it out for sure, but you never know if those things can kind of sneak back in.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, again, I'm going to stick by my gun and say like half a second delay on a command center isn't really enough to write home about, but you're right about the mentality. I mean, look at the grand finals of Katowice. We saw Maru. Things didn't work out for him a couple times and he just fell apart. Now, granted, this is not the grand finals of the World Championship, and the pressure is not nearly as strong as, sitting on that stage in front of the crowd when everyone expects you to win a World Championship. No one expects Spirit to win a World Championship, good as he may be, but even still, maybe that's going to mess him up just a little bit. He certainly has been playing much more defensive this game. A very early tank, Ravens as well as they would like. That Reaper will fall, quick cycle and everything else. So Spirit's playing classic Spirit, right? Look at how double E-bays are just about done. Maru doesn't even have it. Well, actually, no, never mind. What am I saying? Maru's E-bays are faster. But Spirit, no, he's just going to turtle up a little bit on that early tank.
This is a little bit funky from Spirit actually with his opener because he built 2 additional barracks before the 3rd command center, and with Maru's scout, okay, there we go. He scans because he did sniff something out as being a little bit funky. He was like, "What is happening right here?" And he's like, "Oh, okay." He's gonna look at this. He's gonna see that the barracks are done and the 3rd command center timing is done. Honestly, it's not too notable, but it is a little bit funky from Spirit. Regardless, though, Maru's going to look at this. He's going to be like, okay, well, you don't really have anything to prevent me from establishing map control and delaying your 3rd base.
Yeah.
I'm just going to do that.
It's fine. I was looking at this. I'm like, okay, Spirit is playing defensive. Early cyclone, early tank, whatever. And I expected him to get greedy behind that. But, well, that's going to be a pretty nice break here. Raven gets lock on or gets shut down on the tank pretty quickly. But there are a ton of Marines, and that is the one thing that Spirit has that Maru doesn't as much.
Repair the tank, Spirit, please, please, please.
No, he's going to stay on top
go
instead.
For the break anyways.
There we go. Let's see what happens here. Auto turrets go down. Anti-armor missile from the side as well, and a couple more auto turrets to try to knock things down as Maru runs away. So I like the break attempt here, even as I think he lost a Raven for it, but you trade 1 for 1, and I like the attempt coming out of Spirit, but. Actually, no, he got the tank. I'm sorry. So really,
yeah, he did. Yeah. No,
not all that bad, but Steadfast, again, I'm looking at the setup from Spirit and I'm like, okay, safety, defense, early tank, early cyclone, but his 3rd base is fast. It's slower, right? Both in terms of build time and taking it on location. His upgrades are slower. Everything that Spirit's been going for is just a little bit slow. I guess he got some more Marines, earlier stim, but I don't know. You're right. It feels weird.
It does feel a little bit weird, and I wonder if he's trying to play just slightly off meta to throw Maru off his rhythm. Now, speaking of being thrown off your rhythm, this is going to be a bit of a base trade. If Spirit does get spotted here, he's going to drop the interference matrix. Nice unsiege from Maru, but we're going to see a big base trade come down. Will either player lose the 3rd?
Maru seems destined to here. There we go. That's going to go down, but it's a heavy tank shot Spirit does. Meanwhile, Maru on the other side gets the 3rd base as well. So Spirit supply blocked. Maru supply blocked. Spirit maybe a little bit more, but Spirit, he's going to leapfrog forward into the main base here. 1 tech at the low ground is in range. So let's see. That should get knocked down. Auto turret kills it off, but now disable on the 1 tech. 2nd one gets targeted down. So Spirit doesn't really have the break here. Still, around the corner is never where you want to find yourself, but even still, it's going to be a 2nd dead tank. 4 workers go down, and Spirit is targeting the wrong thing. He needs to target the army, not the extractor, and now everything gets cleaned on up here. He runs away with some, certainly, but I think if we're looking at Maru, he's a lot happier with how this turned out.
Absolutely. Yeah, he gets a big cleanup right there. They've both restarted the 3rd command center. Maru was a little bit faster on that. They've both gone into 2-2. Maru's +2 attack is a decent bit faster. If they both get up to, if they wait until Maru's +2 armor is finished, the upgrades will completely even out. But as it stands right now, Maru did take the advantage in this little kind of exchange. And now this game has gotten super weird, and it is going to come down to a lot of decisions that are made. SCV's kind of just chilling right here, but Maru is going to get the doom drop of a lifetime.
Yeah, certainly. The thing we got to point out as well is Maru has 2 more barracks. He has 4 more production. He got himself into the mid game faster, so he's been able to rebuild and find value. So 8 SCVs go down. Spirit, by the way, does have a drop in the main, but it's not getting, well, actually, it did kind of get equalizing damage. The problem, though, Spirit doesn't have the production. Again, he was building those barracks, but they were canceled. So now it's 5 barracks to 3. Maru doesn't really have much that's going to stop him in the main base right now. But that drop, hey, 14 workers are going down. This is getting far more for Spirit than I really expected it to.
Yeah, no, and that's what happens when the game gets so messy and unconventional like this. They both killed each other's third command center at almost the exact same time. And it really does take a lot of poise and patience to kind of, not even patience, just poise and calmness and well, yeah, I guess patience to find your way through a situation like this. Now, Maru does have the upgrade lead for the moment, but that is not going to last forever. But his command center is already mining at the third base again. That's going to be a big economic lead, and that is a big problem for Spirit.
That being said, Steadfast, third base now is going to find its way over to Spirit's third pretty quickly, and he's up pretty significantly in workers. He was up about 10, so auto turret goes down, gets a couple more, gets 1 more SCV actually. You know, economics starting to equalize just a little bit. Spirit, his 2-2 is going to be done right around the same time Maru's is, so no advantage there, but Maru is up 20 army supplies, so let's see if he can find some value here. The tanks are going to siege up, but it's a little slow. Even still, it's going to be enough. So Maru, he's got a backup, got to go again, and as odd as it sounds, it feels like this game is just equalizing. Like, with everything that's happened, you know, bit of an economic lead on one side, bit of a tech lead, bit of an army supply lead on the other, but I don't, with the tank count as it is, Maru's going to struggle to break Spirit.
Break him, yes, but I do want to mention that it is double factory to single factory.
True. Yeah.
Spirit is building a 4th command center. His 3-3 is on the way, but it is a little bit late. This little drop from earlier, it's not got much hope of doing anything. Just a couple Marines left over. Spirit is certainly on the back foot, but he's not in an unplayable position. But this is a position that Maru is very comfortable playing from.
Yeah, and certainly, as much as I can say, you know, this is somewhat equalizing. Maybe like Maru, maybe plus 5%. Plus 10%, something like that. We have to consider the fact that this is Maru, and Maru has, you know, all-time great TVT. So what's the homily of Maru, right? If he's behind, he's even. If he's ahead, well, good luck. And, well, we're going to have to see. But for now, this drop is going to get dealt with. Marines, they get left behind to their doom. 1 medevac will fall, and now Spirits equalize the supply for the most part. Down a couple workers, but, you know, for the most part, he's oversaturated on his natural anyway. Not that big of a difference at the moment, and 4th base is done similar times. 3-3. Again, Maru's going to have 5 seconds maybe, but the big thing, as you point out here, is we do have Spirit transitioning into those Liberators just a little bit faster than Maru is, but Maru, he's got those double starports, he's got Vikings on the way, and the question we ask ourselves now, Steadfast, is he going to go Ravens, or is he going to play modern TVT?
He is going to go Ravens. Yeah, he's adding those Ravens on. Ooh, nice snipe from Maru right there. Snipes down 2 Vikings, actually, for just 3 Marines. That's an amazing trade, especially since Spirit is trying to go Liberators right now. And Spirit, once again, I gotta stress, his production is not as good as Maru's. He doesn't have a 2nd and 3rd starport. He doesn't have a 2nd factory. He doesn't have that +1 vehicle weapons that Maru does. So Maru is going to be faster into that +2 vehicle weapons that is so dominant against stimmed Marines. This is looking, even though the supplies currently favor Spirit for the moment, this is looking like Maru is in a much stronger position going into the beginning of the late game.
Certainly, but the thing we do have to consider as we talk about this, we talk about late game Liberator play, and yeah, you know what? +2 mech attack, 1-shots stim Marines. Fine, okay. You know, that's really impactful. That's great. But when the game starts to become purely about the air, you know, and Marines and tanks and things, they hold position, but you're not clearing positions with them necessarily. That advantage, I would argue, it matters just a little bit less And I don't know, maybe I'm on Spirit Copium here, but that is at least one argument to make. Okay, you know what? Maybe this mech attack disadvantage is not quite as bad as we might otherwise say, but for now, +2 on the attack on the way for both sides. Spirit finally adding in those additional starports, going on up to 3. He's got the fusion core, Liberator range on the way, adding in that second factory. So you're absolutely right. The production was not there, but he's starting to find his way there. And hey, he's taking his 5th base just a little faster too.
Yeah, and this is Spirit kind of reading Maru correctly. Oh, as I say that, we do see Maru with a bit of a stim coming on in. He's going to drop one interference matrix. Will get a decent position on this command center. He's going to gun it down instantly. Gets the kill. Only needed the single disable on the tank to kill that command center. I was just about to say, Spirit with a great read on Maru. In order to get himself back into this game economically, he prioritized the 4th and 5th command centers over the additional production. But now Maru quickly snipes down the 3rd CC and will retain the economic lead he had from earlier.
Yeah, that being said, I think I care more about the 5th base for Spirit. I mean, okay, losing an orbital, you never want that, right? It's scans, it's mules, it's super important, especially in a TVT. But with everything else, I mean, I'd rather keep my 5th base alive than my 3rd base alive, just based on how much mining is available there.
Yeah,
but you're right. It's
Maru
still
had
unfortunate.
both.
Yeah, fair. But man, I was about to say too. It's like, you know what? Trading a Raven for a disable on a tank, maybe not all that worth. But yeah, you kill the base and
you kill the base.
Absolutely,
it makes it very worth. Yeah.
So now
Yeah,
building
absolutely.
armor, high-sec auto tracking, all these powerful things that you get out of the it's going to be harder to kill bases from here on out. And I like this steadfast. With the fast morph there on the Vikings, this means that if Spirit wins a fight, if he wins a fight in the air, he's gonna be able to transition that into a ground win on those kind of these awkward late game fights where, you know, you'd win something and it's fine, and then you have to go and it gets a little bit awkward. But I love this drop, and he's gonna be able to deny +3 very quickly. Not gonna get the building armor though.
Oh, but if it's so much more important if he gets that +1 vehicle armor. And he's going for it. Yes, he recognized instantly what the targets were. Very nice from Spirit. He is going to deny it. 6 seconds left. That is huge right there. But at the main fight, the anti-armor missile is a big deal right here. A lot of interference matrices coming on down on these tanks. They're going to buy time and allow Maru to get in on top of the tanks of Spirit. But Spirit's tanks wake back up. He needs to scan. There we go. Will drop those scans, and he's going to be able to get even trades. But I think Maru, as it stands right now, he's done enough to take the air superiority. It's super even, and Spirit is continuing to build Vikings. Maru is going into the Viking Raven, so he's got to be a little bit careful, actually, about this next little phase. Oh, those unsieges were very nice from Spirit. Saves 2 of the 3 tanks that were disabled.
Yeah, that they will. I would have loved to see Spirit just rotate to try to get the 6th base of Maru, right? You had that position.
Yes.
Send the Marines are, I'm not going to say free, and certain like 2,000 minerals a minute, they're not, but they're a little bit easier to spend. And I don't, the planetary wasn't done by then, but I guess Spirit just wasn't aware of it. You talked about air superiority though, Steadfast. Yeah, you know, certainly the Viking count was even, but Spirit is up in those air upgrades, right? He does have air armor, and that means that, you know, I don't know, is it 10 Vikings? Is it effectively +1 Vikings when we're looking at 10 each? Obviously that changes a little bit, but the Vikings will fight better. And now with air attack on the way as well.
And the Liberators.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Maru continuing on this ground mech attack. I mean, it feels like the time of the tanks are not done, but they're not as important.
I'm surprised it's not air upgrades.
Yeah, right?
I feel especially with +1 ship weapons or armor being delayed at like when it was finishing. I really think this is going to be a problem, because right now Maru is relying on the Raven's anti-armor missiles to win him fights. But all they're going to do is equalize once his +1 air armor completes. And there's going to be a timing where it won't even equalize. It's good. It's still going to be too much. And Maru does not have the Raven or the Viking count right now. As it stands, Spirit's got himself a very strong timing that he may not be able to identify because it's going to be a really weird one. But if he goes when his 1-2 air upgrades complete, and it looks like he is positioning himself to do so, this gets very scary for Maru.
That it does. And not only, by the way, is it going to be 3 air upgrades as Maru swings on the left side. Anti-armor missiles are nice, certainly, but it's also +8 Vikings and Raven. Yeah, the Ravens are the difference there, right? It's 8 Ravens versus 8 Vikings. But we were talking about this when this game started. It's about the Vikings and the Liberators, not the Ravens anymore. Marines, they're thinking about stimming in, but that's not going to work out super well. These tanks are going to get so trapped. The Marines are going to try to find something here, Steadfast, but everything is just getting chased away by Maru. Yeah, he's going to get on top of the factory, and that's a problem. But it doesn't feel like Maru's going to struggle to find a fight here. A couple Marines will go down, but the tanks are just getting shredded.
That they are. Now, the siege tanks of Maru did initially have a really nice zoning position. Spirit still needs to get in on top of this army as quickly as possible. He's hesitating with the Liberators. He needs to move those in as soon as possible, but he is worried about a big stim coming on in. Now, his tanks are going to cover, but a lot of interference matrices coming on in. That will be enough to disable these tanks, but there's one more tank for Spirit in the back. However, all the Liberators are going to get cleaned up. We are going to see the Vikings of Spirit winning in the air. It's a super weird, discombobulated fight. Every Raven just about went down. There's that smart servos coming on in. Will allow Spirit to clean this up a little bit quicker. He lost 14 SCVs, but he's still up 4 workers. What a wild game this has turned into. I think I like Spirit's position right now.
He's got the better. He lost 14 workers, but honestly, he could do to lose them. He was up, I think, 20-ish workers on Maru when that happened. And Steadfast, you know, when we talk about late game TVT, it almost feels like you don't want to get that far ahead of your opponent, because then army supply, right, becomes such a problem. But now, okay, so how many he's rebuilt 5 Liberators. That's going to be really nice. Tank siege up on the ground. And the air superiority is just unchallenged at this point, right? 9 Vikings to 4. The Ravens, they don't really do a lot to kind of establish that air control. So Maru is really heavily pivoting back onto the ground, adding in more tanks, more Marines, and some Vikings or some Ravens, sure, but you have to, if you're Maru, you have to take the perfect fight now. And he's just going to have to give the base up. Plus 2 ranged Liberators, you can't fight into that.
No, you do not have a good time doing so. And Maru recognizing that he should go for the counterattack. Spirit, this is a funny Widow Mine.
I love
but
it
it
so
could
much.
actually be huge. Oh, the Widow Mine. It does connect on a Viking, hits a couple of Ravens, not as big as it could have been, but that's just because there's so much HP there. We almost saw a euthermal video in the making.
I mean, it killed 2. It ended up with 2 Ravens dying, which is fantastic. But this concave from Maru is so hard to fight into. So even as much as I love the composition, you got to be careful. All the tanks are going to get knocked down. And now Spirit, he's on run and run and run. He needs this anti-armor missile to end to allow him to fight and get back to the safety, the sweet sucker of his tanks. But even still, Maru now has such a strong position on Spirit's base. And Spirit got 1 base, didn't really get all that much, didn't knock the second one down. So he's got to find a way to take this fight, and it really just seems woefully out of position.
He has been out positioned now twice in this exact location. Oh, Spirit actually unsieged his Liberators trying to kill that, before he killed that 1 tank. Maru is really putting the pressure on, and we talk about the speed of Maru, and it is really taking a toll. This 1 siege tank that was left alive got a lot of value. We are seeing Spirit trying to clean this one up, but this is looking very difficult right here. The tanks are going to land, but the main production is going to be heavily camped. Now, can Maru rebuild enough on the other side of the map to hold what is going to be an inevitable counterattack? And actually, I mean, these Marines are in a good position. There's not a lot of medevacs for Spirit. Hang on, Maru might just win the fight right here and now.
What are we? Okay, yeah, Maru is absolutely winning the fight right now. Tanks will go down, Liberators as well, and Maru somehow makes this game. There's nothing left anymore.
Yeah,
all production's going to get knocked down.
It's all over.
Maru has this game.
Maru is such a miracle of engagements. That was so nice. That was so well done, so decisive. I genuinely feel like Spirit was in a good position there.
Great position, yeah.
But Maru is just so decisive.
It's so tempting to bring your army forward like that. And you know what, Steadfast? You want to know what what breaks this game down? Spirit had a 20 worker lead. He didn't have 20 army supply to sit there to defend his 3rd base, to defend that position. And when he brings his army together, yeah, you know, he fights in a straight up army. If he is set up, he can win the fight. But when Maru starts multitasking, that's when the supplies really start to matter. And sometimes that happens. So Spirit, his economy was too good. And that kind of ended up being his undoing a little bit.
I think even more so than that, I think it was just the fact that Maru was so decisive with the counterattack, and Spirit, he scrambled and he wasn't able to clean things up quickly enough. He wasn't able to get back into position quickly enough. And Maru was able to force the fact that the air superiority didn't matter as much. Didn't matter as much. It was... God, I'm just so bloody impressed with Maru all the time. Like,
oh, man.
That was a very difficult position, and Maru made it look like it was the simplest, easiest position he could have been in. I really, really have to give credit to Maru for that one, because he made that look easy when he had no business doing so.
Yeah, that was, and it's funny. I look at that. Maru, you're right. Maru did it twice. One time he found his way in. He got some production, but honestly, probably a bad trade for Maru, all things considered. But it proved to him that position was open. And then you would have expected to see Spirit go and respawn. Have contingencies in place. Make sure that he's aware and safe and ready and good to defend that. But instead, he doesn't. He's not able to find that. He's not able to make that happen. And that just means that Maru, he takes one game, and now we move on to Royal Blood. It's a much shorter map, a much smaller map here. And I think if we're talking about anything, given how that game ended, and we talked about Spirit's mentality, we were favoring Maru going into this series, but we absolutely have to favor Maru now.
Yes, and this is where, as Maru, you do a weird build. This is where Maru's superpower, and I mean, it's unfair to say just one because he has so many superpowers, but this is where his superpower kicks into overdrive, because this is when he does something really mind-breaky and gets in his opponent's head forever.
Yeah. So let's see whether Spirit has the mental to come back into this series, or whether Maru just flexes one of his many superpowers, as Steadfast said, because Game 2 is on Royal Blood, and it's right here. And in the upper right, he's down a game. Oh, man, he absolutely could have won that first one, but falls down anyways due to superior positioning. It's Spirit.
And his opponent showing us why we have so much faith in him for Onside Gaming. It is Maru. Man, that really was just a masterclass from Maru. Like, I know we say it all the time, but it stands... It bears repeating. It is definitely worth it to repeat 100%. And look at this.
Mind
Maru,
games.
Yeah. if I'm predicting something, and I'm usually pretty good about predicting pro players' tendencies, if I'm predicting something, a lot of times that means other players are predicting something. And Spirit he's going for it. He's going for this scout. He's looking all over the place. Maru's just like, yeah, okay. Like, cool. I'm just playing standard. Like, don't worry about it. It's fine.
So, Steadfast, going back to the previous discussion, are you trying to tell me that Mario's good at the video game?
There is I'm trying to say that there's a special, like, additional flavor that Maru has to it, where he just wins a lot of mind games.
So he's
just
good
by being Maru sometimes,
So what I'm hearing here is just if you want to win games, just be Maru and don't not be Maru. Easy.
Yeah. Step 1, be Maru. Step 2, don't not be Maru.
Yeah, it works out well. Step 3, profit. Actually, question marks, but then you profit. So
yeah.
Maru playing standard like this, barracks, double gas factory, command center, that type of build. Obviously, we're not going to see Maru play the proxy that you expected, that Spirit expected, that I think a lot of us expected. But where does he go from here? He got a little bit of damage done, delayed the command center by half a second. It really didn't end up impacting things all that much. Certainly, it was the late game that ended that game. But where do you want to see Maru go here, given what we saw in Game 1, given kind of maybe where you expect the mind games to be?
That is a really good question, because Maru isn't just a late game player. He isn't just a mid game player. He can kill you at any stage. And that is part of that comes down to that superpower I was talking about. It makes him so unpredictable, so difficult to deal with. And obviously, once you take away the builds, he's still an elite level player, but he does have those builds. Now, this is something that he said himself, that he was a little bit critical of himself for going for against Oliveira, because he was like, Young had so much faith in him. He was like, oh, you'll just win if you do tank drop every game. But it is a comfort play, and it is a good build on this map particularly. You know, you can set the tank up here. You can get a little bit of chip damage in, and you can cause mistakes. And so that's what Maru is going to try and go for here. He is going to go for this 4 Marine tank drop.
And certainly the thing we have to talk about as well is, I mean, Oliveira, in that series, he had, you know, the skeins of fate were guiding him forward. He had I mean, I don't care what Maru would have done. Like, Maru was not winning that series. It was not fated. But Spirit does not have the skeins of fate wrapped around here, but this is a nice concave. Tank's going to take pretty heavy damage, but it does siege up eventually. Will go down, but for the cost of pretty much every single Marine. Now, Cyclone is nice, gets a lock on, kills more, and Maru loses his tank, trades army for army, and really no economic damage here.
No economic damage, and he didn't see the fact that Spirit has gone for a very fast 3rd and 4th gas. Now, I wonder if Spirit knows that Maru hasn't seen this, because this is an indicator of like a 2-star port build or something like that. Something funky, definitely a cheese type play from Spirit. But I wonder if Spirit's now going to be a little bit hesitant to go for that. He hasn't yet thrown down the additional starport. He hasn't yet thrown down a potential additional 2nd factory. I'm really curious what the plan is right now, because Spirit's starting to float a little bit of money, and he hasn't declared it. There we go. It is going to be a 2nd factory. Okay, so it is going to be what I thought, but it's not as quick as it could have been.
Yeah, so mech play coming out of Spirit here. We're going to have to see, again, it's not going to be the double starport play, right? We're not going to have that Viking all in, which I think is technically mech. I think we can consider that a mech play, but I think what we were seeing there from Spirit was, okay, Maru's pressuring me. Maru is putting, you know, damage on my side of the map. I have to be careful here. I want to make sure that I can build all my defense possible. I don't want to spend extra, I think, minerals on top of the gas. Of course, you need to spend gas to get a 2nd factory, but minerals as well. I want to make sure I don't die. So I'm going to delay my factory a little bit, and also, you know, plus side, it means that Maru is less likely to scout things. So now that 2nd factory is done. We got a bunch of tanks on the map already, looking at 3, and again, Steadfast, you're saying this is what we expect. Where does Spirit push then? Is it on 4? Is it on 4 tanks? Is it a 6? Kind of, what's the timing we're looking for? Actually, 3rd base. Okay.
I'm a little bit confused right now, because it feels like Spirit, I don't know what the play is off this, because this normally is a very heavily dedicated push setup, but Spirit, I think he really second-guessed himself here with Maru kind of putting the aggression in on top of him. And Maru's infrastructure, everything is already so well set up. I'm a little bit concerned for Spirit. Oh, we are going to see a trade Cyclone for Cyclone. But Maru's the one putting pressure on. When Spirit's done like a 2-base opener, I'm a little bit worried for Spirit right now.
I mean, I think this timing from Spirit, right? We have, what are we at? Like 6 tanks, 3 Ravens, a couple Vikings. I mean, this is powerful, certainly from Spirit, even if the army supplies are equal. But I think what we're seeing from Spirit here is, okay, you know what? I delayed things a little bit. I do want to make sure that I have some way to get back into this game. And realistically, Steadfast, it's all about the gas count for this army. It's not about the minerals. So if you're floating a little money, you can build that 3rd base anyways. So for now, well, the 3rd base is going to get forced here. There is stim, but there are no combat shields. There are no +1. So Spirit's going to find himself in a pretty nice position here. Auto turrets get spammed everywhere, but most of the tanks get shut down. So Maru is just making this look as easy as pie. It's 8 workers for everything. No, that's not what Spirit wanted.
That was by all accounts an anti-timing, because it was before 1-1 in combat shields, but it didn't matter because Spirit had no business being on the map with that army. And it all comes down to Spirit, I think, getting attacked early and kind of hesitating, second-guessing himself. And then he still went for the play anyways while taking a 3rd base. Maru, I think he's just going to win the game right this instant. Yeah, there it is. GG gets called. Maru will take the 2-0. And there was that mental effect, that mental pressure of going up against a player of Maru's caliber and pedigree. Game 1, super close. Spirit looked great. Game 2, I hope he can just put it out of his mind.
Yeah. It's one of those things where, you know, sometimes everything goes wrong. Nothing goes right, and then it's like, well, this feels bad. But that does mean that Maru, again, moves on. He is, again, can't make the playoffs directly now. Not anymore, because he did lose that first series, but he can put himself in the final. In knockout round 6, if that is what he decides to do. But for now, what this does mean is that Spirit is in, has found himself in knockout stage round 2. So he's not out just yet, but he will have to find his way through 3. What are these? Best of 3s, best of 5s?
I think they're. Give me a sec.
They're best of 5s.
I think they're best of 5s.
Yeah.
I think you get seeded directly into the best of 5s for these ones, even if you're in. Yeah,
you do. So he's gonna have to fight his way through 3 best of 5s to make it to the playoffs, which is doable. Certainly, someone's gonna have to, but that doesn't feel good.
It's gonna be tough. That is for sure. We will see Maru though fighting for an opportunity to guarantee a top 12 finish for himself. Now, of course, he's not looking to do that, but he would love to find himself just a single best of 5 away from making it into that top 8 playoff setup, which is what you can get if you come 3rd, 4th is what they're calling it in the seeding stage. The whole format is a little bit confusing, but that's what we're here for.
Yeah.
We're here to break it down for you. Exactly.
And it's one of those things, right, where because of how the format is, you cannot in this seeding stage, in this open bracket stage, whatever you're playing in, losing a single series, it makes your run to the championship so much harder. It's incredibly punishing, right? You know, by losing that one series, Maru can't do better than top 12. Now, generally, if we see something like this, you know, you at least have a second shot to qualify at. You know, like maybe it's a little bit easier, but regardless, Maru, I think he is still somewhat likely to do so. He's going to run into probably. Let me look at the bracket here. Probably going to run into, what is that? Probably Astrea, I think, in the next round. If it's that mini bracket kind of stays consistent, so that's definitely doable for him, even if Astrea looks solid against Spirit. And then, hey, knockout round 4, easy qualification. But friends, we do have more things on the way because we are blessed. We get Björn and Scarlet. That's going to be fun. Lower bracket round 4A. You know, the other side of the first round of the lower bracket here of Group A. But that's going to happen right after our break. See you then.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone, to more pseudo knockouts. No one goes home yet, but if you lose this matchup, it's going to be hard because we're looking still at the lower bracket round 1 of Group Stage A, if that's what you want to call it. And that means that if you get knocked out here, if you lose here, you're moving down to knockout bracket round 2, and you have 3 best of 3s to even make the playoffs. That's a tough road to go. And beyond Scarlet, neither of them steadfast. That's not a path either of them really want to take.
No, it certainly isn't. And it's not just best of 3s, it's best of 5s, which makes it even more complicated because then you're kind of running up against players that, especially with how it's going to be a gauntlet. So you'll be playing someone who has got to watch you during this. And they might, these are pro players. They really know the ins and outs of the game very well. So they're going to be able to identify certain weaknesses that maybe some of the players are showing off. So for example, right now, Scarlet, her defense against drop play versus Bunny in game number 1 looked shaky at times. Players might look at that and say, okay, I'm going to put a little more emphasis on drops. I'm going to tailor some builds around that. So it is just a really uncomfortable situation to be in, especially when your opponent has all that time to prepare a specific best of 5 plan for you.
Yeah, granted, Steadfast, this is a weekender tournament, and there's only so much time that you can spend to actually... This isn't the GSL, right? You can't go and say, I have a solid week to develop 1 best of 3. Okay, that's not quite true. And, players... They will be adapting a little bit, certainly, but we're not going to have, again, it is an advantage, but I don't know that it is nearly as massive as it otherwise. It could be. The big issue more than anything is you just have more best of 3s, more best of 5s to have to win. And, stats say the more you play, the more likely it is you lose. And we're going to ignore that misapplication of stats because game 1 of this team kill, of this, not an elimination match, but of this knockout, of this lower bracket, round 1 of our Group A is now ready, Steadfast, and we're just going to get right on into it. In the upper left, in the red. He looks solid against Solar. Let's see if he can take down his teammate. It's Beyond.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right. She needs your energy. It is the Shopify Rebellion Scarlet. And we got something that needs a little bit of talking about. Because we didn't see it in this previous series, but if it's a Korean Terran, if it's a Terran in general, and a best of 5, best of 3, best of 7, you know that something like this is always a possibility. It's going to be a proxy 3 racks, and the difference between proxy 2 racks defense, proxy 3 racks defense is notable, but Scarlet is going to be able to see this very soon with this overload. That's actually huge that she will be able to get this advanced warning. Yeah, she'll see it.
Steadfast, she's going to see 2 barracks.
Yes.
She's going to read this as a 2 racks. And
potentially.
I mean...
It is quite common to hide that 3rd barracks.
Yeah, but what are you going to be able to tell? You're going to see the 3rd SCV eventually coming in to make the bunker, but she's not. Actually, she might catch it on the edge of vision here, but there is not a lot here to tell Scarlet that this is actually a 3 racks. And Steadfast, the holes are so different.
They are drastically different, yes. But she is building a Roach Warren in the 2nd gas. That is a good way to play against a proxy 3 racks, more so than against a proxy 2 racks. So I think she does, in fact, have the read here. At the very least, she is making a choice that is going to be a good one. But Beyond recognizes he sees the Roach Warren, sees the quick 2nd gas. He might just go straight up into the main base and try and get something done. Scarlet does start up 6 lings of the natural after she was scouted that she had built no lings. If Beyond had kind of gone straight for the gut right away, he's gonna go as the queen pops out. Scarlet, that was a nice timing though. Those lings, they were queued up to finish when the queen did, and she survives a scary little moment. She will lose this hatchery. There is no saving it at this point. She's already decided to give it up, but she is preparing for the retake, and Beyond doesn't manage to get some big pickoffs.
No, and I like this creep tumor as well. It's so important to be able to fight down the ramp. So you might say, yeah, okay, why in the world did she spend energy there? Transfuses are so important, but you got to have creep. A, to transfuse it, and B, just so you can find position on it. But Bjorn's not giving up, right? He's adding a tech lab on one of these barracks here. So he's going to add Marauders on top of this second bunker going down. And by the way, Steadfast, yeah, there's a creep tumor there. It's great. It's really important. But the range of the creep is not nearly as much as that hatchery provided. So the bunkers can move a little bit further forward if that's what Bjorn would like. And you add this concussive shell, you add these Marauders in. Well, they're pretty solid against a bunch of roaches.
They are quite good. Now, you do eventually hit a critical mass of Ravagers where you're able to kill bunkers. Technically, the number is 7, but if you go with 6 and a volley of the Ravager fire, you will kill that bunker. Now, Scarlet, oh, I don't know about this. I don't know about this at all. She will kill the SCVs. And actually, no, she kills one of them. Oh, no, the Overlord. She cannot afford to lose those on the low ground, but it means she has to go to the low ground. Nice transfuse. But she will lose one of these Ravagers. Now, she really wants to break this bunker now, and she does, but it will come at the cost of a queen. Scarlet, though, if she can push Beyond off the low ground, maybe.
But
this is uncomfortable. Oh, no.
Yeah, this is losing. You cannot lose Ravagers in a game like this. Losing queens was already painful enough, and with concussive shells being done here, I mean, the Ravagers, they just continue to fall. Yes, Beyond is losing army, but he's going to have another bunker to retreat to very soon. He continues to get damaged on these Ravagers. And again, that's the problem. This army that Beyond has built for himself is something that is, or that Scarlet has built for herself, is something that is not supposed to die. These Ravagers, they're 100 minerals, 100 gas a pop. Their job is to trade well over time. And at some point, the scan was dropped here as well. So Beyond, he denies all the creep on the natural. The bunkers continue just to push.
Yeah, this is a funny side effect of how creep works right here. Scarlet needs to spread these biles out a little bit more. She needs to, it's good that she's keeping the pressure on, but she needs to spread them out a little bit. She's adding a Baneling Nest. This is such a funny one base versus one base setup. Beyond knows that if he knows that he needs to keep Scarlet from spreading out at the bottom of the ramp, because that's when things get really tricky. We are going to see another scan coming on in. Ooh. Will be able to find, does get the creep tumor. That's good. Scarlet, though, she can, she actually inject to stack another one instead of dropping a creep tumor. I mean, it's not too big of a deal, but these little mistakes are notable. But yeah, this is one base versus one base, and it's a big commitment on both players.
It is, and you know, knocking the creep spread on the one hand is nice, right? Because there's less vision on the low ground, there's less positioning. But Bjorn does have to be careful. He can't push his bunkers too far forward because, well, there are biles, and they can knock them down pretty much from the high ground. So really not a good use of resources. Even still, though, 6 Banelings are on the way, and Steadfast Stim is on the way, but it's not done yet. Give it, I don't know, 20 seconds. So there will be a timing as these Banelings flood down the ramp. Yeah, she's got to go right now, and here she goes. Okay, yeah. 2 bunkers here. Concave ready for Bjorn. Stim done in 15 seconds, but he's not going to have it. And now the bunkers there are going to get absolutely busted. Bjorn runs away, builds a wall with the Marauders. So the Banelings, they bust the bunkers here, Steadfast, and importantly, these bunkers, they're not coming back. The creep is there. Bjorn has to give the position up, and immediately, natural coming down from Scarlet here. Is she out of the waters, though? Is she out of the woods?
I mean, she's going to be able to expand, but Bjorn's expansion is a little bit faster. No. This is a trap. This is bait. You cannot go down into this. She can drop biles the same way she has been before, but she's got to be careful. And the best she can hope to do is kind of maybe hope Bjorn makes a mistake, but he should be very dancy with this army. He doesn't have a lot of macro to do at home. This is a bold scan. This is now the 3rd scan he's dropped this game. Oh, corrosive biles. Okay, nope. They're not going to force out a stim. Scarlet has to know that stim is done. I think Bjorn's trying to draw her down the ramp and make her think that stim is not done, and then he takes a really good fight with a great spread. But Scarlet, she's got to know this at this point. This is such a funny game, but it is so nifty.
Okay, I was going to say, I love that we have Bjorn. Oh, he got a marine trapped. Okay, never mind. I was going to say, I love that Bjorn is just still producing from the map. He has not sent his barracks back up. I mean, it makes sense. He's all in. But now Combat Shields is under heavy threat. So Bjorn, he's got to hold on to this position, but he won't be able to. So you got Stim, you got Concussive Shells out of this position, but he seems like, maybe that barracks goes down if you got the good biles on it. But
yeah, it should. Yeah, okay. It should die.
He's not going to.
You just don't want to let it get any scout right now.
Yeah.
I don't think Scarlet should counterattack. I think she should just chill.
No.
She could potentially try and go hunting for the other 2 barracks, but that would be a little bit bold and would leave her potentially out of position for a big run by. But now this is really funny. This is just a really funny game because it's going to settle into a macro game with Byun definitely in an economic lead, but Scarlet has like a really big army that Byun won't want to push into. And like you said, the combat shields went down. 4 bunkers. Byun is terrified of a counterattack.
I mean, he has no production. By the way, look at the income graph. It's a beautiful little spike and it goes down immediately.
Yep.
But anyway, you're right. But Byun has no production, right? He lost one
he needs
barracks.
to do something like this. He's terrified for good reason.
But, you know, Steadfast, the good news is that if you salvage all 4 bunkers, you effectively only had to buy 1 bunker because that's how the math works. So,
yeah,
it's a heavy expenditure, and it does mean that Byun can't build other things as much as he would like. But if he survives this and they don't go down, he's really it's not that expensive.
Well,
I mean, okay.
I wouldn't say that.
In
that's
the context,
that's a 3rd command center.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is
it's big. It lets Scarlet back into this game in a huge way, despite the economic disadvantage.
Sorry, what I'm saying is like if he survives the total aggregate cost. But yes, from a timing perspective, absolutely, it does slow Byun down. But now, I mean, Scarlet, she's doing exactly what you expect. There's no, she's not pushing. She's opening up paths. Certainly, all the rocks are down. So, Byun defending his 3rd is going to be hard. But she's got her lair. She's got 1-1 on the way. She's developing herself into this game in a way that Byun, even as he does have that 3rd command center, even as he did get that command center faster, from a tech perspective, he's just not able to do the same. Yeah, okay, 1-1 on the way now, adding that combat shields, but the next fight that Byun takes, Scarlet, her army's going to be pretty strong.
Yeah, it'll certainly be a strong army in general. She will have centrifugal hooks, that Bane speed upgrade. She's getting up to now the gases on her 4th base, or 3rd base, I should say. Doesn't have them at the natural because, I mean, she's been mining off 2 gas in the main base for such a long time that even with the double upgrade setup, she's still doing pretty well. This is just a funny game overall. I'm really curious to see where Byun goes with this, and I'm very surprised to see Widow Mines when there are so many Ravagers on the field. Like, I guess tanks are going to be uncomfortable anyways, but I don't know. This is funny. Ooh, this is a nice little jump from Byun. Grabs 2 Ravagers and a Queen and only loses a single Marine. That was brilliant from Byun.
Oh, man. Byun just, sometimes he looks a little bit awkward. This pressure was interesting, but sometimes he just looks absolutely superb, and you're like, okay, Byun, like that's just not even fair. It's not right what you're able to do. But again, we talk about Byun here. The one thing we have to point out is by losing that 1st series, he's gonna have to play a lot more. And the one thing we always talk about with Byun is like, how is he going to be able to sustain his form over the course of a weekend tournament? And for now, hey, that timing, it did. Honestly, it kind of equalized things more than anything else. But now we're going into the mid game, and he's already played a couple long games against Solar. But for now, again, he's looking like he's looking pretty good.
Yeah, he's looking comfortable. He's looking comfortable. He's looking poised. He's not making any mistakes. Very patient, Byun. And Scarlet's just going to lose this Queen. She's had a lot of creep cleared up. Byun making really nice moves here in this mid game. Has been very patient with his stim as well, and he is setting up for a really strong push on this top side. I was just gonna say one more scan and he can clear out a lot of this creep that is guarding these bases. Scarlet really doesn't want to lose this last tumor, but it is important to note Scarlet's 2-2 timing is so far ahead of Byun's.
Yeah, but we're going to see Byun. I mean, he's setting up for the push now, not in 30 seconds now, not for 45 seconds from now, when that timing will matter. He's pushing on his upgrade parity on 1-1 versus 1-1. Now, Scarlet, of course, may prevent that from happening. It seems like this drop on the left side doesn't get much done, but that's what Byun is looking for. Now, again, he hasn't found it just yet, but now pretty much his entire army is together on this north side, and that's a lot of Marines, that's a lot of Marauders, and, well, Scarlet, she's kind of flowing in the wrong direction here. She's responding to 2 medevacs with her entire army, and Byun, he doesn't know about this though, so Scarlet, she will find her way back in time, but it's scary F2 Steadfast.
Yeah, it's definitely an uncomfortable position, but for me, I'm more concerned about the lack of creep right here.
Yeah,
the Marauders are going to do such a good job tanking Banelings. The Widowmines in behind this make this uncomfortable. +2 Carapace is going to complete Scarlet, going to try and get a little bit of a mind drag, but it won't happen too much. Oh, Banelings. Oh, that was funny. Beyond split into the Banelings, and then Scarlet didn't, like, detonate them. So it was a small little funky mini skirmish right there. Corrosive Biles will clear out one of these mines. This is what I was talking about a little bit, where the Ravagers are so good against those mines if you slow push with them. But I do like this one mine in the bushes. I think that's pretty nifty from Beyond. Does have another army moving up on the left side. Scarlet, though, finished up her hive. 3-3 Adrenal Glands and an Ultra Cavern are on the way.
And oh man, generally I really don't like. Oh, I love this fake, by the way, with the Medivacs, just trying to really distract Beyond as just distract Scarlet as Beyond tries to find his way on this base. But the Mind Drag is actually going to be really nice. So Beyond doesn't find anything there. And on the north side, well, the army of Scarlet, even if there's no creep, and there's no creep connecting the bases, that's how much of a problem this is. She is going to be able to stay alive. And Steadfast, as I was trying to say before Beyond so rudely interrupted me, in a game like this, I love the Marauders. Beyond is not, he's only on 4 bases right now, or excuse me, I love the Ultras. Beyond is just barely getting on his 4th base right now. He will not have Ghost Academy. He won't have anything like that that really deals with these Ultras super well, and especially with the upgrade disadvantage. So that's gonna be really nice. Oh, nice Widowmine shot there, and Beyond gets a second one as well, gets a third even, but by the third one, really no value. But Beyond, he has to figure out what's happening here, because this army that he has, as these Ultras start to hit the field, as Chitinous Plating starts to hit the field, it will be a problem. And it looks like his answer for now is, I'm just gonna move in. His army, there's no creep there, and it's a nice position. But Scarlet, she looks for the surround here. Widowmine's coming in from one angle, though. Beyond retreats, picks up, runs away, and he's gonna be pretty happy with that trade, especially if he gets this base. But no, in fact, Scarlet the one. Banelings get really solid connections.
Yeah, that felt like I don't know if I like that movement from Beyond on the top side. It felt a little bit like he went kind of deep on creep and didn't anticipate Scarlet kind of swinging in from the back. We will see this army on the left side is getting dealt with, but Scarlet's slowly but surely losing, falling further and further behind in supply right now. Beyond is really keeping the tempo up against her very effectively.
And it's weird too, right? Because it's like 2,000 resources lost differential. Scarlet, she's got a mind. I mean, her economy is not quite where we would like it to be, but it hasn't been that bad this game. It really is. Scarlet was saving a lot of money to try to get this army up, and as that's not happening, we're seeing a pretty significant supply differential here. Meanwhile, that finally Beyond has the move. He's going to try to find his way on top of the base. Banelings get targeted, but not enough. These Biles, they're not going to kill the Medivacs, but they do force everything back. And now Scarlet, she's got 3-3. Ultras are done. She has Chitinous Plating done in about 20 seconds. So if she's going to find her timing, Steadfast, this is going to have to be it. The Ultras are done. Chitinous Plating is done. 3-3 is done. If she beats an army, I mean, that's what she's going to have to do. But Beyond isn't giving her that army to beat. He's got an army on the left side, an army on the right side. There can be no one big fight.
Yeah, but the drop on the top right might just snipe this base. Scarlet does get back into position. She managed to actually connect with a couple of Banelings. Main fight on the bottom left is... I mean, the fact that there's just no creep just makes this so difficult for the Zerg to engage into. But the upgrades are a big deal here. Scarlet, I mean, she hasn't been able to find the fight she's been looking for, but this actually might be it. She takes it a little bit on creep. Oh, that's a big mind drag on the tail end. Scarlet getting some really nice Bailey connections and friendly fire Widowmines. And just like that, the supplies have suddenly flipped in favor of Scarlet. And that is a really nice find. Big corrosive bile on the tail end, taking down that last Widowmine. Scarlet all of a sudden finds herself in a great position after being kind of on the back foot for about, well, really since the beginning of the game, I would say.
Yeah, Steadfast, what we saw right there more than anything was the upgrades. Okay, well, you know, that's not great. But yeah, it was the upgrades.
Could have been a lot worse.
The Lings and the Bane, yeah, it could have been. The Lings and the Banes were just not dying. Widowmines, oh God, here, Scarlet, you got to split against that one instead. Well, upgrades matter a lot against the bio, absolutely. But Widowmines, their spells Steadfast, they don't care about your upgrades.
No, they do not. It did friendly fire down a couple of the medevacs, so now Beyond only has 13 instead of 15. But the drop on the top side does find this base. The medevac died to a spore crawler, but it was totally all right here. We're going to see Lings and Maids moving forward, trying to get some mind drags here. A lot of these medevacs are so deep in the red. One Widow Mine could take down multiple medevacs if it does friendly fire in the right way. So Beyond's got to be extremely careful, but the addition of Liberators is going to be very useful against these Ultras. As it stands right now, Fungal Growth is really the only anti-air that Scarlet has, and there's only two Infestors here. There's 5 Queens as well, but I mean, no, what am I talking about? The Ravagers. You can Corrosive Bile.
Yeah, certainly. But now we're going to have the army moving forward. Fungals. Oh, okay, that's actually going to be a great fungal on the medevacs, but you got to chain them up together, and that's not going to happen. Bailey's connection on the left side, and you just punch right through the Liberator's Biles will kill them. And now Scarlet, okay, lost the army on the right side here. So now that's the problem, right? This army, it needs creep. It needs to be able to chase, needs to get those surrounds. And when you move off creep, it's a bit scary. And the second problem.
No.
Oh. That's not what you want. The second problem, by the way, Bjorn did Bjorn things, and Bjorn, if there's a Terran that does not like planetaries, well, it's the player we're looking at. He has 4 orbitals on position, so his first 4 bases are orbitals. He's been mining more out of 4 bases than a Terran normally would, and because of all the pressure he's been putting on, and again, that's how he likes to play, Scarlet has not been able to get run bys. She has not gotten Lings into that base. She's not been able to punish the lack of defense that Bjorn has, so the economy, it's better on 4 bases than we would kind of normally look at and say, oh yeah, 4 base Terran. We kind of know how that goes. So finally, run by on the other side with Ultras and with Lings, but this is a base that only has 4 mineral patches. It doesn't matter nearly. Getting the armory is certainly nice, but it doesn't matter nearly as much as now Scarlet comes flooding down the ramp here, trying to take advantage of some distraction, but really only loses an Ultra in the exchange, and that's not worth at all for Scarlet.
No, it's unfortunate to lose that, but I do want to emphasize the loss of that armory actually does make the Widow Mines way less effective. It actually, once they fire, they are going to be visible. So that's actually kind of a big deal. Nice Corrosive Biles clean up that one Widow Mine. Scarlet is in a position where it feels like she's on the verge of maybe being able to get a big counterattack done, but at the same time, she hasn't been able to find it yet.
No, certainly. So Liberator, CJF once again, Widow Mines as well. They're going to get targeted down. One on the right side really doesn't get much of anything. But again, off creep with Ultras. There are no Infestors here. There's nothing to slow this army down. Biles, they're going to try to kill the Liberator, but there just aren't enough Ravagers anymore to one-shot. It's only 2 Ravagers, so you need more Scarlet. I know it's weird to build Roaches, but you do need that anti-air as well. Now the Liberators will finally go down. Scarlet on the chase here, trying to find that something, but she's just sitting. She's stuck in the concave from Bjorn. Is so nice here, but the Ultras, they get on top of everything. So Bjorn kiting away and kiting away and kiting away. Lings and Ultras getting on top, and finally, Scarlet is breaking on through just a little bit. The Biles, they're not going to land. They get on top of a couple medevacs, but nothing really falls. Meanwhile, on the right side, Scarlet deals with the drop, does not lose the base. So Steadfast, you talked about finally breaking on through. It feels like Scarlet, at least for the moment, started to do that. The economy of Beyond, not where it needs to be, but these Infestors running right through the liberation zones. It's not. You need the You're playing a game like this against Beyond. You need to slow them down. You need those Infestors.
Yeah, and Beyond, despite everything, might be starting to really make it happen here. We do have the Ravagers able to clear out that one Liberator on the front, but this is looking very dangerous. One medevac does go down. Another one so low on HP, but it will survive. This medevac setup for Beyond, I talked about it. He was on 15 medevacs at one point. He's on 6 now. 4 of them have a combined HP of like 12? That's exactly what it is. Math on stream, do it.
Yeah, I mean, the combined HP of not is really the story there.
Low, yeah.
Oh, man.
Fungal. Ooh.
No, doesn't quite get it, but Lings have a pretty solid surround here, finding forward, and there are no Widow Mines in this army anymore, so nothing to kill the Lings easily, so they're just going to continue to chase and chase and chase and chase. Widow Mines on the right side, but they're not going to find what they want, not just yet. Steadfast, imagine if Scarlet had 1 Viper.
It'd be a good Viper. Even a Fungal Growth on the medevacs at this point would kill 2 of them, I believe. No, it would kill 3 of them, actually.
Yeah, but for now.
But she actually just gets completely cleaned up right here. Oh, my goodness. And she's going to lose the Infestors as well. Hang on.
I'm
Drop on the right side. Oh, Man, these medevacs are held together by string and duct tape, and right now they are running out of string.
It's giving the duct tape a lot of credit right now. So Scarlet down 20 army supply. Widow Mines look to burrow up. They're on the Ultra. It's damaged, certainly so. Another Ultra goes down. Scarlet takes the fight against the reinforcements here. Doesn't want to fight the main army, not just yet. And I like the decision, right? You're bleeding out. You're losing Ultras like this. Your economy, it's only 68 drones. It's not all that much. Lings look for the surround, but the Ultras, they go down again. And Steadfast, you will gladly let the Lings survive if you kill the Ultras every time. It's so expensive in a game like this, but Scarlet, she's gonna get the orbital here. Beyond slow on the pickup. And you know, we talked about Beyond having maybe a couple more orbitals at this stage than a Terran normally would, but that's one less, and now he's only on 3.
And it's important to note as well, Scarlet's got this new base up on the top right side. Beyond just scanned it. Scarlet, if she can hold that base, that will be very beneficial for her here. Beyond targeting down all the changelings. Okay, there we go. I was going to say all the changelings but one on the bottom side. But he's actually pulling the SCVs into this a little bit. Beyond is kind of in do or die mode a little bit. Scarlet, oh, she hits a huge Widowmine shot. Another one does not get dragged in the way she wanted it to. That was all the Lings of Scarlet getting cleaned up. She's got more coming in from the back. Infestors, they've never had pathogen glands. They keep coming out without energy ready to fire. She should have just given up this base, but she tried to hold it, and it has cost her dearly.
Steadfast, she had the Banelings 80-90% done when she took that fight. Like, of all the anti-timings, that was one of the worst I've seen. Oh man, maybe she doesn't understand how good of a position her economy was. She could, yes, 8 mineral patches, that was a key component of her economy, but she has the north side base retaken,
and a lot of creep up here.
Yeah, like she could have lost that base totally and been totally, well, maybe not totally fine, but really in not that bad of a situation, and just rotated north and just kind of defended that position. And now Beyond on the high ground here. He's got first mover's advantage. Lings run forward, but here's the surround coming in from Scarlet. Can she find what she wants? Widow Mines are going to go so massive, but Ultras into Fungals, it doesn't matter. Here comes the, okay, second Fungal finds their way in. Baneling's got the connection. Can Scarlet punch right on through? Barely, just barely, but the Marauder's personal healing is so powerful, and there are no Fungals anymore. Not really. Scarlet down 20 army supply, but importantly, she does not keep this base up. Not anymore. And just one too many mistakes has been the issue from Scarlet this game. She's going to keep the drones alive, at least some of them. But now, her mining is shattered here. Losing one base, fine. Losing two, this stage of the game, your outlying mining bases. Oh, and she's going to lose a queen as well. Oh, man.
And now Beyond is going to be able to have this lifted command center from the main base. It is going to be landing momentarily. The creep is, it is dissipating in about 3 seconds. And he's going to be able to land at, yeah, there it is right now. It does, of course, need to land at, but that's fine. Scarlet is, she was in a good position. If she had given up that base, I think that's going to end up being the difference maker here. In a game with so many chaotic, intense moments, it is unfortunate when it comes down to just one big decision like that, but I think that's going to be the case. Now, she does still have 2 Infestors, an Ultra. She's got 2 fully charged Vipers, but the time of those Vipers being so valuable was before, when the medevac count was so much bigger. Ooh, this could be big for Beyond. Nope, Scarlet saves him.
Yeah, I mean, my Zercopium does say Steadfast that Scarlet is mining like 1,000 minerals more than Beyond is, and more gas as well. I mean, that's less relevant here, but she has been able to kind of reestablish the base that she lost early on. I mean, she needs anti-air here, so that's, the Liberators are going to be obnoxious for a time, but even as Beyond does take this north side base, and even as he, I mean, technically should be heavily muling, he's got 178 energy on that command center. Like, he should be heavily muling this base to get some money, but I mean, as that's not happening, her economy, despite losing that north side base, despite losing the south side base, is really not in that bad of a position. And she's taking this base from Beyond. You give her 5 minutes, maybe, if and Beyond is going to want to sit for a moment, right? He's going to want to reestablish himself. You give her a little bit of time, and she's going to be able to make up a lot of that gap.
Absolutely. And Scarlet right now should be thinking, okay, bottom side is now my area of influence. That's what I need to focus on. She's got 6 Ultras in the production tab, by the way, and Burrow. And if she can get up to both of those situations, that would be amazing. By the way, there has never been drilling claws. There will not be drilling claws in this game. We don't have it at all. Right now, the Liberators are going to be a problem to deal with. There is a lot of fungal growth energy. Scarlet going to go for it here. She's going to pull the trigger. Ultras from the top. Lane Bane from the bottom. The Parasitic Bomb is good on the Medivacs. Fungal growth is huge. And Scarlet is going to crush the army of Beyond, and she will take a barn burner on game number 1.
Man, and that was Steadfast. That was with 3 Ultras still in production. That was still with a, what is that, 18 supply of a Scarlet just sitting there in production. But oh man, you're back and forth. Like, okay, Scarlet's got this. Obviously, she's got this. Okay, Beyond, obviously, like, no contest. And instead, now it is Beyond. And granted, we do have to say it's offline, online, Beyond best player in the world. Offline, but we do have to point that, like, Scarlet she made a lot of mistakes, absolutely, but so too did Beyond. She did look a lot better than she did against Bunny in that first series. So maybe she's warming up a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And she made the important decisions when she needed to. Mm-hmm. She made the good calls when she needed to. Really impressive stuff. And yeah, she's that's a really nice game. Mm-hmm. After the series she had versus Bunny in the upper bracket. That is a really nice start to this series, especially considering how she turned it around.
Yeah, but we're going to move into, again, we saw Scarlet in game 1, right? Game 1 against Bunny, excuse me. Look solid. Like, look really good, find value. Mistakes, certainly, but was able to win the game in the macro game. And then, well, we just saw Bunny turn it on, and Scarlet looked rough, shall we say, in the next two. So, do we see this happen again? Game 1 is, if there is a map that is maybe not as bad for Zerg, certainly. I would argue, map 1, it kind of fits into that bracket, but Royal Blood, Gun's going to be a little happier about that one.
I mean,
well, actually, I mean,
well,
it is Babylon,
I think Babylon is actually the best Terran map in the pool, in my opinion.
Okay.
So I'm first of all, I'm surprised that it Scarlet let it through. But I mean, it all comes down to stylistic situations, right? Like, she was able to. The reason she won is because of how Babylon is constructed at the very end.
Yeah.
Which is like bases kind of being sent all around, but like there's a lot of really good tank spots on Babylon, and Beyond didn't utilize those at all. Like, he literally didn't make a single tank in that game.
Yeah, well, I mean, part of it was, right? Mass Ravager does mean that it's hard to find that value there. Okay, but it seems like we're going to get into game 2 in just a second. I don't know. I tend to think Royal Blood is it's a pretty solid Terran map, but I think more importantly,
decent.
I had convinced myself that because that game went so long that we played on Gressvan, even though I just cast it, I'm like, Gressvan's a pretty, like, of all the maps, pretty solid for Zerg, even if it was Babylon. So, you know what? Thank you, Steadfast, for bringing me back to reality. But now let's move into game 2. Remember, this started with the 3 racks that kind of equalized. I think all things considered, gave Beyond a 5% advantage, something like that. Does he do it again? Does he? I'm sorry, this is Beyond. He's gonna put 2 barracks in his natural. He's gonna build somewhere between 3 and 6 Reapers, and then go from there. And Sasha, of all people, she's his teammate. I mean, she had the read on the 3 racks despite not scouting it. I think in part probably because they're on the same team and they talk to each other and they practice a little bit. They boot camped, I believe. Actually, I don't know if Beyond was at that boot camp, but anyway, point being, you're going to have that kind of team kill, that ability to make the read. So does Scarlet have the read in game 2 if Beyond does do something like that, kind of 2 racks on the wall type of scenario?
I haven't seen Scarlet's response to that yet.
Mm-hmm.
I have gotten to see this kind of develop, and I see why the Korean Terrans are doing it. They've been experiencing a lot of success with it versus a lot of the Korean Zergs, especially Dark, I think, has had a bit of trouble dealing with it. But Dark is a very different Zerg than Cyril, than Raynor. Dark is a lot more of a player who loves to play by feel. And I think Scarlet, for example, is a lot more For example, she's a lot more mechanically focused and, kind of by the book and figuring things out, the call and response. Whereas, Dark is very intuitive. And sometimes he sacrifices a little bit of the cleanliness of his play. So, maybe he gets something a couple seconds later, a little bit of that sharpness in order to have, a beautiful mural of the game and a really excellent version and understanding of that game. So I'm not surprised that the Korean Terrans are coming in with these 2-Raxes, but it is going to be really interesting to see if we do see that 2-Rax Reaper, the natural, how Scarlet responds.
Yeah.
Because I have no idea how she would.
Yeah, you're right. I don't think I've seen too much. I mean, and part of it is, even if Scarlet was in Korea recently, practicing and getting ready, we didn't see her in EPT Cups a lot. We didn't get to see a ton. Yeah, we saw some in some KSL runs, but for the most part, not a ton of Scarlet's online play, which she is one of those players that does play in online events a little bit less. It's hard to get a really good pulse on her play until she does go and, we see her in a big event, or maybe WTL is going to tell you something. But for now, the one thing that we can tell her, the one thing that she can tell us is that game number 2 is ready. It's Royal Blood. Can she knock Beyond down to the knockout stage? Let's see what happens. And the bottom left in the red. He's down a game here. His life on the line, at least to have a really nice seeding. Doesn't want to go down to the second knockout round. It's Beyond.
And his opponent spawning up at the top right for the Shopify Rebellion. She is Scarlet.
Steadfast, I would like to propose a rule that Scarlet is always red.
By
the way, I'm not going to say I called it, but
oh yeah, no, good call. It's going to be that 2-Rax Reaper.
Although,
and it's going to be interesting to see. Sorry, go on.
The unfortunate thing here, right? I swear, Bjorn does this almost every single game, and I swear, every single time he spawns on the wrong side of the map. I for 80% of the time the add-ons are going to be exposed. It's geez, Bjorn. Clearly it works. I mean, he wins a lot of games with it.
I don't think it really matters, because Beyond is a good enough player that if you were to commit to a build that would try and punish the positioning of those add-ons, it would be very difficult to do. Now, I think so. What I have seen from this build, and what I think is the greatest value of this build in recent history, because you stop at 3 Reapers with this, and it lets you 2-shot lings, 2-shot drones. It's pretty cool. You can get some good grenades, maybe find a queen. What I like the most about this is how it delays your 3rd hatchery so much. It's really uncomfortable for the Zerg player. You really can't take the 3rd hatch, and if you do, the Terran player can just sit on it and deny it. And I think that's the greatest value. And
it does seem like it is going to be the 3 Reaper play coming in. Beyond does have variants of this, by the way. I know you're saying 3 Reaper, whatever. He does. Well, actually, yeah. Never mind. I'm sorry. I read that natural is the 3rd. He is doing the follow-up here. I think
yes, he's doing the 4-Rax.
Yeah, I think you said, was it Beyond did it against Solar? Yeah, no, that's right. Earlier today, because that's the only
Maru did versus Rainer earlier today.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, thank you. So Beyond is the one that does this a lot. Maru does it occasionally, and you're right, because the 3rd base is delayed, because there's all this pressure on, because the creep can be delayed pretty hard. It can A, be hard for the Zerg to scout, and B, because you don't have that position on the map, it can be very hard to hold, because again, you're not gonna have probably not gonna have banelings. Your creep is gonna be delayed a little bit, and then you don't have that surround. You force the Terran to fight into you, and I mean, eventually, if you're running out of positions to micro into, that's never a comfortable position.
No, it's not a comfy position at all. So what Beyond has been doing with this build before, and I was talking about the delayed 3rd base, but it hasn't really come to fruition this game, is I thought he was just going to park the Reapers on the 3rd and just force a cancel, because you will out DPS that, and you can do that. And like I was saying, that's what I really like about this build from Beyond, and what makes it feel so powerful, especially with this 4-Rax Reaper, or not 4-Rax Reaper, 4-Rax Marine Stim Combat Shield setup. But that's not what we're seeing at all.
No.
And I don't know. I'm just not as big of a fan of this. If if you get nothing done with the Reapers, because Beyond didn't even kill a single unit, and then also don't cancel the third hatchery, like I really, yeah, like don't get me wrong, this follow-up can still absolutely get a lot of work done, but I think where it finds its power is by delaying that third hatchery by a significant amount, because then the Zerg's economy can't get rolling.
And now the question really is, okay, Ling's on the, yeah, oop, nope, never mind, they can retreat back to the safety of the Marines, but is the Stim Scout enough to tell Scarlet what's happening? I would think so, right? Because this is a very early Stim, but Scarlet is droning very heavily here.
She's droned way too hard, and it's an SCV pull.
This is the build that Maru used against Raynor, apparently, and Scarlet's not ready. Not at all. She's building 12 lanes. No. There's no Baneling Nest here. This is... Let's see if she can hold it. What does she have? She's got 8 queens. She's got 12 lings. 20 more are on the way. And, you know, it's going to take a little while, but here we go into the natural immediately. Grenade. Scarlet with the concave steadfast. Can she hold?
I don't really see how. She's got so few lings. The drones are going to be pulled. They're not even going to attack before all the lings are dead. The queens are transfusing like crazy, but they will not be enough on their own. Beyond is going to run Scarlet over with this big 4-axe SCV pull. And it turns out, didn't even matter about the third base. Scarlet over-droned way too much. She's super under-respected this build. I think she may have just literally called the bluff on Beyond and said, I don't think you're gonna do this. And now she's dead.
Yeah, she's lost an entire mineral line worth of workers and is still up 10. That is that's a good testament to how much she is overdroned.
Yeah,
and it also is maybe a reason that she could come back. And I mean, she's not going to, but there's
she can't clear the army. No. There's no chance.
What I'm saying, though, I guess is a better way to say that is maybe that's the reason she was staying in the game just a little bit longer. He's like, you know, I still have got an economy. Maybe my Baneling Nest completes, but Beyond finds his way in the main and ends that very, very quickly. But you talk about kind of calling the bluff of Beyond here. I wonder whether that is, again, one of those team kill things where it's like, you know, Beyond does this build a lot. You saw the Stim timing, you saw it researching, you saw it complete, I think she did. And it's like, well, okay, yeah. Beyond has been... Beyond knows that I know that he knows that I know that he's doing this, so he's not going to do it. And then, well, sorry, Scarlet. Beyond actually did it. And now we go to game 3.
Yeah. You always know it's going to be Stim. But the question is whether it's going to be, you know, a quick third command center into maybe this additional bio push, or if it's going to be a 2-1-1, or if it's going to be 3CC into 2-1-1, which is a good option, a great option. And if it is that, specifically that 3CC into 2-1-1, Scarlet's got herself a really nicely kicked off economy. But yeah, she gambled. And she gambled wrong, and because she knows the build, she's familiar with this 4-axe SCV pull. She's seen Beyond, she knows her teammate, but I think she's going to be a little bit more careful and a little bit more cognizant of that. And you know what? That's the kind of gamble that it is okay to make when you're up 0-1 in the series, because if it isn't what it is, then, you know, we're talking about how she's in a great position. Economically, she got away with a bunch of greed, and it's a really nice play, but it just didn't work out that way.
We should, of course, point out this is the second game where she has read 2-Rex, where there was not a 2-Rex, and then not been ready for the follow-up for the heightened aggression. But let's see what happens in game 3. It's Gressvon. It's a massive map. Does Beyond put those 2-Rex in the wall again? Let's find out. And on the bottom right in the blue, looked great in game 1, but game 2, the wrong read. Let's see if she's a little bit more literate this time. It's Scarlet.
And her opponent spawning up at the top left for the Shopify Rebellion as well. He's going for it again. It is Beyond. You know what I'd love to see, though? I'd love to see him plop down a 3rd Rax and just try and kill her with Mass Reaper. Go back to 2016, 2017 Beyond. Just do it. Do it.
Do literally. It's funny. Do you remember the interview that Beyond did at Katowice with Artosis, right? Like, Beyond, you only do a 2-1-1. And Beyond's like, no, I don't.
He's like, I do so many builds. I just have really good micro, so I can pull that one off.
Which is, it's funny now because I'm not going to say Beyond only does the 2-Racks in the wall thing, but
He does it a lot.
This is if Artosis was doing that interview now and was talking about this build, Beyond would have no foot to stand on because he does this like 90% of games.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. He does it a lot of the time now, and especially against the. Well, I mean, he mostly only plays the Korean Zergs, and like these are really the only tournaments where you're going to run into the top non-Korean Zergs. You know, the Serals, the Rainers, the Lambos, the Scarlets. Like this is the Lasers. This is one of the only times you're going to have that situation.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes one of them is going to show up on like an EPT&A, but now that actually EPT Korea and EPT North America are on the same day, we're seeing not certainly. I think Beyond is still playing those, but we're seeing kind of less of some of the Koreans.
Yeah,
it's a long day if you make that happen, or a late night and an early morning. So for now, this Reaper gets a little bit of damage done. Got a Ling. There we go, and almost gets the drum. But second Reaper now arrives, and hey, we already have 2 cancels here. This is already pretty substantive damage for the early game.
Yeah, this is already more damage than it was in the previous game. He got a Ling. He, like you said, got 2 of those morphs, the Extractor and the Spore Crawler. Oh, Scarlet does... Okay, no, she's not going to be able to get on top of that. Actually, Beyond getting 2 more Lings right there. This is already way more successful. And speaking to the difference between the games, it is going to be... Well, it's going to be basically exactly the build I was talking about here. 3rd CC, Factory, and yeah, Beyond is chilling now. Scarlet will lose a drone there as well. Beyond is having a much better start in this game number 3.
Beyond is absolutely just, I hesitate to say dumpstering, but this is just...
He's doing very well with his first 3 Reapers. Oh, and he's going to find a creep tumor too.
So Scarlet had lost significant mining time, right? Had to pull the drones away for, I think, like 5 seconds, pulled them back. 2 cancels, lost a drone, lost a creep tumor, lost a couple Lings. Actually, we can just pull up the units lost tab, and that'll show you everything you want to see. But Steadfast, going back to openers, or going off to follow-ons off of this 2-Rax opener, if you were to like blindfold me and just say, hey, you know, it's a 2-Rax opener, what's the follow-up going to be on Gressvon versus Royal Blood? This is exactly as we expect, you know? 3 CC play on Gressvon, the 4-Rax follow-up on Royal Blood. So Scarlet should have some idea about, like, I don't know, like, in the blind, should maybe have at least some sort of inkling about how you expect this to go, but with no confirmation, it's still a scary position to be in.
Absolutely, and she doesn't really have an Overlord that can give her confirmation. Speaking about Dark versus Scarlet as players, Dark, while he's been going up against this, he's been consistently sending an Overlord into a position to scout that 3rd or 4th barracks very early on, or in this position, in this case, to scout the quick 3rd command center. But we're not going to see that. Now, what we will see is actually a very funky follow-up from Beyond, and a very cool one. It is going to be Thim Medivacs with an armory.
Widow Mines, right? Like, we're seeing
No, it's just a Hellbat morph.
Oh, wait, okay.
Just a Hellbat morph.
Okay, he does have Hellions. Okay, I was looking at the tech lab going down.
Actually, hang on. Yeah, it might be a fast drilling clause behind this.
That's my thought.
Yeah.
Which is really interesting, right? I mean, we saw Scarlet did take some heavy damage from Widow Mines. I mean, there was that one fight outside of her, what was that, the 5th base last game that almost lost her the game. But this time, Roachborn on the way, Carapace on the way. Certainly, it's only single Evo for the time being, because Scarlet, actually, it's going to be single Evo for quite a while. Scarlet very afraid of the follow-up, and
She's built 34 Lings.
Yeah.
She has shown the respect to the build. Beyond has won the mind game war in the biggest way imaginable.
I mean, that being said, you against this timing right now, you do want Lings, but she built. I think she built them a little too early is the problem. More so than.
Yeah, no, she built them to deal with the 4-Rax for sure.
Yeah.
100%. They're going to be handy here, but the roaches are going to be much more valuable. However, she does not have free supply right now.
Yeah.
She's supply blocked on 12 larvae, and this may end up being a very deadly supply block for her. Beyond not going to commit, I don't think, too hard. Oh, but he is going in, does grab 1 queen. Hellbats are being picked away. Once they go down, the Lings will gain value, but Scarlet still lost the 4th base. She still lost a 1 queen and a good number of Lings, so this is still a value trade, I would say, for Beyond.
Yeah. Now, okay, the one I don't know, saving grace for Scarlet right now is that her carapace. Okay, this queen's dead. Beyond, kill the queen. There we go. So that queen will fall. Scarlet a little bit too greedy on the creep tumor, on the creep spread. But again, she's gonna have that very quick carapace timing here. And I mean, I was gonna say maybe there's a timing that she can push for, but she's droning up behind this again. So that advantage just maybe keeps her a little bit safer. But without a fourth base steadfast, I mean, it doesn't feel like it's enough.
It feels like a really tough position for Scarlet to deal with. She is not in a great spot. She does not feel comfortable in the slightest. Her creep has really been hampered around this original pocket fourth base location, which means even your natural starts getting threatened at that point. We're used to seeing this position that I'm highlighting right here being a problem for Zergs to deal with. But when the creep is this far back, that position isn't even a factor, really. But it will mean that it, like, once Scarlet tries to set up and take her fifth or sixth base, if we get there, she is going to have so little creep in that area.
And it's crazy, Steadfast, when we talked about this. I mean, maybe it's a little outdated now, but if there's one thing Scarlet's known for, it is her creep spread. So to see really every game in the series where it's mattered, Scarlet's creep spread is just not where it needs to be. I mean, that is impressive for Beyond in and of itself, as he does get a cancel on the fourth ball. Prospective fifth base at this point once again. Scarlet, she does have double Evo now.
Block.
It's easy to get
overlords.
Oh man, it's easy to get supply blocked when you're going a ton of roaches, but still really not acceptable here. Not when you are kind of as far behind as Scarlet is. Adding in two more hatcheries in the main. She's trying to get her production up to maybe make up for building eight overlords at a time, and everything's going wrong for Scarlet at this point.
Yeah,
she's gonna try to respond to this one, but that's a lot of bio, and yeah, she will keep the base alive, but she's gonna lose two queens, so less creep spread again, less transfuse, less injects again. The production's not gonna be there, and on top, third time.
Brilliant stuff from Beyond.
It really is. And on top of that, I mean, if you're playing, you don't want to play the linear map against Beyond. You want to have your bases a little bit closer together, right? It's easier to defend the drops. And now Beyond also, you pointed out the scan. He's going to know exactly what the timing is here. Beyond has perfect information.
Yeah, he scouted the actual start of the hive. That is so amazing for Beyond right there. Scarlet, she does have her +2 carapace on the way, but she never started +1 melee or +2 missile. There it is now, +1 melee. This is looking really rough for her. Scarlet, she's going to lose these creep tumors as well. And I mean, Beyond is just firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, game one looked pretty solid for Scarlet. Some mistakes, but looked pretty solid for Scarlet. But this game three is just an absolute stomp. And we're seeing some of the power of Beyond's opener. I know you said you weren't sure what we were going to see out of Scarlet, but we've seen how flexible it is and how it allows him to find pressure to get damage done, to force his opponents into positions that they really are not comfortable in. So now, I mean, Scarlet has been playing from behind this entire game. She doesn't lose the base, the fourth base. You know, finally that stays alive, but she's going to lose the fourth base she actually took, and 20 drones off the top as well. So Scarlet, yeah, you know, she's within 7 workers, but she's down in workers against the Terran. She's down 30 army supply against a roach player. Beyond's 2-2 is just like Beyond's gonna have a 2 upgrade lead. Well, a 1 upgrade really lead really with all these tanks. Scarlet, she's got to find something, but she doesn't have the tech at all. As now Beyond Stims on top here, and it doesn't really seem like there's anything Scarlet can do short of miracle biles. Multiple miracle biles here to bring Scarlet back into it.
Yeah, it's feeling like an inevitability at this point. Scarlet has just been on top of, Beyond has been on top of Scarlet this whole time, and he will take her down in this game number 3. I was saying I wasn't sure what the response was, and well, it was over droning in the first game and under droning in the second one. Scarlet, she got she lost. It's very simple. It's very simple to say. She over-droned in game 2 and she under-droned in game 3. Those aren't the only reasons she lost, although it was pretty much the only reason she lost in game 2. But in game 3, it made her road extremely difficult. Beyond, though, great stuff from him. Did not drop the ball, did not let Scarlet back into the game in game 3, and he will move on to the next round of this winner's bracket in the seeding stage.
Exactly. So now it's going to be Björn against Astrea, which is a classic EBTNA, and it's fun. Do I think Björn is better than Astrea? Absolutely. But at least kind of based on how they've been. I mean, Astrea's looking really solid right now, and maybe Björn's a little shaky. But in general, Björn, again, very solid against Astrea. But more importantly, they play some really fun games. We've had some all-time great games coming out of this matchup because just stylistic matchups. It's kind of how it tends to work out. Björn likes to play tempo. Astrea plays weird. It's fun. But for now, what this means is, so here's what we're looking at. It is going to be Astrea, excuse me. It's going to be the loser of Solar Bunny is going to play against Maru to qualify into knockout round 4. And it's going to be Astrea versus Björn that we were talking about. And I think the mainstream does both of those. Not confident, but I think that's what's going to happen. So for now, Steadfast, as we kind of put a pin on this series, Scarlet has to go down to losers bracket or to knockout bracket round 2. That's a scary position, but as we look at the knockout, or as we look at the open stage, let's see, Lambo, DRG have qualified on through. Hero Marine and Hero Marine's through. Looks like Nightmare is somewhat likely to get on through, as DRG did beat Harston, by the way. Nightmare is going to have to beat the winner of Shadone and Rail. Seems pretty doable for Nightmare. And then we, of course, have the other 2 brackets not even started. Is there anyone you're looking at when you look at, okay, Scarlet's down. She's in that lower bracket. Spirit as well. Who are they going to want to be? Is there anyone that's kind of found their way through, or you can kind of see that has a reasonable shot that you say, okay, you know what? This is probably who they want to run into.
That is currently in the...
That either is through on into knockout bracket round 1. So obviously they have to win a match to get to these, to get to Spirit, to get to Scarlet, or B, looking at open stage bracket 3 and 4 is someone who is, we think, is likely to get through, who they would look to run into. You know, obviously, is Fighting Frog going to move on? Probably not. But I'm sorry, Fighting Frog, love you, but you know, it's I think that's somewhat accurate. Or Fiant or someone like that, probably not going to get through. But because obviously Scarlet would love to play Fiant, but of the likely opportunities, anything that we're looking at?
Honestly, I mean, it is way too big and too far down the line for I think the players to even be thinking about that. But I look at it, and the scariest player to me that's in this open bracket is Hero Marine.
Yeah,
I think he is the scariest player in this open bracket. Now, once you go down to bracket D, then things get a little bit funky because you got Hero, you got a Laser, and you got Creator all in the same bracket. Only 2 of them are going to make it out. So that is going to be funky. Also, we can't discount Petit Drogo, who's pretty good, and Trigger as well, who's got some killer PvP. Like that one, Group D or Bracket D, is pretty stacked. But as far as who you want to find versus who you want to avoid, I think you want to avoid Hero Marine probably more than anyone. But beyond that, it's got to be Hero. I mean, is the next player you want to avoid the most.
Yeah, certainly. So for now, it does seem like we are going to take a bit of an extended break here, actually, as A-Stream is going to do the final 2 matches, the final 2 qualifying matches to get in, which means, of course, that is going to be Astrea and Björn moving to knockout round 4, whoever wins that series, and then Maru versus the winner, or the loser, excuse me, of Bunny and Solar. And by the way, they're tied up at 1 apiece. So again, bit of an extended break. We're going to be back in however long that takes for the start of Group B. That's going to be Cyril and Kellizer. And then, of course, we're going to be doing Gumiho and Cure after that one. And then things are going to move on, and they're going to move on, and it's going to be a good time. So for now, Steadfast, Group A, it's not done yet, but it's done for us for now. So any final thoughts?
I mean, it says we're scheduled to start in an hour and a half. No chance is that the case. I think we're going to be sitting here for a little bit. But I mean, congratulations to Rainer.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're still looking at, are they going to game 3?
Yeah, Bunny and Solar are going to game 3. They just
okay.
left the lobby,
that one's going to be fun. Yeah. As far as expectations, I think Bunny does actually look pretty decent right now. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens between Maru and, well, right now you desperately want to win Solar versus Bunny, because you do not want to go down and have to face Maru.
I think whoever runs into Maru, I don't know. Solar has, King of Battle, or not King of Battle, excuse me, the Gamers Without Borders tournament. Maru, Maru did lose
Maru
to
was
Solar.
messing around though. He was shacked in a fool in that one. He was having a bit of a giggle,
I mean, yeah, but he did the same thing versus Rainer, and that's how he found himself in the lower bracket. So,
that's true.
He's got a tendency.
It wasn't. So there's doing some funky builds, and then there's doing some how much weed did you smoke today builds, and I don't think Maru smokes weed, obviously not, but those builds that he busted out at Gamers Without Borders, they were in the same tier as the Bong Cloud in terms of being a little bit out there. They belonged on Thermal's wheel for sure.
Steadfast, I think you're only saying that because they lost, and if they'd won, you'd be praising how innovative and how exciting and how new and novel Maru is playing. So, regardless. Again, protracted break. We will be back when we're back. But for now, we're going to let you all take that break, stretch, get some water, and go watch what's happening between Solar and Bunny, because it's game 3, and this should be fun. So I'm going to watch that one. It's going to be a good time. And we're going to be back in whenever we're back. Don't totally know. Hour and a half, maybe? We'll see. See you then.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
pound. Break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds. Break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds. Break you up and bring you down. Like a cold-hearted killer, I'm gonna cut you down. 100 pounds. Break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds. Break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds. Break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds. Break you up and bring you down. Like a cold-hearted killer, I'm gonna cut you down.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back. It's the B stream. It's Group B. It all makes sense. And Steadfast, we've got a bit of an interesting matchup coming on up next. It's going to be Cyril. It's going to be Kellizer. And you know, at first glance, we might say, well, Cyril has got to be the absolute favorite, the favorite to win the entire tournament. Kellizer has 0 shot. And, well, you were looking up things, and it turns out that that's only like 95% correct.
Yeah, when I was looking things up, I wasn't sure exactly which way it would go. I was expecting, to be honest, really Cyril dominant. And if you look at it in context, it is pretty Cyril dominant because the only series that he's actually won against Kellizer, because according to Aligulac, it counts individual matches from Nation Wars as individual sets, but technically they played 3 best of 1s. So I'm just going to count that as its own best of 3. I'm not counting that as its own set. The only time Kellizer has actually beaten Cyril in a series was a best of 5 from 2016. Now, granted, they haven't played a ton of times, but it's a lot of 3-0s, it's a lot of 2-0s, and then it's 1-1-1 in the middle there from Home Story Cup, and it didn't look as bad to the eye with the stats, but then when you actually realize what the situation is, you realize that Cyril is as favored as we thought.
Yeah, so the question now is if I'm a Kellizer fan or I'm just a fan of Terran's winning, and I'm looking at this series, I'm like, okay, it's Cyril, Kellizer, whatever. Obviously Cyril's favorite here, but what is my copium, Steadfast? Like, what do I need to hold on to say, this is how Kellizer wins. This is how, I don't know, maybe you really got to huff that copium a little bit, but this is what I got to be looking for. Is there anything?
I think it's got to be proxy 3 racks, proxy 4 racks. I think it's got to be something like that.
All right. Well, let's see if that's what we get. Or maybe Cyril does something interesting like he's doing in this first game. So, game 1, Dragon Scales. It's here. And on the bottom right, in the blue, he's going for the Eric build from Sweden. Finland. It's Cyril. Technically Sweden too. That's where they are right now. That's my excuse.
Yeah. And his opponent spawning up at the top left for Team Liquid. He is an angel. One of my favorite gens. Just a lovely lad. But can he step up to the plate against his opponent? It is Kellizer. Now, you mentioned funky starts. Well, we've already seen it once in this matchup, no less, from Scarlet versus, that was Bunny. Yeah. It's the Eric opener. It's the Extractor Trick 15 hatch into that quick pool. We're seeing Zerg players, they're a lot more willing to embrace this. And it isn't something that is free. It does cost you a little bit of eco the way you do it, but it comes at some benefits, which is that faster spawning pool, that faster hatchery. Like, look how quickly this hatchery is going to finish. This is going to finish at, what, 147?
Hey, well, 146 and a half. Close enough.
That is really fast. That is so fast. We're used to seeing, 159, 2 minutes on the hatchery time. And that means with the faster pool as well, he's starting his queens earlier. You get the injects earlier. It's not a build that is free. It does cost you something, but it also nets you something else. So what does that mean really? Well, it doesn't mean too much in terms of actual differences, but it does mean that it's a very different setup, and it's a little more difficult to maybe deal with it if you're not as used to playing up against this play.
Yeah, of course, on the flip side here, Lings are a little bit slower, although in fairness, that's because Cyril didn't make, well, he sent them across the map,
because he has the queen out.
Yeah.
He has the queen out instantly.
And look on the other side here. We got 2 Lings on the other side, and there's a Marine out Steadfast, and that is enough to shoo these away, but it delays the command center a little bit. It gets a solid scout, and that is actually going to be really nice. The other thing we have to point out is with all of this, oh, we're not seeing what Scarlet did, right? We're not seeing the Roach Warren. We're not seeing the pressure. This is a safe opening coming in from Cyril, because I want to point out here, oh, drone gets low, but there we go. There's going to be the spore cancel. You said the copium that Kellizer needs, that fans of Kellizer, that fans of Terran need is, okay, Kellizer needs to proxy through racks, go something like that, you know, go very aggressive, kneecap Cyril before he can properly start to run into this game. Well, you go for a 15 hatch, something like that, that technically keeps you safe, but as you point out, well, just because it keeps you safe doesn't mean that there are not more shenanigans on the horizon. We got a Roach Horn on the way, we got a lair, third gas eventually, I would assume. This feels like a Nidus play.
Actually have no idea. So the way that the Brazilian Zerg player who has come up with this opener that is kind of taken Zergs by storm a little bit is it's a Roach play, and it's kind of like this funny queen drop play. You drop a bunch of creep around your opponent's front, and it's so uncomfortable to deal with. It's just really nasty, and it looks like we are going to be seeing Cyril going for that exactly. I was wondering if it might have actually been a two-base Muta play, but obviously we can see that that is not the case. So he is going to pay a little homage to Eric directly.
Steadfast. He's gotten totally bamboozled here. Kellizer scouted a third gas, right? That's what he thought was happening. It's only 2 gas right now. And that is, yes, we do have a bunker going down. Yes, there are supply depots in a solid spot. But that's the difference between this kind of dropper lord, queen drop, German taxi type of build that we see Cyril going for, and the Nidus play that we were talking about. So if I'm Kellizer right now, I saw that third gas. That's what I'm responding to. And that's absolutely not what's happening at all. In fact, the Banshee is going to try to find its way onto the other side of the map. You need that Banshee defensively.
Yeah, he's got 8 Marines and a Banshee, and the Banshee has no cloak. There's nothing at home. There's a bunker at the front. Kellizer is... oh, he's in some trouble. He is in some big trouble right here.
Yeah, this is... he went greedy out of this as well, right? Getting double gas on the natural. Some of his most impressive games recently have been that mech play, although I can see it is Bio here. But oh, he sniped Stim as well. So yeah, we're not seeing a lot of SCVs go down right now, but that's just because the entire army is dying. And now the SCVs will continue to fall. The Banshee gets 6 workers on the other side, but I mean, what is 6 drones against 22, 23, 30 SCVs an entire game? The answer is steadfast. Not a lot. I mean, Kellizer, pour one out for the man, because he's going to have to do a little better in game 2.
And well, I don't even think he needs to do a little bit better. I think it's Cyril. You said it best. He bamboozled his opponent.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think Kellizer read this as the Nidus Worm. I think he read this as Mutas. And I think it's completely fair to misread this. You can't blame him at all. During all of this, you might be saying, "Oh, Kellizer held. Oh, that's so beautiful."
He didn't hold. No.
He did not hold. Cyril didn't commit further. He is on 58 drones. He is about to be on 3 base full saturation. In fact, as I say so, he has hit that number. Yeah. And he's got 1-1 on the way. He can start roach speed in a moment. He can... oh, well, there we go. There's that roach speed. He can, either go straight for it with a huge roach ravager attack and just pump roaches for the next 2-3 minutes and go. Or he can just play a macro game. Either way, Kellizer would need more than a miracle to come back from this one. And there's the play that I was talking about from Eric, where after the attack is held, you start dropping creep all over the place.
Yeah, steadfast, but you're right. You do anything. Cyril can, do literally anything in this game, but I do want to go...
do a handstand.
I mean, I can't do a handstand.
But out of game. Like, he could step up from the keyboard, do a handstand, as long as he doesn't, I would even say fatally injure himself. Like, he can injure himself a little bit, but as long as it's not, like, fully fatal, he should not lose this game.
Yeah, he can unplug his keyboard. But I do want to go back, by the way. You're talking about how Kellizer read that this is a Muta play, which I think is interesting, because I want to say Kellizer saw the Roach Warren. Yeah, no, he did.
But that can be a fake out.
That's fair.
That can be a fake out with this.
I mean, that's fair, steadfast, but, like, you see a Roach Warren, you see 3 gas. Anyway, regardless of what happened here, the 4th base is under some pressure, and, queens and roaches are slow to respond, but there's transfused energy at this point, so Kellizer gets 2 drones. He puts pressure on, certainly, but at this point, Do we get to say, look at the supplies? 170
yes.
to 170 to 90, like 170 to 85. And he doesn't get the creep tumor. Oh, man.
It just barely off the mark. And there's the 2-2 on the way for Serral. Kellizer. The funny thing is, Serral's looking to bust a third base, but Kellizer, not only does he like not have it landed, he literally can't land it right now. So Serral is just going to run him over anyways because Kellizer was trying to take this third. And there it is. GG gets called. It happened. It took 3 minutes to complete because Serral is a smart player and he does the things correctly. So he actually hits his timing, which is that 1-1 in roach speed. But this game ended at the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, just unfortunately, you know, here's the problem, right? Diego Kellizer he's a citizen of the world. He speaks many languages. He's lived everywhere, and unfortunately, you know, he was reading one build. He was reading the build was in English, and he thought he was reading Portuguese. And unfortunately, I guess English, you know, wow, I can't even talk, but that's fine. The joke is falling apart. Anyways, that being said, total misread. It's really unfortunate, but that's why we play best of threes. You know, that's why we get to hopefully see something a little bit more because, again, Kellizer in this matchup, in the online stage when he was playing in North America, did look somewhat okay. He looks solid. Is it solid enough to beat Serral? Maybe not. I don't know, but you give him another game and maybe he doesn't die at the 3-minute mark, and maybe we actually do see him maybe play a game that he wanted to play.
Yes, I think it's fair to say that he didn't get to play his game.
Yeah.
At all. And kudos to Serral for coming in with the build, going for that fake third gas at the natural. And I think the reason that I say that that the third gas makes me think that maybe he tricked Kellizer into thinking it was Muta is because specifically I think the unit got just far enough to see just one of the gases, and I think Serral knew that. I'm not 100% sure. I'm just guessing a little bit. But if you did think it was any kind of roach play whatsoever, you would keep that Banshee at home, including a Nidus play. Like Although, I mean, in fairness, this one Banshee, there was no cloak, I don't think. And with the Queens there, I don't even know how much the Banshee really does, but it's something, right? It does, it's value in some way. But hey, game 2 is going to be on Babylon. We've seen a couple awesome TVZs on this map thus far. I mean, shout out to Scarlet and Bjorn, right? That we saw earlier today. But this one, Steadfast, it's a little bit of a different story, and we're gonna have to see what happens. Game 2, though, it's ready, it's loaded up, and Sarah, does he do something crazy? We'll find out. And of course, in this bottom right, in the blue, up a game for Basilisk, it's Serral. And his opponent spawning up at the top left for Team Liquid, it is Kellizer. Oh, Serral. Okay. His Spidey sense is tingling. And he's going to drop a quick 17 pool. He's going to be playing defensive here. He wants to make sure that, hey, Diego, I think you might go for a proxy Rax of some kind, sir. I don't like losing to those, so I'm going to do something that will give me a leg up against something like that. Yeah. And I do want to be clear, like, these players are in the same, like Kellizer is absolutely capable of being able to beat Serral, but Serral is just such a generational talent that he can make players that are straight up pros. Well, he can do what he did in game 1 to them.
Yeah, and I do want to point out, I mean, we talked about, playing defensively, playing aggressively. I love that Serral, for the last couple years has been experimenting with all-ins and cheeses and things, and there was a time where he was really starting to lose a lot of games, and it didn't work. He was like, okay, what's happening here? And he just wanted to expand the toolbook that the world champion had available to himself. But we didn't even the build we saw from Serral in game 1 is probably a step even further into that cheesy direction than even Serral's normal kind of his aggressive options that we go for. So it's nice to see him expand that playbook even more. I don't know whether this is a result as okay. So Lings, they do find their way through, and the Reaper's not gonna get scouted out here. So again, seems like we're gonna see this command center get delayed, and that Marine's gonna pop out. Actually, there's already one out, so it's not a ton, but still, Cyril, full scout, or at least a solid scout here, and delaying the command center is always fantastic.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Now, it's interesting that Kellizer built the second Marine here with the with this setup. It means he doesn't need to worry about anything at home. He does have to pull that SCV away, but he doesn't have to worry about losing his own Marine. So I kind of like that. I think that that's completely fine and a good decision. We're going to see a quick third CC coming on in, and no starport just yet from Kellizer, getting this tech lab first on the factory. Is this going to be Ryung's like super fast 3 factory, no starport play into Battle Mech? That's what this feels like to me. Yeah,
I look at Kellizer, and he's had great bio in the past, but especially looking at a player like Cyril, and knowing how solid, Cyril holds on against Bjorn. So I don't know that I really want a bunch of bio play against him. So looking at how Kellizer was the most successful when he was playing ESL Masters Americas, and again, considering his opponents, I do like the idea of mech, but again, we're going to see a couple additional barracks go down before the starport here. A very quick stim, certainly. But, this kind of feels like I can't even say a TVP build, really, because you get that starport.
No, TVP build is actually exactly what I think of when I look at this kind of thing. Oh, that Reaper.
Trapped.
Oh, man, it will get run down here. And that's actually probably best case scenario for Cyril with what he's playing right now. He's actually done something very interesting, which is where he got a Roach Horn, and he's built 5 Roaches, no Ling speed here. But Kellizer has only seen the 5 Roaches, and I don't think he saw anything else come out. So I think we might see a bit of an overreaction right now on the defense. Really curious what Cyril's doing with this. But yeah, behind this, Kellizer is going to be able to get a really nice economic setup.
So, wait, did he see the starport go? Okay, so he saw the starport going down. And that's going to be a very confusing. It's like, okay, I see your third base, see a couple additional barracks, see the factory, but your starport's getting built now. Like, what in the world are you doing here, Kellizer? But if we kind of take a step back and look at what we're seeing here from Kellizer, by delaying this starport as much as he has, he's bought himself a very quick stim. It's 5 minutes here. Stim's just, well, I guess actually it's fast in terms of a 3CC play. It's not all that fast in terms of like a 2-1-1, kind of middle ground almost.
Yeah. But the thing that's cool about this build is by delaying the starport, you get a lot of, and building your production as fast as you do, you get a lot of units at a quicker timing, and it hits faster than, that 3CC, maybe Hellion Cloak Banshee play, or something like just a general. It's just a faster timing with your first 2 medevacs with a bit of bio. Now, it's really interesting that Kellizer has gotten just a single engineering bay with this. It tells me he wants to really start trying to put the pressure on even earlier. But Cyril is, he is not playing particularly greedy. He's actually going straight up to 66 drones. Does start a few more now, but he has built a fair number of defensive units. He's respecting this a lot. And he is not going to put himself in a position where he could get caught over droning.
He is playing tech greedy, right? This infestation pit is done. He can get a hive at he can start his hive at 6 minutes if he wants to, but instead, seems like it will just be for a couple infestors for now to add some oomph to this army. And if Kellizer plays this properly, we may see kind of the weakness of this heavy roach pressure, right? Roaches, even with roach speed, are not all that fast. It's, nice little one. Well, he could target that down, and now a couple more roaches will fall. Kellizer realizing that he just has a little bit too much for the scant resources, the scant roaches that Cyril brings to the fight. Doesn't get the Ravagers, though. But anyway, point being is that this army that we're seeing Cyril go for right now is incredibly, it's immobile, all right? If you start to bring out the drop pressure a little bit, it can fall down. But now, okay, so this is interesting, right? We see a Hydrogen on the way. We see 1-1, right? Hive. Okay, all these things make sense. but he's getting Ling's speed as well. And I guess you just kind of want Ling's into the late game, but everything else from Serral's build is really leading into this quick +2 lurker type of idea, it seems like.
Yeah. By the way, even though that trade looked on paper like it was good for Kelazur, it actually was even.
Okay.
Pretty much dead even. 6 Marines for 3 Roaches. And it always feels like when you kill Roaches with a drop like that, it always feels from the eye test like it's good for the Terran. But it's actually just a dead heat. And it's one of those deceptive things, and one of the reasons I think Dark loves playing Roaches in this mid game so much. And it's so cool to see that Serral has been taking a page out of this book. He's been doing this a fair bit recently. He's done it in the World Team League a little bit, and even so far as to go for the +1 melee and the +2 carapace. I really love how much Serral has diversified his play in recent history. It's making him so much more difficult to go up against, and we're actually seeing continued evolution from him.
Oh yeah, like you kind of clear the nameplates on this, and this is a Dark game. Maybe a little bit more economically, but Roaches into kind of quick lurkers with a couple infestors. Oh, massive fungal. Got to chain it though. Serral's actually not even going to bother. The army will fall. But yeah, no, it's interesting. You look at this, and maybe this is a slightly more economic Dark, a slightly less aggressive Dark. But yeah, I mean, close the nameplates down. This is a Dark. This is how Dark has been playing, kind of since Katowice. At least one of the styles that he's been playing here. So, Kelazur though, one of the ways that this Dark build works, right, is the Terran gets aggressive and you kind of smash it down, and you're able to hit these timings. But with Kelazur playing as defensive as he is, hasn't really traded all that much. But now with the lurkers here, he does not have much to defend against this.
No, he does not. Not against lurkers specifically. There's a couple of tanks in the back.
3. 3 tanks is nothing to defend.
It's minimal. It's very minimal right here. We're about to see seismic spines coming online. It's a really fast timing for this hive setup. We are going to see a little lock on right there. Good job from Serral with the unburrow. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, we got Serral with a couple of lurkers in this army as well. He's adding on adaptive talons. This is such an interesting style of play. Oh, Widow Mines. Oh,
Take that one.
They're going to get unburrowed. Okay, at least that's better than nothing.
Yeah, the interesting thing here as well is there was like 1 Marauder on the field when that happened, so really nothing to deal with these lurkers at all to get on top of them to tank that up. But now it's a decent spread coming in from Kelazur here. He's gonna get 1, 2, he's gonna get all. Nope. Okay, there we go. Second scan gets all the lurkers. 1 more on the high ground, but that's gonna have to run away here. And Kelazur takes a pretty solid fight, forcing his opponent back onto the other side. But hey, 5 lurkers where that stands. High ground as well. Kelazur, he's gonna have to back up a little bit, but still, really solid job forcing Serral back.
Yeah, very nice. That was actually a great concave and a great job to recognize that it wasn't enough really to tank for that. And we kind of see why right there. You don't often see those kinds of plays. This is going to be a big doom drop into the main base. Serral is anticipating it. He's got infestors, but he doesn't have any vipers, so the punish will not be big if Serral can get on top of this. But he will be able to get on top of this and prevent this from really getting too much done, I think. It is a lot of bio. Yeah, it's going to get forced back. Oh, there's the fungal. Can he chain it? Oh, he could have. He actually could have gotten at least 1 more of those medevacs. There are still these lurkers on the top side, but there's a little no man's land here between the Liberators and the lurkers.
And that was such an awkward unload coming from Kelazur. He didn't just drop all his units. He had them the medevacs were moving back and forth a little bit before he dropped down. So he was missing maybe, I don't know, 10, 15 supply out of his medevacs when Serral actually made the aggression happen or went to deal with it. Maybe Serral could have actually gone or maybe Kelazur could have gone and maybe gotten a little bit more. Even still, though, he cancels the bottom side base out of Serral. He does a good job again with those lurkers defending. He's going to target another one down here before he's going to have to back on up. And, you know, the supplies for Serral are pretty solid, but, I mean, we still have a decent roach count. Actually, no Ravagers anymore. They've all died. So the supply not quite as inefficient as it might otherwise be. Kelazur, that wasn't really what he wanted, though, is now the army's going to find its way in here. The scan is done. Second one has to get dropped, and the Liberators will now fall. So Ghosts, they're going to try to go for their snipes, but they don't have range, or they're not positioned well enough. Not just yet. 5 workers fall, and Kelazur hangs on, but all of a sudden, he's been doing such a good job of bringing his supply back into this game. 150. All of a sudden, his supply is through the floor.
Yeah, but he is trying to transition into that more valuable supply, those ghosts, those siege tanks to deal with this. It is tough, though. Cyril is really giving him the business. We are going to see these ghosts trying to get some snipes. A couple of them do get canceled, but one lurker will fall. There is a Liberator on top of this. Fungal Growth is going to land. We got a lot of lurkers rotating in from the right, and they're going to look to trap this army. Cyril is looking to close this one out right here, right now. There is no planetary fortress on this base. Kellezer does get enough bio units out to kind of prevent this position from fully being taken down, but Cyril with a nice little reposition on a couple lurkers, he's still going to hold this very scary spot.
Yeah, the tank is just going to rally forward and die immediately here. Command Center has to get lifted, run away, find something else, and now Ling's on the other side. It's just, Kellezer got caught in transition. He was you talked about trying to move into tanks and Liberators and Ghosts and everything, and well, Astrea just went and kind of killed him. Yeah, you know, where these lurkers get dealt with, it seems like that's going to be the case, but 40 workers all hitting the deck here. Command Center and Orbital, because Kellezer is, of course, on 4 orbitals. He doesn't have a planetary at all. He didn't have anything to defend his bases. Planetaries did go down. This is a nice catch, though. He will get, seems like actually 2 Vipers go down, but even still steadfast. The economy is not happy.
No, it's very unfortunate that Cyril, you know, sent those a little bit far forward, and good job from Kellezer to kind of punish that. But even picking off 2 Vipers, I mean, he's going to need a lot more stuff like that to happen. And he's going to need a lot of missteps from Cyril to give him a chance back into this game. And I really don't see Cyril making those kinds of mistakes. In fact, he's just going to go straight up the gut right here with this army. Widowmine will kill a Hydra. That's kind of nice, but we've got 4 tanks. None of them are in position on this base, and that is so much Lingbane Hydra Lurker with the Infestor support. Fungal Growth is big, and that is going to lock down this game for well and good.
Yeah, a couple tanks seem to survive, and Cyril's going to have to back up just a little bit, but this Orbital, yeah, the Hydras are just, there we go, they're going to kill it off. And yeah, there are snipes, but snipes are not enough. In fact, Kellezer is the one that's going to be forced on a bit of a snipe hunt because Cyril doesn't look pressed at all in this series. Steadfast, Cyril is looking it's looking good for the Finnish Phenom.
Yes, it really didn't look like there was any point in that series where he was in danger. He played extremely well, very well done, kind of what we expect from a world champion of his caliber, and he delivered.
That he did. So that means now that Cyril is going to move on to face the winner of Classic and Dark, which actually is going to be pretty fun. I'm excited about that series. I don't know if they've started that on the mainstream just yet. But anyways, that's going to happen at some point. Of course, we're going to go to a break, and when we're back, it's going to be Gumiho and Cure. So we get to see some more TVT. Very exciting there. And then we get to take a look at the lower bracket, where someone is going to run into Kellezer. One of Dark or Classic. We don't know just yet. Again, we have to see who loses that series. And then, of course, bottom side as well, as we continue on to this mini tournament. And for those of you watching at home, curious about the format here, if Cyril goes, or Dark or Classic, the winner of that series, if they win their next series, they qualify into the playoffs, into the round of 8 directly. If they lose, the best they can do is qualify through on the bottom side and find their way into the final knockout stage. Of course, every round further back in this winners group, the further back they go, the further back in that knockout stage they find themselves. So that's what they're playing for. They're playing for less best of 5s to have to play into. But Steadfast, as we are about to go to this break and we get ready for Gumiho and Cure and whatever we're going to get there, how do you want to put a pin on Cyril and Kellezer?
Good fight from Kellezer. Cyril too strong.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. That's kind of how it went. But friends, we'll be back. It's going to be a TVT after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone. We have taken just a small little break. And next up will be a TBT between Cure and Gumiho. We just saw Cyril putting himself, I think, into the top 12 of the tournament. I believe I put myself on the spot, but I'm just going to say he's put himself into the top 12, put himself into the qualifying match for the playoffs, which is guaranteed top 8. But now we're going to see the bottom side of this bracket, where it is going to be Cure versus Gumiho in a bracket that is, well, probably going to be decided by TVT.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And we were talking about this in the break, Steadfast, that this is, I mean, no one is truly stylistic in TVT. There's kind of a way to play the game that is pretty well defined at this point. But if there is someone who is very stylistic and has a bunch of more different builds and will occasionally really throw something oddball out there, it is going to be Gumiho. And he's against this player, Cure, who is the vanilla Terran. You know, nothing against vanilla as a flavor. It's delicious. It's actually, you know, one of the most expensive flavors we can find. But he is the distillation of a Korean Terran. You know, he doesn't do anything different. He just tries to distill it as much as he can. So that's going to be a bit fun as we now find our way into our first game of this series. And Steadfast, you know what? I don't want to waste any more time. So we're going to get, there we go. We're going to get right on into it. Game 1 of our second series in Group B. And on the bottom right, he's teamless now, but he's a fantastic player. It's Gumiho.
And his opponent, spawning up at the top left for Team Abydos, it is Cure. Oh my goodness. Talking about builds, talking about standard versus weird. We've got ourselves a command center first in TVT. That is absolutely wild.
And it's from
because this matchup, if you get away with this, you get a ludicrous lead. But the chance of getting away with this is so small.
Yeah, and it's from Cure no less, right? Like, we go into this and we're like, okay, you know, Cure is gonna do Barracks Double Gas Factory Expand every single game. He is the distillation of the system Terran, of a Korean Terran, and then Gumiho's the one that's gonna do something weird. Meanwhile, the game is Gumiho doing Barracks Double Gas Expand, and Cure is, you know, hold my soju, hold my beer. We're gonna go, and we're not gonna have any defense for our natural, but we're gonna get it up very quickly.
Yeah, and the big thing about this is that a lot of Terran players, in order to cut corners, in order to get further ahead, while you're playing super safe, they will do things like not SCV Scout, which Gumiho has not. And he might not even send this Reaper past the halfway point of the map. We'll see in a moment. No, he's just going to turn right. Yeah, he's just looking around. He's like, okay, you proxy barracksing me? No? Okay, cool. We're chill. Nothing out of the ordinary in this game. Meanwhile, you've got Cure over here snickering in the corner because he just went into the teacher's desk and he just stole all the Tootsie Rolls out of there and he's just gobbling them down. And Gumiho's just like, man, I sure hope when the teacher gets back there, all the Tootsie Rolls are there so I don't get blamed for it. Too late.
Drop a third base. Come on, Cure. You know you want to. Okay, he's not. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The mind games out of this setup where it is scary to run a Reaper across, do something like that, because you can get caught out, you can lose everything, and then it snowballs the other way. It's working absolutely in Cure's favor here. And Steadfast, you know, there's no starport on the way. There's a second barracks, and there's the starport. So it feels like out of this, we're going to have this early game, this heavy cash infusion that Cure has to work with, right? Very quick orbital. And instead of turning it into more tanks or something like that, this is going to be a lot of Marines on the map. It's probably going to be a quick stim. And it seems like we're going to have some pretty heavy drop pressure finding its way pretty early onto the map.
Potentially, that's what I was thinking at first, but he is playing this out kind of quote-unquote normally as you would in a TVT. He's getting the Cyclone. I thought he was going to switch the barracks onto this and just do a straight CC first power 2-on-1, but it is going to be at least one Cyclone. We see in a moment if he switches this off and starts up stim, or if it is going to be okay, it's going to be tank production. So he's actually not too worried about stim for the moment. It should be Raven production for now. But like I said, Cura's gotten away with ludicrous greed. The orbital command just finished. It is a 7-worker lead, and nothing has happened.
This income graph is kind of disgusting, and it's actually just going to get worse. But the key thing here, Steadfast, is I guess the part of this, we look at that second barracks and we say, oh, okay, you know, it felt like a drop maybe. It seems more than anything, actually, kind of looking at this a little bit further, is Cure sacrificed a lot of early game production to be able to get to where he is, right? The barracks is slower, the factory is slower, the starport obviously also slower. So if you want to make sure you can defend properly, one thing you can do is just get a second barracks and say, yeah, okay, yep, my barracks is going to be slower, but I can have 2 of them, and that will allow me to bring my army supply back up into a somewhat of a stable position. Actually, you know what, fairly quickly. And at this point, you're right. Army supplies are somewhat equal. The Marine count is more than enough to defend. And what's Kier doing? He's not going for the 4-minute third base, but he is going for the 5-minute one. And the rich just get richer.
That they do. That they do. I mean, you just have so many more resources to work with when you get a kind of economic advantage like this. Now, this scan comes in from Gumiho, and I think it's going to be a confusing scan, if anything, because he's going to look at this. Okay, this is really interesting. So I just checked his vision. He sees a tech lab producing. He sees the 3rd command center on the way. He sees the reactor finishing, and he sees a reactor that's attached to something. For all he knows, that could even be a second starport. He doesn't actually know what this is, but he is going to go for a bit of a push right here.
Yeah, that scan did seem to trigger aggression. It seems like he at least saw enough to say, okay, my opponent's being very, very greedy here. So the Ravens, they're going to look to run forward. And this is 3 Ravens, Steadfast. This is a lot of breaking pressure. So the 2 tanks are going to get shut down pretty much immediately. But actually, they're faking it. They're biding time. The tanks, of course, of Gumiho, not in range just yet. And here's what Gumiho wants. He wants Kier to A, either commit to keeping the tanks there and then he can get the shutdowns, or B, he wants the presence of the Ravens to force the unsiege, at which point he moves forward. None of those are happening right now because the tanks aren't scary enough. Not yet, and Kier has bought the time that he needs. 8 seconds on stim. We're going to see a big surround coming on in, and actually, as I say that, he's running across the map. Okay, there's only 1 tank defensively here.
That there is. This has been a big 2-base commitment coming in from Gumiho. Cure scans the natural expansion. Oh, and he's going to hesitate. He's not going to go for it. Meanwhile, Liberator moving on forward will grab a bunch of tanks. We do see 1 Raven going down on the other side of the map. Vikings are out. So Gumiho with these Liberators, this was an optimistic play that Cure would not add on Vikings. But now that he has... Oh, well, I mean, these tanks are still in position, but Gumiho is going to have to use scans in order to do this. Now, we do see on the other side of the map, well, I guess on the other side of this concave, the Marines come on up. Liberators do siege up. Oh, Cure, no, don't get... Ooh, he just lost like 3 of his flanking Marines. That may not seem like a lot, but it is actually a pretty big deal. Gumiho behind this 3rd command center is on the way, but Cure, he wants to break this as... Well... He wants to break this pretty darn soon. Yeah,
Cure's 3rd command center is done, but we do have to point out that Gumiho is finally... Oh, this Viking positioning. 1 Liberator will fall. Cure has lost the economic lead. Right, okay, so yes, 3rd CC, but he's down 6 workers, and he can't mine out of that 3rd base anyways, so... It's getting awkward now. The 1 advantage that seems like Cure is waiting for just a little bit. Combat shields are done in 5 seconds. You add in an additional 20% HP.
No way.
On this army. But okay,
he's smuggling these tanks to the front line.
Okay, but here comes the break right now coming in from both sides. More tanks are going to siege up. Are they there in time? It seems like absolutely they are. And the tanks in the high ground, they get disabled. So Cure kind of affects the break. Yeah, he does. But that was a lot more expensive than it seemed like it was ever going to be. So actually, you know, maybe I hate this less. It was looking really good for Gumiho, and then Cure, that kind of 2nd round of his reinforcements found their way in. And Gumiho never built an orbital. He has that 3rd command center done for quite a while now, and he's just lacking on the mules. He's lacking on the scans.
He is, but more importantly, it's the army supply right now that's the big problem.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
How is Gumiho ever going to move out and secure his 3rd base at this point? He simply doesn't have the units to do so. I mean, there's no Marines on the map. There are literally 0 Marines on the map right now for Gumiho. Cure, if he just goes for it, it's game. And he spreads the tanks brilliantly. Perfect spread on those tanks. They are going to get into a great position here. We will see the siege tank of Gumiho coming on forward, and it will be able to grab a little something. Oh, very nice. Oh, the splash damage, though. It is deadly. Cure spreading these tanks once again, but it's the lack of Marines. What can you do with no Marines?
You can hold on to that tank for quite a while here,
God.
but the problem is it's not even I can't believe this tank's still alive.
Yeah, Cure flubbed that, actually. There was 7 Marines that were about to move forward and stim and kill it, and he just didn't. They just didn't move forward.
Yeah, again, the big problem, right, is the 17 workers that go down, so the economic lead back in Cure's favor. And we're seeing just how powerful stim and combat shields and all these wonderful things are. The big issue, though, on top of everything else, is that, well, Cure lost vision. He lost his medevac very quickly. That air superiority meant that it was very hard for Cure to push in, but Steadfast, even still, what are we at? That's a 14 worker advantage, just an army supply lead, +1 to +0. Armor's going to be done, so it's going to be 1-1 versus 1-1. There is no combat shields. It's just him. In fact, Gumiho isn't even getting combat shields. He can't afford it right now. So, yeah, Cure flubbed that push. Absolutely. It gave Gumiho maybe a slim path. He's got to walk a knife edge back into this game, but he does have that knife edge to walk now.
And I do want to give credit to Gumiho. That repair on the tank completely saved him. Without that repair, he's probably GG'd out by now. So very impressive that he was able to do anything at all. And you talk about stylistic differences. Gumiho, it's really his decision making under pressure that is oftentimes what differentiates his TVT so much. We are going to see a single medevac drop coming across the map, and you might be saying, oh, well, I mean, single medevac, that's pretty underwhelming. And it's, well, yeah, it is, but he can afford to do more. He absolutely cannot afford to do more. Cure checks on the base, sees that it's still not landed. Gumiho, he knows he needs to do so much with this drop. Realistically, he knows he needs to do more than he can.
Yeah, although, in fairness, Steadfast, you say it's only 1 drop. What can it get done? As I was going to stim forward here. They get the Liberator. Heavy damage, though. The point is that Cure's moving everything onto the other side of the map. So this drop, man, I would have loved to see him stim into the mineral line just a little bit more. 6 workers go down. He's going to get a sensor tower as well, unlocking drop pressure later on, maybe a little bit. And it's something. But, yeah, he could have easily gotten 10 to 12 workers there. The problem was he just kind of, I guess he wasn't sure of, like, tank positioning maybe, so didn't want to quite stim into the mineral line and lose everything. But now he does have his 3rd base up here. Air superiority pretty solidly in Gumiho's favor as well, and that does unlock an opportunity to kind of slow push forward when your opponent doesn't have vision, knock tanks down, and start to unlock things. But now there's another problem that Gumiho has to deal with. He doesn't have 2-2. He has not been able to afford it at all.
He's not getting it. He's not getting it. He has not been building SCVs for quite some time right now. He is setting up to try and go for one big all-in shove. And you might be saying, oh, they're on 3 bases. They have 5 racks. How are they all in? Well, when you don't build SCVs, when you don't build anything, that is what makes this an all-in. We are going to see the counterattack on the other side of the map. There's no tank siege. And Cure actually built quite a few Marauders. I'm kind of puzzled as to why he did, but he's gonna pay a little bit for it. Gumiho, though, he's still not going to be able to get enough done, I don't think. It's a good little counterattack.
He lost the 3rd orbital.
Went down at the 3rd. Yeah, oh, I know.
Okay.
I was building that as yeah.
Sorry.
It's well, this is the only way that Gumiho was going to win the game, and he wasn't able to do it.
No. Sorry, don't mean to slow your roll. I'm like, well, you know, yeah, that's great. He kills things, but yeah, the 3rd base is in fact dead. So that big surround Steadfast is not going to happen. Like, you don't at this point.
Well, and most importantly, now the 2-2 is done in like about 20 seconds.
15, close enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot of Marines in the main base, but they're not to get found out here as well. No medevacs to heal them. There's not in position. So, is it hard for Cure to crack a 2-base Terran? Absolutely. Is that just kind of what we're waiting on? Yeah. He's got 4 bases now to the 2 bases of Gumiho. Gumiho's going to fight as long as he can because you do not want to go down into the lower bracket here, but it's game 1, and
yeah, there's no point in staying in this game at this point. It's 4 bases to 2. every move you've made. I actually really appreciate, I really like that he tried to do that elevator maneuver, and I think it was actually a really good idea with the counterattack, and then trying to go for the flank was nice as well. But look, he's literally dropping into a planetary fortress. There we go. He realizes it's 4 bases, and he's going to tap out. GG gets called. Well played by Cure.
Yeah, and I love this. Again, we'll go into this with the narrative of, Cure, the standard Terran, the meta player. He does what anyone else does, and he just tries to do it a little bit better, and then he pulls a CC first on us. When was the last time you saw that in a TVT?
I'm going to tell you, I've referenced him a lot in this. It was Thermal. During his, I'm going to do X build during a $400 tournament, and it was up against Juggernaut Jason, and it was the exact same thing. It was a 7 SCV lead with nothing happening because Jason was playing very conservatively. He was showing a lot of respect to his opponent, and that's the same thing that happened here. So if you get away with it, it is the kind of build that you can bust out, and you can put an opponent on tilt, depending on who they are and depending on what your relationship is in terms of like your professional, I guess, history in terms of games against one another.
Yeah, but by the way,
it's so greedy. It's stupid greedy. Sorry, go on.
No, unrelated. Dark is currently banly busting a Charizard opening from Classic, so that's fun. But you're right. We look at this. Although you say, I saw Thermal do it. When was the last time you saw a professional player do it in a big match or in an actual tournament? And yes, EPT Cups are actual tournaments, sure. But Thermal, he does it for the YouTube memes. He makes no bones about the fact that he's a retired player. And I don't know, Steadfast. As much as I love Jason is not Gumiho.
No, but he has beaten Clem in a professional setting before.
That's fair.
Jason, I think you're under. You're right.
I mean,
you're right.
Jason's beaten Gumiho. Jason's
beaten Dark in. He's taken maps off of Dark. Now, granted, once again, these are weeklies. The skill level is absolutely there. Even if, in terms of class, we would not put him at the level of an actual GSL top 4 level player. But I do want to say that there's something to it. There's definitely some substance there.
Yeah, that's fair. But again, I don't know, doing it for the memes versus doing it in.
Oh yeah, no, doing it's absolutely wild.
Especially when we talk about it's not a single elimination tournament, but it kind of is, right? Where you don't win this match, you immediately go down to the knockout stage. You win it, you lose it. It's not single elim. You don't leave the tournament, but your life becomes so much harder if you don't win your first match here in the group bracket stage, the winners group, as I think we're calling it. So for now, I mean, for Gumiho to have the cojones to do that one is just really crazy. So we're gonna have Ancient Cistern though. It's gonna be map number 2, and Steadfast, you want to see if he does it again?
Oh, there's no way. There's no way. But I would be so here for it if he did.
All right. Well, for now, it seems like that's not happening. His opponent in the upper right in the blue looking to take us to game 3. Gumiho.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom left with the build of all builds for Team Abydos. It is Cure. And I will say, if you were ever to do it again in your professional career, doing it back to back would actually be the most Giga Chad move.
Oh, absolutely.
Of all time. And it would actually make a certain kind of sense because it's such an outlandishly greedy build. It literally just dies if you send your first units across the map, you are just going to die if that happens. Because it is so unbelievably greedy. It's not like a 1-Rax expand where you can hold against just a basic push. It will die for the first several minutes of the game. But because of that, the potential to do it twice in a row would actually make sense from a certain game theory perspective.
Oh yeah, I'm put in mind, especially when you're up 1 game. I kind of thinking about that game theory. I think back to Hero and SOS where no one expects me to proxy 2-gate in your base 3 games in a row. Well, that's why it works. So same idea, where there's absolutely no shot that Cure would do it again, which is why it does make sense, but that's not what we have in this game, right? It is, this was a guess first from Cure, which is a little bit different, right? Normally we do see the Barracks double gas factory. This is guess first, and that does mean that he maybe has a little bit faster tech on the way, but actually, wait, did Gumiho go gas first too?
Nope, they both went similar setup. They both went Barracks gas.
I could have sworn I saw gas go down before the Barracks. Anyway, let's disregard that. For now, though.
No. Oh.
This is nice.
Oh, this is funny. They both missed each other, and they both committed across the map. So they're both gonna kill an SCV, and they're both gonna go back home. A gentleman's agreement that we commit some light war crimes and go home.
Just
Between
TVT
these
things.
Reapers.
Yeah, just TVT
just
things.
TVT things, exactly.
And now, I mean, it's 2 Reapers versus 2 Reapers. Gumiho clearly is winning this game. He's got a Hellion faster. I mean, I'm joking, and I truly am, but having those minor advantages sometimes can make a difference. Not on Ancient Cistern, though. The map is so long that by the time you get across, unless you're committing and you say, I'm gonna build 5 Hellions or something. I'm gonna build 3 Hellions, 5 Reapers, like really commit to it. You won't have any sort of advantage there. And instead, Gumiho, he's gonna opt for the more defensive play. He's got a Cyclone on the way. He's getting ready to move into the mid game. And good news for Gumiho, he hasn't lost the game in the first 5 minutes, or at least put himself tremendously behind in the first 5 minutes.
I mean, the thing is, it's not even really like putting yourself behind. It's your opponent just doing something so wild. Now, this is funny because they're both going to delay each other's command centers now just a little bit. We are going to see, oh, that was a little bit overambitious right there from Cure. Jumps to the high ground. He does finish his command center, and Gumiho, he'll finish that up in a moment. He actually stopped building the gas of the natural, but this Hellion has killed 3 SCVs. Can he get a 4th? No, not quite. Overall, I think I still like this better for Gumiho. I think, but it's such a weird, kind of funky way to go into the mid game.
Yeah, so I mean, again, when we look at TVT, it generally is a weird way to go into the mid game. Of course, with a Banshee on the way, this is going to be very feast or famine coming out of the blue Terran player. Banshee runs across, you get a lot of value. It's fantastic. You really put your opponent back on the back foot. But if it doesn't, well, then you've committed to a Banshee, and that is not a unit that is useful in the mid game. It does not gain value over time nearly in the way that a Raven does. And Gumiho is not even going to pair them up. So, maybe you keep your Banshees out and 2-shot and run in later and start to 1-shot workers, and it's useful. So he's just going to have 1 less Raven or Medivacs later, something like that. And it's all in this Banshee. It's got to find value. Or Gumiho, you talk about how you like his position. Well, that's going to start to erode pretty quickly.
Yeah, now what Gumiho is going to look to do for this next stage to make this Banshee able to find some value is he's sharking around on the map with his 2 Cyclones and a few Reapers. He would love to have tried to find his opponent's Cyclone right there. Oh man, he just found a fresh mule. That was like a brand new fresh mule. I would say this Banshee is pretty much paid for itself. 3 SCVs and a brand new mule at this stage. That's pretty decent value. That's anything he gets from this point, I think, is gravy. Oh, but you do not want to lose it to the Cyclone. Oh, he's trying to bait him out. He's trying to bait him out.
Oh, do it. Oh. You're gonna find. Oh, there we go. Get the lock on. Actually, he's not paying attention, so it's just a free Reaper instead. I loved the idea, but not quite there.
Yeah, that would have. Oh man, and if he hadn't had the Reapers too, the Cyclone would have had to move further forward. Oh, that's so unfortunate that Gumiho wasn't paying attention right there. Really nice setup, but he's not able to convert. And to be honest, it probably isn't the biggest deal because the Banshee had already taken a lot of damage. You're still going to be having to contest with Marines. It's interesting. He actually sends it back home. He wants to repair it up. Huh. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, in fairness, though, with what you're talking about, Steadfast, it does, even just killing a Cyclone like that, it unlocks something. It's a little bit less defensive power. It's going to be 1 less unit if you decide to... Oh, look at the body blocking there! Gumiho gives no scout whatsoever. Oh, you love to see it.
That was very nicely done. Very well done from Gumiho.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, it certainly was. And Gumiho, or pardon me, Cure just scanned the main. The command center was put up in the top left corner. He didn't see the third CC with this. Cure's got no idea that there's a third CC landing right now. Oh, this could cause him to way over defend and not actually take his base when he needs to.
Yeah, I mean, this is heavy pressure coming out. Well, I was going to say that he's moving backwards a little bit now. Gumiho was at least feinting heavy pressure, and you do have to commit to that if Gumiho sieges up your main bases. It seemed like he was interested in doing, but now, okay, there we go. There's the third base. There's the scout that Cure was looking for. And he might even get an SCV or two, which is going to be fantastic. But it seems like the Marines are going to rotate over, and that's... Oh, I love it. That's only one Marine. Not enough damage done. So the Hellion will be able to get out here. And now, hey, couple free Cyclones. On the other side, Banshee as well. Let's see how much he... Okay, actually only gets the Banshee for the moment. And 2 Reapers, 2 Cyclones, if they can find their way on top of maybe an unsieged tank or something later on, that's still a powerful force. Gumiho's going to be pretty happy he holds on to it.
Oh yeah, it's lovely to keep these little mid-game units. I especially the Cyclones.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Ravens are the most valuable units that you build in the early game in TVT. They're the units you want to keep alive more than anything. But of the throwaway units, it is a very clear drop-off from first to second in terms of Raven to Cyclone, and then it's a pretty big drop-off from Cyclone to everything else.
Although
and I do really think Cyclones are solid units to have here. And there we go. He just gets the scout on the medevacs here. He's able to put a bit of damage into them as well. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, I would go so far as to say that like Ravens and Cyclones are not really throwaway units. They're early game units, but you do want to hold on to them as long as possible. Whereas like a Reaper or something, at a certain point, you really don't care whether you lose them or not. So for now, I mean, Gumiho is using these like blink stalkers. He's just running forward, gunning down a couple Marines, backing up, saying, it's like, I don't know if you have a sibling, but you know, the time in your life where you realize that no one is truly touching someone, it's electromagnetic impulse. And so you tap him, you say, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. That's what these Cyclones are doing, even as they eventually fall down. But I mean, the Marines, that's heavy damage on the exchange.
Yeah, he baited a bunch of Marines into their death. Now we are going to see, the other side of the map, Cure does go for this push, and he gets some big tank volleys. Not the best day to be a Marine, starting things out here, but in the natural expansion, Gumiho did sneak through with a little double drop, snipes down one of his opponent's siege tanks, and he'll just get out. The Master of Chaos strikes.
Exactly. I mean, this is a heavy siege tank coming in from Cure on the right side, but the problem is Gumiho is well defended. He's set up, he's sieged, he has... I mean, his SimCity is just really nice in terms of coverage of everything that he needs to look at. Second factory getting at it in, fourth base as well. And in a marked change from last game, now it's Gumiho that is really putting himself ahead economically. That fourth base is... Cure hasn't even started his, and Gumiho's command center is done. So at this point, Gumiho doesn't even have to take his fourth just yet. Even extra mules or extra being able to build extra SCVs by itself is going to be really nice, but seems like that fourth base is on the way, or it's floating on over right now. So now, Cure, how does Cure look to respond to this? I mean, just expanding at this point doesn't quite seem like it's enough.
Most important that he doesn't panic, I think.
That's fair.
But it is going to be important that he recognizes his position and recognizes that his opponent is a little bit ahead. So he has to be a little bit more conservative with how he takes engagements. He's got to be very careful. He will move forward here on the right side with just this little marauding force, but he could get himself trapped. Interference matrices on the medevacs would catch them. But he's not going to drop them. He wants to save them. Cure, this is a really nice move. He's recognized that his opponent's army is on the left side, his whole army. Ooh, but now he's kind of hesitating a little bit. Yeah, that is not what you want to be doing. You do not want to be hesitating in TVT. Gumiho is one of the most decisive players out there. Yeah,
the problem right now is Cure realized that his fourth base was not done. Right, the command center is on the way. It's not complete, and he wants to take that fourth base. So Gumiho, by having position, by establishing position on that left side, as one Raven will go. Oh man, that's so much defensive power. But Cure realized that even if he was going to run across the map, it was not going to be easy for him to break that planetary. And he was going to lose his base in exchange. He was not going to be able to get that fourth base up. So he runs back. He takes somewhat of a bad trade, but it's not that massive. And now look at this. He's floating his way on over. He's going to try to take the 6 o'clock base. And that is not nearly as nice of a position as the 9 o'clock base that he might otherwise look for.
Yeah. We are going to see, by the way, I missed it. We actually did see one Raven getting sniped by that little drop that Cure head sent to the top side, so they're both down to just one Raven right now. They both drop the interference matrix. This is really nice for Cure. He actually interrupts the transition into Starports, and he will kill one of them. Meanwhile, little sprint into the natural from Gumiho. Cure is going to be able to get in on top of it, but he will lose his own Raven. So now it is going to be Gumiho with 1 Raven to 0. And it just feels like in this mid game, Gumiho, I mean, he was a little bit ahead from the early game, I think. Not substantially, but a little bit. He's just been more confident in his army movements in this mid game, though.
Yeah, certainly. And now that this is bottom and extra base, yes, that drop delayed starport's fantastic. It's 5 bases on Gumiho versus 4 bases on Cure. He's actually, I think he's taking... No, he's not. That's already on location. That never mind. But now Gumiho stims on in. That 1 tank on the right side is worth absolutely nothing here. And Cure woefully out of position. The tanks are going to siege up, so you can't get on top of it anymore. And Cure, well, yeah, it's such a late siege. Actually, you know, with this late siege, he will be able to kind of stem the bleeding a little bit, dropping Marines on top because they've all gone down. But his tanks on the right side will fall, and the tech is shut down, is really traded actually on both sides. At the end of the day, though, Gumiho pulls himself massively ahead. Yes, it's tanks for tanks and everything else, but Gumiho, with this 5th base, with the added production he has, he finds himself up 40 army supply steadfast upgrades. They're faster. Everything is just so much better for the Taltaran.
Yes, that was a magnificent move from Gumiho, and I said it. I said he looked more confident in his movement. Cure had a spotter Marine that saw this, but Gumiho was like, no, you don't have a Raven. You're only going to have a couple of units in the natural. I only need to disable 1 or 2 tanks. Unless you have, 4 or 5 tanks prepared, I can just set myself up into a defensive position. He sprinted for it. He got it, and he got himself an amazing setup, amazing trade, and some good economic damage as well. And now his +3 weapons is done. His +2 vehicle weapons is done. Gumiho is in a position where he has knocked Cure off guard enough, off balance enough, that if he sprints forward, he might be able to just end the game right here. We are going to see a counterattack from Cure. Oh, that actually might find some value. Gumiho's not sieged, but he's got 1 siege tank on the left.
That he does. I mean, that's a solid trade even still. SCVs are just going to get pulled away from the base. Cure knows they can't hold on here. And now it's going to be 3-3 versus 2-2 on top of everything else. The 3rd command center, the orbital, will fall. 12 workers hit the deck here as well. And that drop on the other side, it traded army for army. Really not worth talking about. Cure falls apart in the late game, and Gumiho shows us just some of the class, some of the skill that we were talking about when we say, hey, you know what? Gumiho's TVT, it can be oddball sometimes, but at the end of the day, it's just really, really solid.
Yeah. It's not just solid, it's decisive. And it was that decisiveness into the natural expansion that got him the position, that put him into a winning position in this game. And he did not flub it. Also, great stuff with the medevac drops on top of the tanks. That turned an otherwise pretty good engagement into an amazing one. And then he even closed it out on that last tank on the right side. And Cure, he was a little bit shaken up, I think, a little bit, and then Gumiho just knocked him right out. That was so well executed from the Taltaran.
Yeah, it's fun to watch these Terrans that are really good at TVT, that they really focus on it, that work on it, because the one thing you'll notice is that they understand when to expand and when to start to take the map better than others do. And yeah, you know what? Cure took maps off Maru in the finals, and we're taking nothing against Cure's TVT in the GSL finals, excuse me, but we saw Gumiho there. He recognized that he was in a good position, and we just saw all the commanders go down. He got his 4th base so much faster, got his 5th base. So, Cure never had the 5th base, so I'm infinitely faster. Got 6th and 7th command center on the way as well, because that moment that he realized he had that tempo lead, that he was in a good position, just you start to go everywhere. You start to really speed up into the game. And now if I'm Cure and I look at how that last game went, the fact that this is Gressfont for map 3 does not spark joy.
It's interesting because there's so much to TBT at this point, but if it gets into that Marine tank versus Marine tank style, Gumiho looks really good today. He looks dialed in. That's not to say Cure can't compete. Absolutely not. But there are a lot of opportunities to make plays on Gressfont and TVT. And Gumiho has made, even though it's 1-1 in this series, Gumiho has made the better impact plays, the more repeatable plays, so to speak.
Yeah, that he has. And now we're going to move into the biggest map in the pool. And You see the impact plays, you see the repeatable plays. I mean, there is no better map to do it, to drag us into a 20-minute epic TVT than this map. So let's see if we get what the fans want, or maybe Gumiho has something in store for us. It's game 3. And on the bottom right, in the blue, he tied it up in game 2 and looked absolutely incredible. It's Gumiho.
And his opponent, spawning up at the top left for Team Abydos. It is the Red Terran player, Cure. And you know what? They have broken the cardinal rule of Korean TVT. They have committed a sin, and they must be punished. And that is no proxy 2 racks, not a single one in the whole series. What are we even watching?
I mean, it's TVT, so I would expect like a proxy Reaper instead. But regardless, yes, I don't even know.
Proxy 2 racks Reaper.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think of like proxy 1 racks Reaper in TV. Am I crazy? In TVT. Although I'm thinking TVP there. Never mind. You are correct. We don't see it here. And Cure is the embodiment of a Korean Terran, so I guess Korean Terrans don't do it anymore, is what I'm hearing.
I mean, like, they won't do it until they do it, you know? And then they'll, when you don't expect it anymore, that's when you can expect it again.
So that steadfast, that's like saying, okay, well, I know what's going to happen in this game. Gumiho is going to win the game, or he's going to lose the game, or he might tie.
Exactly. That's
you're never wrong.
That's the game theory. That's how it be. But usually the Korean Terrans are a little bit predictable in that sense. Like you will almost always see a best of 3 or best of 5 in TVT, where at least one of them proxy 2 racks is at least once. But it seems as though no, they're like, okay, I don't really feel comfortable maybe with this build as much anymore, and that's pretty interesting. That is actually really interesting to me.
It might also be because of how the maps have wound up, right? Like, by the time you get to game 3, Grespon, I mean, it is a map that you can go for Proxy Reaper, absolutely, but it's bigger. Maybe it takes a little longer to get those SCVs across the map. And Cure obviously had a game plan. Game 1, he went for the CC first. It worked out. So it feels like by the time you get to game 3, you're almost like forced into not doing it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, certainly. It's a little bit funky, but it's the best time to do it would have been certainly in game number 1. Yeah. 100%. We are going to be seeing, by the way, I kind of wish I'd been paying a little bit closer attention to the minutia of these build orders. It can't just be that Cure SCV scouted and Gumiho didn't, because Cure is just behind, but like more so than I would have expected for that kind of setup. Like there's a 1.5 SCV lead. The command center was faster. The starport was faster. Everything was just faster for Gumiho. And I'm not exactly sure how. And it was kind of similar as game 2, but I'm certain that they both opened up barracks double gas. Like they did the same thing, but I'm not exactly sure how Gumiho is just up a worker. He didn't. I don't think he cut anything at any weird timings, but he must have somewhere.
He spent less gas, I think. Is if you look at the that's pretty clear. You look at the gas mining. What? Oh no, okay, never mind. Cure has gas mining in the natural, but Gumiho did spend less gas early on, right? He only got 2 Reapers instead of 3. He got more, I guess, mineral heavy units, and maybe it was something to do with where he was only mining like 2 out of 3 on his refineries instead of 3 out of 3, something like that. I don't know, but regardless, you're right. He is up a worker and a half, something like that. He's got a minor army supply lead. He's building himself into a pretty solid position, but Cure, he's pulling the special build out. Double starport. This is going to be fun. Well, if he survives this pressure right now, which is, it's no sure thing.
Yeah, this is actually a little bit of an uncomfortable position. That was an amazing grenade right there from Cure. We do see the Raven coming on in. There's no way to save this Cyclone from the lock-on. Oh, he just gets away. I thought that was going to be a dead Cyclone. There we go. Gumiho confirms the kill. Gumiho with a great little push right here, and he gets an extremely strong set of value plays. Unfortunately, does get the one lock-on the SCV jumping into the gas, but he snipes down the Hellion, gets the kill on that one, and just gets on out. This is a successful little push from Gumiho, but he doesn't know yet about the additional gases at the natural. He doesn't know about the second starport.
Yeah, that's the big problem right now. I mean, I love this play from the Cyclones. Now that they're low, they can't do much aggressively, but they can't dive in, certainly, but they can kill a supply depot, things of that nature. But this pressure from Gumiho does need to figure out what's happening. Eventually, you get double starport. The Viking count is, we're already starting to see it massively snowball, and then this pressure from Gumiho doesn't work. The all-in starts to really find value, and it can go push me, pull you. It can shove across the map very quickly. So for now, Gumiho's got to find some way in. I don't know whether that's Raven Harass, something like that. You drop Cyclone drop. He has to see the second starport.
It will be. It's really important that he does. Yeah. If he's not able to and he overstays too long, he could find himself losing everything, and then he'll have nothing at home to defend against the counterattack. Now, if Gumiho holds on his opponent's side of the map for long enough, eventually he will get stim, and he'll be in a good spot. Ooh, we did see a boost forward from the medevac, but it did get pushed away before it could see anything. At this point, though, okay, there we go. There's the scan from Gumiho. He actually doesn't see the second starport, but that's way too many Vikings for this to be anything else.
Yeah.
Gumiho. The tanks.
Okay, so now we're going to see one Raven get knocked down. The tanks get disabled here. Vikings just land onto the ground, trying to break Gumiho out. And, well, the tanks don't siege, but they don't have to steadfast because they just want to stutter step forward, knock one tank down, get the second one. Gumiho's got to get the hell out of Dodge. And this is a great... It's a solid reveal. I was going to say it's a good scout, and it technically is, but Gumiho lost so much there that now he's looking at 2 tanks defensively against the 4 of his opponent, 1 Raven, 1 medevac against 8 Vikings. And yeah, he holds the high ground, but high ground matters less when you have that high ground, when you have these Vikings that can just dominate the sky. Raven falls, the Vikings are just going to land on top of everything, and Gumiho had such a powerful push, but Steadfast, it's fallen apart.
It has fallen apart, and he doesn't have anything to defend right now. He got a trade with the tanks 2 for 2, and he forced the Ravens to use their auto turrets, which means they won't have an interference matrix available for a little bit. One of them is on 38, make it 40 energy now. But it is still going to be a little bit, and that will buy time for Gumiho. He's got his stim done. He's getting into 1-1. He's getting into combat shields, and he's got 5 barracks producing. Oh, the Vikings are going to land, but there is stim available, and that will be a couple landed Vikings going down. However, Cure is getting into Liberators. He is reinforcing with Liberators. He's got another couple of tanks inching their way forwards. And, oh man, can Gumiho buy enough time to get out enough to crush this? I don't know.
This is rough. Now, the nice thing is you talk about the tank trades. Gumiho or Cure has been losing tanks. That does mean that this power on the ground is not quite as solid as it could otherwise be, but he's still on 3 tanks here. And it's just, we're looking for a silver lining. Is now the Bio's going to run forward. The Liberators are sieged up. Landed Vikings coming from the left side. SCV's getting on top of everything here, and Gumiho seems like he's just maybe barely pushing through as the Vikings, well, they're going to get dropped on top, but actually, no, it's not going to be enough. Not at the end of the day. 19 SCVs hit the deck. Sure, those tanks are so low steadfast, but they do everything they have to, and at this point, Gumiho, there doesn't seem to be much left.
No, he has lost way too many workers. At this point, Cure is transitioning. He's adding a 3rd command center. He's adding additional barracks. His stim is nearly done, and he has killed so many workers of his opponent. He holds the air superiority. He's going to push his opponent off the natural position, and at this point, Cure has played this out perfectly. Gumiho didn't recognize the build quickly enough. He stayed a little bit too long. We're going to see SCVs pulled, but for what? There's a drop coming in from the side. It's not going to get the job done. Cure will take the series 2-1. Very well done from the Korean Terran.
It's a moral victory, right? You pull the SCVs and then you punish them for not keeping you alive earlier, I guess is the play. Regardless, it's funny how that game swung, right? We had that heavy pressure coming in from Gumiho. It seemed really, really solid. And then he doesn't scout the starport. He doesn't understand what's happening until the Vikings run across and kill everything that he had. And yeah, technically Gumiho had a scout, but he lost almost everything on the map that was allowing him to do what he wanted to do. And at that point, Steadfast, it's just a little hard to hold on. He made a valiant effort of it, but you lose 2 tanks, you lose 3 tanks, you lose your Ravens, you lose a lot of bio. It's not how you want to hold that.
No, it's extremely difficult to do that. And as a result, I mean, we said it. Gumiho looked probably better in the macro game. Just a little bit, not uncompetitively better, but just a little bit more decisive, a little bit more sharp. But he wasn't able to, get into that macro game in game number 3 and cure. I mean, that was some great strategy planning. That was some great series planning. And he fully earned this 2-1 victory.
That he did, and shows us just why, in part, that he is the GSL finalist of Season 1. I mean, yeah, maybe the GSL is a smaller tournament than it used to be, but it's still damn competitive. And finding your way to the finals, especially through that gauntlet of TVT and taking 2 maps off. He didn't beat Maru, but he took a couple maps off Maru, and that in TVT is hard enough in and of itself. So Cure showed us that class that he has, and now that means he moves on. And do we know who he faces just yet? No, because Clem and Haas is just getting started. So he's going to face the winner of Clem and Haas. That will happen eventually. Of course, we're going to find our way down into the lower bracket, where we're going to start with Classic and Kellizer and Steadfast. That sounds like a lot of fun. But of course, as we go into that one, we do have to go to a brief break. When we're back, it's going to be Classic, it's going to be Kellizer, it's going to be some TVP action, excuse me. And we'll be back soon. See y'all then.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone, as now we move on to the lower side of Group B. And this time, there's a lot on the line anyways, but there's even more on the line because you lose here, you have 3 best of 5s to even make it in the playoffs. And yeah, you know, it could be worse. You could have 3 best of 5s and a best of 3 and start a knockout bracket round 1. But this is not what any of these players are looking at. And Steadfast, as we take a look at who we're running into, it's going to be Classic, it's going to be Kellizer, and Classic has been looking probably in the best form we've seen since his return from the military, at least the last month or so.
Oh, he's been looking amazing. Specifically his PvP, or his PvT, I should say.
Yeah.
In my opinion, has become really quite strong. And he actually just recently joined a new team as well. So congratulations to him. I believe they're called Twisted Minds.
Yes.
Yeah, Twisted Minds. So a new team coming into StarCraft 2. That's kind of cool. It's kind of awesome. But I am just really excited to see how he's looking. He did, it feels like, just took the gas, the foot off the gas just a little bit in the maybe last 3 weeks or so, 2 to 3 weeks. Because there was a period of time from about maybe 7 weeks ago to about 3 weeks ago, where for me, he was making a case as being like a top 2 Protoss in the world. But he's a little bit taken off the gas from there. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But I'm really excited to see how he's looking.
And by the way, talking about how he fared versus Dark, it was looked like a couple build order counters from what I saw, at least in game 1. So, it's hard to make a judgment off of that one, but we can, in fact, make a judgment off of this one. Because Ancient Cistern is map 1, and Steadfast, we are ready to go. So we're going to get right on into it. And on the bottom left for Team Liquid, making a surprisingly deep run in ESL Americas. Let's see if he can continue it on here. It's Kellizer.
And his opponent spawning up at the top right for Twisted Minds, making his debut for them and hoping to do them proud. It is Classic.
Steadfast, the one thing we have to point out here is that Classic's on a team. And that's, to my mind, looking at how Classic has played and how he has been able to perform over the last, we're about a year and a half now since he came back from military. That's bad news for Classic. Like, he does very well when he's playing solo, and then it seems like he goes on a team and it actually, his performance degrades. So if you're saying the last 3 weeks where he's not been playing quite up to that world-killing form that we saw him in, like, post-Katowice before that time, well, maybe that sounds like the period of time where he might have been in discussions to join a team.
Yes, I think he may have tried to, and you know what? Maybe he's like one of those major league sports players where in their contract year, they're maybe they sign a contract for 3-4 years and they're good, but then when they're coming up into free agency, they really turn it on and they really show up big. But then when they're on the team, they don't have that same hunger. And it doesn't mean that it's a conscious decision. Sometimes it's just as simple as instinct fully. And it's very, very funky. Now, we got to talk about this, what's happening right here. It was a reactor first versus a quick Zealot out of Classic. Kellizer able to get a lot of damage done to this first Zealot. That is going to make things a lot easier for him. And Kellizer, after the 6 Marines, I think he is just going to swap this off and build at least a couple Hellions. But for now, a small little advantage for Kellizer. Very small, but notable.
And this shows that in part that Kellizer's done his homework, because this is a Classic from Classic. He loves the Zealot play. He loves the early aggression. Whether it is Zealot Adept and Stalker, just Zealot Adept, whatever it is, he loves to get across the map early and try to make the Terran feel uncomfortable. So by opening Reactor like that, by having those Marines out early, by making sure he has a much larger early first than he might otherwise get, it is a really nice idea, as now one Adept goes down, second one shades through, and now Steadfast, this might get a little dicey, but with the Hellions here, seems like as long as they can kite properly, this should be fine.
Yeah, of course, Adepts do a lot of damage to Hellions, but oh, look at that. Nice job from Kellizer. He's able to get the good lineup here. We will see one of the Hellions falling. And the second one will be saved thanks a little bit to the assistance of the SCV that was kind of poking away. Now, there's nothing on the other side of the map. There's one Stalker. It just popped. Kellezer going to force the probes to be pulled. He is going to force a cancel on the shield battery. And this isn't even like the main attack. This is just a little bit of pressure that he's doing before the Armory Widow Mines. He's going to find so many probes. This is such a stunning start for Kellezer.
I love the game planning coming in from Kellezer here, because this is not, I mean, yes, good read from Kellezer, seeing that your opponent has stuff across the map that you can defend with the Hellions because you got an Adept and all those small decisions. But you have to open properly to make that happen. You have to stay on reactor. You have to open reactor first. You have to stay on that reactor for a while. You have to build those Marines. And all of that is game planning. All of that is Kellezer taking a look at Classic, having done his homework, saying, maybe even looking at the group and saying, I think it's fairly likely I run into Classic at some point, and just properly setting himself up for it. And now the Widowmines are going to find their way in. And yeah, the pull's going to be fine. This Robo's only halfway done, Steadfast, and I always get baited out by this as one worker will fall. Second one is going to get nice dodge there. That was actually, to be clear, Classic did that one on purpose. Sometimes we see it just kind of, the tracer goes and it finds its way into the extractor, and that's fine. But in this case, Classic had two workers out. He waited to see which one got targeted. Last second, pulled it in. Very fancy. But as we see here, the observers are not out. There is going to be a second shot coming out of these Widow Mines.
I don't. Oh, okay. Kellezer just lets it fire. Oh, I was going to say I don't. Oh, okay. This is cute. He waits for the Hellion to force the probe pull.
That is like one Hellion.
Yeah, but he still almost got, he got one probe. He almost got like 4. And if Kellezer or if Classic hadn't responded even like as quickly as he did, he could have gotten like 6 or 7. Like it would have been very easy to just leave those probes and assume they're safe and focus purely on the Widow Mines. This was very well done from Kellezer. He saves the medevac without taking any damage. The Armory didn't, I don't know that it really paid for itself. It's an expensive structure for only 2 mines, but they did both fire twice. They were able to force more lost mining time. I think it was enough to justify it, but the actual damage that it did was quite nice.
And look at this SimCity from Kellezer. He knows where Classic has to go between the 6 Marines getting, what was that, like 6 workers, and then the pressure coming from this point. He knows it's all going to be on some sort of Blink Stalker attack. I mean, he's going to expand behind, but he wants to get some counter pressure. So 2 bunkers in the natural and such a powerful line of structures that make it, though, yeah, Classic can blink in. That's totally fine. But how do you get past this wall? I mean, the tanks, eventually they may get targeted if you blink in, but it's going to be so hard to get your stalkers on top of anything.
Yeah, this is going to be extremely difficult for Classic. It is going to be a 5-rack setup, which is a heavily dedicated 2-base build, of course, from Kellezer, which is funny because he's on 53 SCVs. So he's already like very well stocked in terms of worker count. And if he wants to go for an SCV pull with this, he can do it and still be mining pretty effectively. But this is what Terrans have figured out you can do against 4-gate Blink Stalker play, is you drop 2 bunkers in the natural, because MaxPax has gotten so good at killing players that it's forced the Terrans to come up with a new response. By the way, very nice scan right there, finds the observer. But yeah, by dropping the 2 bunkers at the natural, you can focus more of your tanks in the main. Now, this is not 4-gate Blink Stalker.
It should complete. Yeah, there we go.
Barely going to survive, but it will survive. Oh, Classic. He's going to get out of here.
I love how patient he was, though, right? Like, those stalkers sat and didn't do anything. And in fairness, you kind of needed them to do something. But they just sat there. They realized that eventually Kellezer was going to move out on the map. The tanks were going to unsiege. And that's what he was waiting for. But now there's nothing to prevent this army from running across the map. He's up 30 army supply. He's got 3 tanks. He's got Liberators here, Steadfast. He's got combat shields, concussive shells. No +1. You might like that. But in this army, it's going to be so hard for Classic to deal with now. This is a potentially nice start, but even still, a Sentry goes down, a Stalker goes down, and the Liberators in the main. Warping and Zealous does not defend that.
No, I think he might have just looked at the mineral line. We're going to see a big charge forward. Siege tanks will unsiege, and there's a battery overcharge. This might be the fight Classic's looking for. He does lose that shield battery, but there are still 3 Colossus alive. The unsiege pushes the 1 tank into the army. Huge laser swipes from these Colossi. Kellezer, the thing is, even though this was a good fight for Classic, probably the best one he could get in the circumstances, Kellezer is still so far ahead from this position. He is monstrously far ahead.
Yeah, those Liberators, they got so much done. 13 probes fall down, and now Kellezer continues to rally forward. He still has 2 tanks here. He's got +1 now. So this bio is even more powerful. And Steadfast, he's committing to the aggression. He's not getting armor out of this. +2 attacks on the way as more sentries will fall. We got like 1 or 2, and now only 1 tank. Yes, that is true. And these Colossus, there's not much to deal with them right now. So Kellezer, he's got to sit on the edge of this for the moment, bait some Zealots and maybe find that value. But if you look at the production tab, Vikings and Vikings and Vikings are on the way, and that means eventually these Colossus should fall. In fact, he's just gonna get on top. 1 falls, second one barely kept alive here by the shield battery overcharge, and maybe Kellezer overextending just a little bit, but Steadfast, he's gotta overcommit so much more than that to make Classic have any shot of equalizing. I mean, this is hard.
It is so difficult right now, and these Widowmines see exactly where the Colossi are too, and that's going to cause another dive. This time, there won't be battery overcharge available. Disruptor shot, though, gets a big connection. That might be what Classic needed to try and clean up this army. Reinforcements have not arrived yet, and we are going to see a big cleanup coming on in from Classic. Is it going to be enough to equalize the game? The answer is not really, but it's once again the best fight he could have gotten in the circumstances. Even with that, all the Colossi go down. The entire army, pretty much, of Classic goes down, and Kellezer keeps his medevacs alive. He's able to rally in these units, and I think he might just have enough to close it out here with this wave of reinforcements. It is looking like it at the very least.
Game paused.
I read that as GG. I'm like, wait, what? Like,
yeah,
I
so
thought that was
at
Classic
first.
GGing out. But anyway.
I thought so too, yeah.
But apparently his mouse and keyboard are lagging, which is...
Oh.
That's interesting. Generally, it's the
Yeah, you
game that lags. I didn't know that was possible, actually.
Well, I mean, if your inputs aren't going through, like, that might be what he's referring to. It does feel like there's a couple of things that Kellezer has done in the last little bit that have...
Not been to the same quality that he started the game with.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it. I don't want to talk about too much because, while the game is still going on and whatnot. But it's certainly oh, okay, apparently it's fine now. Okay, we're getting back into it. Never mind.
All right, 3-2. There's the one. Okay, man, I got baited out by the referee there. Regardless, you look at this, and this feels like this is one of those games where the Terran has not killed Classic just yet, but it is very much in that process, and it's going to take a little longer because Ancient Cistern is a long map, but every single time he's going to trade just a little bit better, and workers will continue to fall, and it's death by 1,000 paper cuts, right?
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, the paper is getting a lot more like a katana. It is less and less paper-like and more deadly as the game goes on. But Kellezer's going to back away. He's going to back away. He's going to take a 4th command center. He's going to, at the very least, regroup a little bit. Now, these Zealots on the right side, this is not the kind of army they want to be running into. A bunch of bio with some mine support. Classic simply cannot afford those losses at all. And I mean, realistically, if it was Kellezer losing 500 resources for free, we wouldn't be too worried about it. We'd be saying, Classic needs a few more of those. Kellezer didn't need any of those, but he got them nonetheless.
Yeah, of course, there are disruptors on the field, and if you are a Protoss Copium enjoyer, you can say that, disruptors are the infinite comeback unit. But, that's a kill on that base, too. You talk about 500 resources, 450 right there is certainly more than Classic can afford at the moment. So it's all on the disruptors at this point. He will have +2. That's going to be very nice. Disruptors joining the fray, and Ghosts haven't joined this army of Kellezer. Not yet, but they will soon, as a disruptor will fall. Gets absolutely nothing. Steadfast, and honestly, it almost feels like this army on the left side by itself can end the game. Granted, maybe not as all the Zealots they join the fray, but Kellezer has 2 armies that are actually each of his armies is perfectly as big as what Classic has.
Pretty much, yeah. And Classic, Kellezer doesn't need to let Classic fight him one at a time. Now, this observer on the left side does spot this army. We are going to see the Zealot run by on the other side, and it looks like a Disruptor may have clicked on a couple of units. Ghost at the third base. Oh, great positioning from Kellezer. And that's going to be all these Zealots getting cleaned up. We will see the attack on the left side. Finds the Liberator with, or pardon me, well, he did find a Liberator, but the Liberator found a Disruptor, and now Kellezer getting in on top of the mineral line. Disruptor shots are going to connect, but
it's not enough, Steadfast. Yeah. I mean, those are panic Disruptor shots, too. 3 going out at once to hope to get something. Here's the Stalkers. They blink on top. But we were going to see Surround coming in from every side. Disruptors, the balls die as they go out here at this point. So, yeah, the Marauder will fall. And again, it seems like Classic appears to hold. You know, this army is dead. But then you look at the supply again, and it's like, well, yeah. We killed this army. But what about the next one? And the next one? And the next one? And the next one? You get the point.
I do have to say, how like I'm bloody impressed that Classic is still in this game, but it's one of those things. Like, he lost 12 probes, he lost the 4th base without a cancel. Kellezer has a fully saturated 4th base. That's a planetary. There's a missile turret there in case somehow DTs were on the map. We've got Widowmine drops preparing to continue to encroach on Classic's small base count. Now, I don't blame Classic for staying in this game. Because all it takes at this point is 1 or 2 really big Disruptor shots, and he actually does get back into it. As long as his mentality is playing this as though it's a lost game. That has to be the mentality. And we will never know unless, you know, you talk to him, or you literally have to pause the game and be like, okay, Classic, do you think you're dead? And he's like, yes. And we're like, so why are you playing? And he's like, so I can tire my opponent out. And you're like, good, Classic. Very well done.
Or yeah, like, I think I'm 98% dead. Disruptors, who knows, maybe. For now, though,
yes, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Widowmine drop into the main is not going to, actually, yeah, it's only going to get 2 workers. Full recall forced on the natural, though. Disruptor, hey, oh, that feels bad.
Yeah, he hit one of his own, I think one of his own probes, and then another 2 went down. There are still Disruptors on this ramp. And I mean, until the Liberator count gets really high, oh, nice blink forward, snipes down a medevac. Until the Liberator count gets really high, it's difficult to end a game against Disruptors. That is for sure. Yeah. Classic knows that.
Yeah, and if we look at this, it's like, okay, well, you give Classic a lot of credit to find his way back into this game, but in part, this is how it works. You can poop a lot of units out if you are the Protoss player, even if you're trading inefficiently, just how that works. But look at this play coming in. EMP is on everything. 1 Disruptor shot will land, but second one lands a little bit nicely as well. And again, seems like Classic is going to be able to hold on for the moment here as warp-ins happen. The Disruptors the tech is going to get reset, and actually, even with these Zealots finding their way in, even with a concave of Stalkers looking somewhat decent, there we go. Finally, with the upgrades and everything else that Kellezer has, he will be able to punch through, and Kellezer, I think, in the surprise of many people, myself included, finds himself up 1-0 in this series.
Very impressive stuff. Because right now, like, I really do have Classic rated super highly. So for him to be able to just kind of make Classic look a little silly in game number 1, even with Classic really hanging on for dear life, like, that's very impressive. Now, we do have to point back to the early game. Really going south for Classic. Like, we can't undersell that. The early game was uncomfortable, and he was behind for a while. And then a couple of kind of missteps happened in the mid game. If he can clean things up, it's certainly very doable for Classic. But, I mean, Kellezer looks comfy. He looks really comfy, and he's ready to go for Royal Blood game 2.
Yeah, and I think the thing we need to point out here is that, well, Kellezer has only ever taken 1 series off of Classic ever. That goes back a while, right? Like, he hasn't played him all that much, and most importantly, he did 2-0 him recently. In May 10th of this year, he in the Kung Fu Cup, he did knock him out in the round of 32. And hey, Kellezer is one of these players that can go and we'll tell the ref we're ready to go. Is one of these players that can go and play something. He's not going to do, I don't know, who's a crazy Terran? He's not going to pull a Gumiho maybe or something. That's probably not even the best example, but he's going to go like 1 tick off standard. And if you go that, like, sometimes that 1 tick off standard can be even more impactful than going really crazy, because you can go and your opponent might read it as standard. And we saw that game 1. You just get a couple extra Marines and you run across the map, 6 workers go down. Suddenly the Protoss is just heinously far behind, but Steadfast, we're going to have to see if he can do it again, because just because you win a map does not mean the series in your pocket. Not just yet. So we're going to get into game 2. And on the bottom left, in the red for Twisted Minds, it's Classic.
And his opponent spawning up at the top right for Team Liquid. It is Kellizer. Yeah, I really think, honestly, like, Classic's early game was just so sloppy in that one. He really tried to force the issue with the Zealot, which is fine to do for the very beginning. Like, the first Zealot, you run it in, and you're like, okay, well, you see the double Marine. At that point, you should be thinking, at that timing, well, at the very least, it should be in the back of your mind that there could be that reactor first 6 Marine push coming across the map. But then when he lost the 1 Adept in the middle of the map and shaded forward, I mean, he just kind of was left defenseless on the other side of the map. It made things uncomfortable for him. Just a lot went poorly for him. And I don't know. Well, I'm really hoping he can tighten things up. We are going to see a quick scout across the map from Classic. And that's already going to let him know, like, okay, it's not going to be reactor first. You know, I'm a little bit... My opponent is playing, quote-unquote, a little bit more standard, but it's... I like that he's trying to control the tempo, even though it's as insignificant as Pro Scout. I do like that he's trying to get on top of things a little bit faster.
Yeah, I think that's fair, right? I don't think he commits as hard. If he has that Scout early on, it's like, okay, there are a lot of Marines. Maybe I still run the Zealot across just because it's annoying.
Yeah.
But you keep the Adepts a little bit safer, and then you don't A, throw an Adept away, and B, you don't leave yourself open to 6 Marines on the other side that kill, what was it, again, 6-7 probes, something like that. So you'd be hard-pressed to find a player that says, I don't like having information, but of course, there's the trade-off. Probe on the other side, it is, you make less money over time. It is that trade-off that you do have to go for, but in this game, Classic is doing something that, well, he was actually a big fan. Well, we're gonna have to see where he goes, but opening Stargate does give him a couple more defensive options. Yes, it does. There's a few options you can go with this. You can, of course, go for the three Adept Oracle play, or, you know, you can go Phoenixes into Phoenix Colossus, and Classic has done both of those things quite a bit recently. Now, this is really cool from Kellizer, and I hope he sends these Reapers to the right side and hides them. That's what I am hoping that he does. So he opens up Marine Reactor, 3 Marines. That is enough. Even without the bunker, that's enough to fight the first Adept. With the bunker, it's enough to, you know, fight technically infinite Adepts. Not really, but you can fight a fair number of them. But, oh, he's actually going to pair up with the Marines and the Hellion. This is rather interesting. The Marines are going to get cleaned up. Now this is a situation where Classic would probably be wishing that he went Oracle, because Kellizer just did the thing where he traded out all his Marines for the Adepts, which is what you want to do when you're the Oracle player, but it's going to be Phoenix. Yeah, and, okay, actually doesn't get that 3rd Adept. It will shade back, but there's not, I mean, 1 Adept and 1 Phoenix is something. Yeah, there's no shield battery. In fact, the Adept's just going to go down, so, I mean, a Phoenix lifts, but with nothing to kill, there's kind of no point. So 2 probes are going to hit the deck here. 3 Adepts have died as well, and again, Kellizer, tiny little bit of early game something, and it works out so well.
Yeah, it's nowhere near as bad as the previous game, but it is still a nice bit of damage. He gets a little bit of information. Of course, knowing that your opponent is going Phoenixes is very good. And he has gone for the 3 barracks and factory before starport. Now, there's, of course, a few options with this, but he is just going to go straight into the starport. He is going to be playing a little bit of this modified Ryung setup that we talked about at IEM Katowice 2022 so much, and that is, you know, handful of bio, 2 medevacs on the map, 6 minutes, stim combat shields, and try and take control of the game from a very early point as the Terran.
And the really nice thing about this as well, when you do go for the early stim, you get this heavy bio commitment. You have a lot of Marines on the ground, and Phoenix players hate that. You know, Marines, yeah, sure, Phoenix Marines are light units. You can lift them, and that's fine. but you have enough, and they really struggle to find impact. So Classic is stopping at 3. He may go back into this, but he's stopping at 3 Phoenix for the moment, getting himself up into that defensive power. He's getting a Robo Bay on the way, adding in Immortals as he takes his 3rd. Stim's halfway done, but already Kelazar moving on the map here. Maybe, I mean, the good majority of Classic's army is in these 3 Phoenix, so if they're on his side of the map and if they're lifting SCVs, they cannot defend on the other side.
No, and that's why he's looking to lift Marines predominantly here. He wants to catch them as they pop out. Now, Classic has been doing this. A lot of the Korean Protosses have been starting at 3 Phoenixes stopping at 3 Phoenixes specifically. Classic, though, he's doing something he's been doing a lot of recently with this setup as well, which is the double Immortal before starting the Colossus production while he goes for this Phoenix Colossus. It's really robust. And the double Immortal is, I mean, it's a setup where you do have to target fire the units very effectively to make sure they are, you know, valuable, that they get that value. But if you can do so, they are really powerful units. And look at this, these Phoenixes are just continuing to get little pickoffs, trading out the small amount of energy that they've got in order to continue to find good value. And I'm really loving how Classic is doing this, and especially look at this. Look at this vision on the left side. So beautiful from Classic.
You're gonna trade out 100 minerals for it, but you take that any day of the week. This pressure is just, it's not gonna be there anymore. And Steadfast, if we look at the supplies, you say, okay, well, these Phoenix have actually done so much as now Classic goes back into production of them again. We're not seeing Kelazar as a Terran that wants to push right now. They want to be up 10, 15, 20 armies supply ahead of the Protoss at this point, because that kind of, their army may not be quite as good, right? Colossus against Marines, very strong. But if they can build that supply lead, it actually works out fairly well. And because Kelazar has been trading things off a little bit, his army is not that much better than the Protoss's. And certainly with this defensive, with these shield batteries well positioned, this army from Kelazar doesn't really feel like it's going to get much of anything done.
Yeah, no, and that's been Classic's bread and butter recently. We are going to see the double drop trying to come on into the natural. Ooh, Phoenix is almost grabbing. Oh, that was a nice little trap with the Widow Mines. But we will see this drop coming into the natural expansion from Kelazar. But Classic's right on top of this. Oh my goodness, the Marines just stimming to the corner to try and, you know, pull his opponent apart. Big stim coming in on top of the 3rd base. We do have a recall available. Oh, Kelazar F2ing back and forth a little bit here. Phoenixes, though, do get, I believe he recalled. Yeah, he did. And battery overcharge is going to buy time for these units. This is looking amazing for Classic in game number 2.
It is. Oh, man, what could have been? Kelazar just stims to the mineral line, wipes the mineral line out, and suddenly you're far less happy as Classic. But that didn't happen. Kelazar, he waffled a little bit. Don't know if it was an F2. Don't know whether it was worried about a recall or something like that. Wanted to be able to make sure he got his army out. Regardless, now Classic is the one marauding forward. He's up 10 army supply. Phoenix lift everything. You can't run from this, even without charge. It just is so hard. And there's nothing that deals with a Colossus. There's some Vikings on the way, but you have Phoenix and Stalkers to buffer for that one. This 3rd base is not going to be allowed to hang around for a while. I love, oh man, the force field there is just doing so much. 15 SCVs have gone down the 2nd round as well. Classic, game 1 was rough for Classic, but game 2, he is just looking so clean.
And this is what I was talking about. This is the Classic that I wanted to see. Like you said, looking clean, pristine. As I say that, he does eat gigantic Widow Mine shots on his Phoenixes, but it shouldn't actually matter too much to this army. It is unfortunate because he's used recall and there is a counterattack on the other side of the map that's going to be messy. His charge and +1 are not yet done. And because he lost those Phoenixes, actually, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to clean up his opponent's army. But I think he's going to camp the production far before Kelazar can do anything meaningful to him.
Yeah,
there's even going to be a Colossus out.
Although, I mean, is that technically there's a Colossus out, but doesn't really get that much done. The bigger deal, of course, is that Classic, he's got about 10 probes, 10, 15 probes out on the map. So, yeah, this is a base trade. And yes, Classic will have issues in his main base, in his natural, but you can't lift everything up. There are Phoenix here. Eventually, every unit that flies away will get plinked down, and, well, with Stalkers in the main base here to hold the ramp a little bit. And there's the recall as well. So, you know, I don't know that I like this recall, actually. I feel like
I don't think I do. He could have killed both command centers at the very least. And he had force field to hold the ramp. He did not need to recall right away. But regardless, he's won the game.
Yeah, he's still in a great spot, but he
Yeah.
could be in an even better spot, I guess is the logic.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, 100. No, he could have. He's in a game-winning position, but he could have basically been in an unlosable position if he kills those 2 command centers and force fields the ramp and keeps his opponent out. Maybe he was worried about a big doom drop into the main, and then he's like, oh, okay, well the force field isn't going to be enough to hold. Don't forget, he just did massive damage. Kelzer's on 2 SCVs, so he might have just been saying, I don't need to get more. I've done enough.
I think also it's like, well, Steadfast, he could have lost everything. Like, you keep a pylon on the map, lost everything, and still probably been fine. But for now, right, the Viking is forward, and that's a bit annoying. The factory takes some value, and you do have to make sure you run forward and don't accidentally hit buildings when you want to hit army. But this is going to be another dead orbital, so we're at, what is this, one on the map? One orbital on the map. So Killazur, he goes for base trade round 2, but it's far less inspiring on base trade round 2 than it was in round 1. There's a Colossus at home, and hopefully this one is a little bit better positioned than the first defensive one was. And with a War Prism, yeah, this is... Oh, those are good force fields, too.
Those were brilliant. Tries to pinch the units in towards him. As you said, that War Prism going to be able to ferry the Colossus back into the main base. Killazur, he's got to know the writing's on the wall at this point. I think it's just a matter of time. There it is. GG well played gets hauled. And Classic will even the series at 1 apiece. Very well done.
What a tale of 2 stories, or a tale of 2 games, a tale of 2 cities. Game 1, Classic looked, he had issues. You know, he was struggling early. The Marines ran in, they got a lot of damage done, and it's just, oh man, it feels bad for Classic. He never recovered. And then game 2, he looked clean. He looked incredibly clean. Yeah, you know, the pressure early on was annoying and definitely worth doing that Killazur found, but it was 2 workers instead of 6, and then there was really minimal follow-up, and then Classic found his way into the mid game, and yeah, a little bit of economic damage done early, but I mean, from that point on, Classic just looked untouchable.
Yes, he looked pretty unstoppable right there, and it just goes to show the difference that, you know, a little bit of extra economic damage makes at this level of play. It was just really clean defense here coming on in from Classic, and yeah, he got the job done. He got the job done. He needed to do exactly what he needed to, or he did exactly what he needed to do. And while yes, he probably could have ended the game just a little bit faster, I'm totally okay with the way he's gone about this.
Oh yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, why would you go and give yourself try to end the game when you have a 75% chance to win the game, when you can play 2 minutes more and, you know, and put yourself in a better position and take that 75% chance to a 99%. Yeah, it might be fun. It might be tempting to try to end the game right then when you have the advantage. But of course, Classic has won a GSL. He has been in the finals of World Championships. Like, he's a storied player, and he knows what it takes to win games. He knows what it takes to win tournaments. And Killazur is very good, don't get me wrong, but he doesn't have that level of seasoning. And again, in this game, we're really more praising Classic more than anything. So let's see if we can praise him again, or whether it's Killazur that can do more of game 1. Because game 3, well, there we go. We are ready for it. In the upper left, in the blue, he's for Team Liquid, looking to keep his hopes alive and get further and have to play less in the knockout round. Killazur.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right, looking to win his first series of the tournament. It is Classic.
So if you're Killazur, right, you had the great series plan in game 1. You got those 6 Marines that worked out super well. Game 2, you get some economic damage done, but it's not as much. Steadfast, how do you approach game 3?
That's such a tough question, because the 6 Marine opener is like not even that uncommon or weird. It's just like Classic just made mistakes that he didn't make in game 2. And you don't want your game plan to be, I hope my opponent makes a mistake that they seem to have corrected, or a mistake that seems similar to a mistake that they corrected. So, I mean, I wouldn't have minded if it was a really out there build, but at the same time, Classic scouted. He probe scouted. So if it had been something like Proxy 2 Rax Marauder or something like that, would have been really difficult to do. However, Classic's going to be the one putting the pressure on here. Oh, and he is not getting a Warp Gate yet. He's going to go Proxy Stargate. This is cute. I like this a lot.
Yeah, certainly. You know that your opponent has been the aggressive one 2 games in a row. You figure that that seems to be Keller's game plan to take Classic down in this series. So you hit it with a little bit of a counterpunch. You keep yourself just safe enough at home, right? You know, you get some adept. That's nice. It makes the Reaper doesn't get much done, but then you drop that Starport, that Stargate, excuse me, on the bottom left corner. And if a Kellezer has been A, getting aggressive every game, and B, getting progressively more tech heavy every game, I mean, that's a great play, but it's even better, Steadfast. It's a 3cc opener against oh man, poor Kellezer.
Not ideal. Not ideal in the slightest right here. Classic. Oh, that's actually very fortunate for him, because it almost looks like he overshot the Adept Shade, and maybe he did a little bit, but it actually is going to push Kellezer away from scouting this. Now, Kellezer, the worst thing he could have had happen is scouting this second pylon, and that's exactly what he saw. Oh, okay, now he might be able to see that there is a pylon missing from the main base, but more importantly, he'll see that there's no tech here.
Ooh, I mean, he does get a probe. That's nice. And yeah, you're right. He won't look in the corner, right? So there always is that potential, right, for a pylon kind of in the corner of the main base where he wasn't able to scout in. So it's not confirmation. And now with these adepts denying mining time in the natural, this is looking so rough for Kellezer. He can't mine out of the natural, and he's going to want to try to break down. In fact, I don't hate, Oracle just dive on top of the Marines, kill them off, and you're going to have even less. The economy's going to hurt even more.
That was actually, I actually feel like that was like not what he wanted to do with that Oracle, because he didn't get economic damage with it. I think he thought he could maybe pick off 2 of the Marines while Kellezer was maybe napping, but Kellezer, quick reaction time, gets those 4 Marines together off the 2 that had just rallied out. It's still really uncomfortable, because even killing 1 Marine or 2 Marines there, which he did, means that it's that much longer to clear the natural out. So it's kind of like a conservative play at the same time as being like the greedy play, but it doesn't mean it does mean he doesn't get any economic damage. Now this is going to be a big stasis ward. That's multiple mules there. Oh, that's brutal for Kellezer, but he will try and get the cleanup of the natural. However, 3 of the 4 adepts get out. Oh, that's actually so good for Classic. These mules are going to lose so much time.
This is so unfortunate for Kellezer. I mean, part of it is, yes, Classic has played very well, but on top of that, I mean, you go Proxy Oracle, you go this heavily aggressive play against a 3cc opener that part of that was just build decisions. Classic didn't scout that this was as greedy as it was. He just wanted to get aggressive because he figured his opponent would play greedy on Gressfon, because Gressfon, it take extra bases. And now with the Stalkers here, the Adepts looking to shade on top. I mean, some are going to find their way into the bunker, but this is going to be so many dead Marines. And Classic continues to find... What is Kellezer's avenue back into this game?
Well, I mean, honestly, in terms of economy, he's actually in a great position off the 3cc. The big thing is he needs to make sure he doesn't take big damage from this Blink Stalker follow-up, this 3-gate Blink that is coming online. And he's got Stim. He's got combat shields done. Honestly, I actually don't hate Kellezer's position that much. The big problem is that his medevacs are very far away from finishing, and Classic is just going to have so much control during that time.
And remember, Steadfast, you talk about this as a Blink timing, and absolutely, Blink is done. Stalkers are on the other side. But Classic does have his 3rd base just about done, and granted, much slower than Kellezer, but he's actually mining on location. He's got that Robo on the way. He will move into Colossus Tech behind that. But yeah, no, the more I look at it, it's so tempting to say, wow, you know, Kellezer, in fairness, he's only lost 3 SCVs, but he's lost, he wasn't mining out of that natural for a solid 2 minutes. And with everything else he's lost, it's tempting to say, wow, the Kellezer feels so far behind, and he does. But that 3cc is absolutely doing God's work and making sure that Kellezer's economy feels somewhat stable. But with Stim, right, there are no tanks. There is no really solid defensive just thing you can sit there and kind of defend around. So it is all on the Marines. They're stimming forward, stimming around. And if you're not careful, and you talked about the medevacs, this army can lose a lot of HP, and eventually Classic, he very easily wear this down.
Yes, that's the main thing that I was alluding to, is that you gotta survive to those medevacs popping out without getting kind of bled out a little bit. And I mean, we've already got additional gateways on the way. The only thing I'll say, Classic hasn't started charge, and that's a problem. He does need to get that charge upgrade started on up. Oh, blink forward into the main base once again. Classic kind of playing with fire a little bit here, and he doesn't lose too much. He loses 2 stalkers. Nice scan right there, kills off the observer. Did pick off an SCV, a Marine, or a couple Marines, a Marauder. Not terrible, but at the same time, not amazing. However, Kellezer is going to have the medevac energy basically fully dedicated. Now, that's a really nice blink. As soon as he sees his opponent move out, he blinks in, and that forces another big stim. Classic, though, oh, that was not it. He just blinked back into the main base.
Well, yeah, he blinked away. Yeah, that's not great at all. And he could have made that so much easier for himself. We saw Kellezer stim forward on the single Marauder to make sure he could eat the stasis trap and actually run in. That was honestly somewhat easy to target. It was all, the Marauder was all alone by itself. Classic saw it happening, did not target that down, so the stasis trap doesn't keep you safe. He blinks back, tries to go for a recall, and now Kellezer, his army supply, yeah, it's down 14, but he will have 1-1. He will have that upgrade advantage, and he's able to hold the ramp on the high ground, which is no easy feat, by the way. It's going to be looking maybe a little bit better for him, but Classic just seems so desperate to run forward. But you're right, the big problem, these Zealots, this core component of the army, there is no charge. They're going to struggle so hard to make any sort of contact forward.
That is very true. Now, I will say Classic, because of how much this army has been stimmed from earlier, he just feels so confident to move forward to the Marauders. They're going to stim forward. They're not going to be able to do anything. And now that just means juicy Marines are left over. Kellezer, I was saying he wasn't in the worst spot, but like Classic just kept the pressure on him so relentlessly. And now the Colossus are just reigning supreme, and they win him this game. GG gets called. Classic gets the job done. Charge or not, he didn't even need it.
No, he didn't. And I mean, you skip charge. That's a couple more stalkers. That's a Colossus a little bit faster, maybe. And if realistically the only job of Zealots is to soak damage, yeah. I mean, they don't totally have to have charge if the Colossus are going to get, I mean, because they steadfast, the shots that those Colossus got on the Marines at the end, I mean, we saw one swipe and like half the army died. That is, part of it was of course miscontrol from Kellezer, but it is not often that you see that happen. So yeah, you know, Kellezer did a solid job of trying to fight his way back in as much as he could, but if you don't mine out of your natural for a solid 2 minutes, I think that's a fair number, especially when you're trying to be greedy. That's really hard. That is a significant struggle to deal with.
Yeah, it's a massive struggle. It really makes things difficult. You pair in the fact that I think at least 2 mules got caught in that stasis ward. I think it might have been 3. And if it was 2, you know, that's a fair amount of mining. If it's 3, that's even more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it was. I was worried for Classic only because I was worried about him overcommitting, but he did a good job. Even with that one kind of bad blink in the main base, he still did a good job of dealing with everything quite well. And he got the quick recall, so he only lost 2 of the stalkers in the main. Could have been so much worse and could have given Kellezer avenues back into the game, but no, Classic shut the door.
That he did. So now we're gonna get to move on to our second lower bracket, round 1. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be Gumiho and Cass, and Haas, excuse me, not Cass. But we do have to go to a break before then. So friends, we will be back. Give us about 5 minutes, and then we move into what promises to be interesting PvT, to say the least.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone, and we have got ourselves another series coming up. Now, this is a funky one because we have got two players that are very stylistically similar, but one of them matches up against the other historically way better than the other.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's going to be Haas and Gumiho, and I think for many reasons that this is a lot of fun. But Steadfast, you're talking about, again, that historical matchup. I'm going to assume that this is Gumiho that is massively favored here.
Yeah, I think we got to call it like it is. It is definitely heavily in favor of Gumiho. There's no doubt of that. But, you know, Haas, he is the kind of player that sometimes he does magical things. Now, he did lose 0-2 to Clem already. Clem was able to beat him in the upper bracket. But I actually think of Clem's TVP as some of the like scariest in the world right now. He's fair. Just got so much... There's so much teeth to it. And I think it's from playing so many competitive matches against Max Packs in recent history that has really elevated his TVT to truly, truly elite levels. And that's not to say Gumiho isn't that, but Gumiho will beat you with a lot more funky stuff a lot of the time.
Yeah, certainly. But hey, we're going to figure that out because we have game one. It's on Dragon Scales, and let's see what Chaos Haas has in store for us because game one. And in the upper left, in the blue, he's for Psystorm. He is Haas.
And his opponent, spawning down on the bottom right, he is currently teamless. He is Gumiho.
Do we consider this a team kill anyways, though? Like, up until, what was it, 2 months ago, they were on the same team, but of course, you know, Gumiho playing in Korea, Haas playing from Taiwan, from Taiwan. That's fairly close geographically, but, I mean... Gumiho and Haas, I would argue they walk in different metaphorical circles, as it were. You know, Gumiho plays with all the Korean players at the top of the Korean ladder, and Haas, I don't think he's quite there.
To be honest, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what Haas's practice patterns look like. He certainly, you know, is capable of being at that level too and playing the same stuff, but I know that a lot of players, they do play customs.
Yeah.
Once again, I'm not sure if, like you said, if they're playing against each other too much. It would be very interesting to see how much they've played on the ladder, because just with how the regionals have worked up till this point, they don't play each other in major tournaments very often. You know, they've played a few weeklies against one another. They've played a show match here and there. They played in a couple of tournaments like offline, but very minimally compared to a lot of players in terms of historical matchups.
Yeah, certainly. And as we look at this going forward, I mean, you're absolutely right, Steadfast, especially if Haas has not been playing against Gumiho all that much. On the one hand, okay, you know, no team kill, whatever, fine. Or no, like, X team kill, I guess. But on top of that, to figure out what Haas is doing, you have to take a look at what Haas is doing. And if you have less experience there, it can work out fairly well in Haas's favor. So for now, as we look at this, it's going to be a decently timed Twilight coming out of Haas. Knowing what you know about Haas, and we see him play in the WTL, we see him play in other things. What should we be looking out for?
That's the thing. You'll never know.
That's fair.
Until you see it. It can be as simple as just 4-gate Blink Stalker. It could be 2-gate Robo Expand, or it could be DTs. It could be 5-gate Glaives. It could be a 6-gate Charge Lot all in. The options are so unlimited for a player like Haas, and that's what makes him such a terrifying player, is that he's not afraid to go for this nice grenade right there from Gumiho. Bumps himself over the wall, gets the scout on the Twilight Council, sees the extra gateway, and I think it is going to be 4-gate Blink, but at the very least, Gumiho is on top of it and he sees what's up.
Yeah, you love to see that, though. It's just a little bit of tech. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. And this time, Absolutely it did. Gumiho gets a full scout of the main, and there we go. 3 more gateways are on the way. That extra one you talked about, 2 more on top of it, and well, we should see a Warp Prism on the way after this. Again, this was Stargate into Robo. There was no, or excuse me, Twilight into Robo. There was no Stargate. This is not, say, Oracle into Blink, something like that. This is Haas pretty much getting as many Stalkers as possible, as quick as possible. And there we go. Warp Prism on the way. Now, Gumiho, his response is going to be some Widow Mines, which technically shouldn't get that much done, but hey, you know, he's Gumiho, and maybe he finds something.
I mean, it is off of a double gas opener, so this is a much faster Widow Mine drop than, you know, the other setup. And Gumiho, he's going to see the 4 gates. He's going to be able to say, hey, I want to keep at least one of these Widow Mines alive. And look at this. He doesn't even drop both of the mines out. Oh, if he can hit the Warp Prism, that would be amazing. Oh, would have been even better if he could have hit these probes on the left side. But Haas was able to send his units back to work. However, it's the one in the natural that found 5 probes. Sneaky Gumiho. And, well, look at the supplies.
Yeah. Haas was trying to be so fancy. He was trying to save a probe with his Warp Prism from the mine. You're really showing off here. And he loses 5 workers in the natural. So, you know, Hearthstone would call this anti-micro, and I think that's very fair. Although, again, in general, that's when you micro and it actually ends up being worse. In this case, too much APM focused in the main, not enough in the natural. And now Gumiho, I mean, he's got 1 tank ready, 2nd one on the way, a couple Widow Mines. I think those are across the map for the most part. A Raven as well for shutdowns or anti-armor missile if that's what he wants. And it's not an easy hold for Gumiho, even with all the damage that has been done. But it's a lot easier than it would have been if those Widow Mines had not found what they did. Yeah,
very true. Oh, Gumiho, if he burrows.
Gumiho burrow.
Oh, it's a race to see who pays attention first.
And yeah, Haas will pull away. Okay. That's a little bit awkward, but you know, you only have so many things you can pay attention to. Massive anti-armor missile, though, and that means these Stalkers, even with 2 blinks available to them, their blink and the Warp Prism, they take a lot of damage, so it buys more time. And now we have 2 tanks out, 3rd one just about done. The anti-armor missile still here. This bunker continues to get the hug of life. Now it will eventually fall, but the Stalkers, I mean, SCVs are starting to fall here, Steadfast. But I mean, actually, as I say that, the SCVs are going to have to run away. Got to get to the safety and the sucker of the tank, but it's starting to look like something.
The thing is, even as this happens, more damage is happening on the other side of the map. And Gumiho, he can not mine from his natural and still be fine for a while. Oh, big link forward coming on in. Not able to get the 2 tanks right away. No split target fire from Haas, so he loses most of the Stalkers, and he will lose the game. Gumiho will take game number 1.
Yeah.
As expected, but we got there in an exciting way, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Haas, he blinked in at the best possible opportunity. The 2 tanks were unsieged. You find value there, but unfortunately, I mean, you lose that many workers when you're already going all in. You got to win right there. And if you don't, the game does end. So Haas, he couldn't kind of poke around at the edges and maybe find something. So now, Gumiho's up 1. Round 1 of Haas. Doesn't get much. But I think if that's the level of insanity that Haas brings into this series, I think we're all going to go home a little disappointed, Steadfast. That's something that Max Packs will do. Actually, Max Packs will do it better. Anyone is going to go for like a 4-gate blink and say, this is fine. Where's the Haas that makes us question our very sanity? We haven't seen it yet.
No, we haven't. I'm feeling very sane after this setup, that is for sure. Yeah, I would love to see something a little bit more wild. Absolutely. I don't think the standard play is going to cut it against Gumiho. I don't think it is. And that's nothing against Haas. That's just Gumiho being, you know, on paper, the better player. And we saw it with like the Widow Mine in the natural. We saw it with just the well, we actually didn't get to see it much. It was really just that Widow Mine into the natural. But it is definitely looking comfortable right now for Gumiho. And Haas, I want to see some wild stuff.
Yeah. The other thing we have to talk about, by the way, right? Haas was not the player that was supposed to be at Katowice. He, of course, got in because some other players could not make it. But remember, like in region, Oliveira, of course, world champion. Fantastic. Coffee, maybe not to that level, but it was Oliver and Coffee in the Asian finals. Haas couldn't even make it there against the Terrans. And yes, is Terran strong in the current meta? Yeah, just a little bit. It's doing pretty well for itself. But, you know, if you can't get past Coffee, and that's nothing against Coffee. Coffee is very good. Running into Gumiho on a land setting when he does have, I mean, there's no ping advantage that you can really give yourself. Well, I don't know. If you can't beat Coffee, Gumiho is going to be a tough cookie, but we're going to have to see if that cookie can crumble the right way. Game 2. And at the bottom left in the blue, he's down a game for Storm. It's Haas.
And his opponent spawning up at the top right for, well, in the red, it is Gumiho. By the way, something I want to note, because I was looking right from the get-go for this game. Haas, he didn't build a probe for the first, 5 seconds of this game. And I was thinking to myself, oh my goodness, we're going to see the 12 pylon, 13 gate, super stupid fast proxy void ray play, and then he still just started building a probe. So it's not huge, it's not super massive, but he is just a little bit behind where he should be already, and that's just not comfy.
No, certainly not against Gumiho, who looked very solid, who did everything right in that game. And, well, I mean, not everything, and no one's perfect, but he did enough to really, really run away with that game. And you give your opponent a 5-second head start in game 2? I mean, again, he's going to have to do something special. I don't know what it is, but again, as you said, game 1, no one's going to be able to predict what Haas does. You can look at even a standard build, and Haas might have some special twist to it. So for now, Steadfast, we're just waiting. We're waiting to see how many wrinkles Haas has in his brain today.
Yeah, and hopefully he came with a little something ready to go. For now, it's just another Twilight Council at home. The thing is, it's not that Blinkstalker, 4-gate Blinkstalker is bad. It's an extremely strong build. One of the most powerful builds in the Protoss arsenal. I think many Terran players and even many Protoss players would probably agree with that concept as well, that it is one of the strongest, especially on maps like Dragon Scales, like Ancient Cistern. But you need some god tier micro to be able to break the best Terrans in the business, and Gumiho certainly falls into that category.
Yeah, in fact, it's a skill build. Right, Haas has never been someone who wins or loses based on his execution of skills, right? Of Blinkstalker micro or Warp Prism micro or something like that. No, he's always won because of the mental game, because he proxies something oddly and no one ever expects it, or he hits with a weird timing or does something like that. And again, 4-gate Blink is not something that allows you to do that. But Gumiho, not only did Haas give him a 5-second advantage, he's gonna spot him a couple probes. He had the wall ready, but he didn't put anything in the wall. So this is gonna be he's gonna be 5 probes Steadfast going down on top of the 5 seconds. I mean, just look at this. It's easy to look at the early game and say, yeah, supplies, they're going to be different breakpoints where the Terran is ahead or the Protoss is ahead, but 28-43, 4 minutes in, it's rough.
Yep. And he's going for the 4-gate Blinkstalker once again.
I don't like this.
And I mean, I like it as a concept in theory if he was max packs or if he was in a good position. But I mean, I don't know. I don't see much opportunity. And Gumiho hasn't even done the real damage part of his build yet, which is this 3 Widow Mine drop. Now, in the previous game, it was 4 mines. One of them walked into the natural, and that was the one that got the big damage done. But even if he just gets a probe for each mine at this point, Gumiho's just going to be in such a great economic position. He'll be able to scout what's happening. Blink is nearly done. Oh, nice job from Haas. Oh, but Gumiho, well, Haas wasn't really paying attention there.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. No.
Oh, it's okay.
Oh, okay.
That was
almost
almost
a lot worse.
I mean, it's still game ending, but that was almost really game ending.
when you combine everything together, Haas is not in a position that he can macro out of. Absolutely not. He must win the game with this 4-gate Blink Stalker. And Gumiho has already got one tank up. He's got a bunker in the natural. It is empty. He's building a bunker in the main. That one's not done yet. I mean, he's going to have to blink into a siege tank. Oh, he will be able to take it down, but he knows he can't do anything beyond that. 8 more probes had fallen on the other side of the map. Gumiho takes the most convincing series we've seen today, at least on the B stream.
Yeah, that wasn't close. Unfortunately, Haas, I don't like the idea of a 4-gate against someone like Gumiho. And in fairness to Haas, he did have to run into Gumiho, and he had to run into Clem, and that's certainly TVP is somewhat Terran favored at the moment anyways, and then you run into those two, and you're Haas, and it feels really bad. But even still, I mean, going 4-gate Blink, an execution build against probably the fastest player in the world, and one of the fastest Terrans in the world, certainly in Clem, and then Gumiho, who's seen everything. I don't know. I don't think that was the play. I think he really had to dig deep into his bag of tricks to pull something out. Of course, he's not knocked out, but he is going to play into knockout round 2, and that'll be happening tomorrow. So that means Haas is he's one step away. He's got 1 life away from elimination. But Steadfast, we have, I believe, 1 more series waiting for us here in this setup. It's either going to be Dark Gumiho or Classic and the loser of Clem and Cure. So I don't know which one we're going to get just yet, but unless something's changed, we have 1 more series here on the B stream available to us. So if you had your druthers, actually, maybe we're going to be told. No, we don't. Okay. If you have your druthers, do you want Clem/Cure versus Classic, or do you want Dark Gumiho?
Well, I can tell you which one we're getting, actually. It's on the spreadsheet there.
Oh, is it?
It looks like we're going to get Classic versus whoever loses between Cure and Clem. And honestly,
I'm not complaining.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Not at all. Especially, I mean, I think Cure probably beats Clem, and then Clem Classic is beautiful. So for now, I don't know. I know you give a lot more credence to Clem's TVT than I do. That being said, we're going to have to go to a break before we get on into that one. It might be a little longer because Clem and Cure are playing right now. So friends, we're going to go away. But when we're back, it's going to be the last series on the B stream. It's going to be a Terran versus Classic, and that'll be a lot of fun. See you then.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
100 pounds. Break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds. Break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds. Break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds. Break you up and bring you down. Like a cold-hearted killer, I'm gonna cut you down. 100 pounds. Break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds. Break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds. Break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds. Break you up and bring you down. Like a cold-hearted killer. 100 pounds. Break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds. Break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds. Break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds. Break you up and bring you down. Like a cold-hearted killer, I'm gonna cut you down.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
We have one more series here today, and Steadfast, honestly, just looking at it, this is probably going to be the best of the bunch. It's Clem, it's Classic, it's TVP. It's Classic, who I think you said, his best matchup is PvT here. And Clem, I don't know that he is the best TVP in the world, but, he's certainly up there. He's fast, he's dynamic, he matches up really well against this style and this setup. And again, what's the reward? You move on. You only have to play one knockout match if you're able to win this year. Otherwise, you got to play two, and best of fives are scary.
Yes, and it's the benefit as well is that you play at the very end of the day. You get to really get a feel for how your opponents are playing. You can really, you can't be sure who your opponent would be, even though you will see the bracket of the knockout bracket. You'll see, because, let's say it's going to be Dark Classic or something. I don't think that is even possible because they played each other. But let's just say that, still knowing that it's one of those two players, you'll still get to identify some weaknesses, maybe some holes in their play. It's a benefit for sure.
Yeah. Well, what's also a benefit is the fact that we have come off a break. Sorry, it's a long one. We had to wait for Kieran and Clem to play an incredible TVT, but now we get to go quickly into our last series. It's Ancient Cistern, Map 1. And here we are in the upper right, in the red for Twisted Minds. In our last game of the day, it's Classic.
And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left for Team Liquid. It is the young Frenchman, Clem.
Clem.
And, Clem has been... He's been a difficult player to deal with. Very aggressive. Obviously, we talk about the micro that Clem can display. It's his bread and butter. But Classic, he's been looking really sharp recently. He had the stumbling block in the beginning of Game 1 versus Kelazur, but he recovered beautifully in the series, took that one in 3 games. And, Game 2 and Game 3, to be honest, they at times looked almost hopeless for Kelazur,
Yeah, the question that we have to ask here is how warmed up these players are, right? Classic, he hasn't played for, an hour and a half right now. He's been sitting around, sure, and we saw he was in maybe a warm-up lobby, but Clem just came from an hour and a half, from a long TVT where he played mid-game, early game, late game. Is this awesome series. And yes, there's two sides of that coin. There's the one hand, he's warmed up, he's ready to go, and we've seen this happen in series. You were talking about Classic. On the flip side, is he fatigued out of that? But Steadfast, how do you feel? Is being able to go straight from series to series, is that going to be a benefit, or is that kind of not a curse necessarily, but maybe a downside for how Clem wants to play?
That's the question. That is really the question. Clem is a player who, as far as I can tell and as far as I have seen from him, he is a player that just, he does love to play, and he doesn't seem to get fatigued, but when it's such a different atmosphere playing at a live tournament, because the difference between that and just playing an open cup is, it's drastic. You have to get in such a more competitive mindset. I don't know. I think it's going to be, we'll probably find out in the first, maybe 6 to 7 minutes of this game to see, hey, what's Clem looking like? And, well, it's already a decent start for him. He gets the scout on the Stargate. He'll figure that out very quickly. That's great information for him.
Base
and on the other side, well, he does have to deal with this Adept, and that's something, but this is the minimum commitment that Classic's going for. He's got one Adept on the other side. It's denying the natural for a little bit. Clem's going to have to wait until he has maybe 4 Marines or, a couple Marines and a Hellion, something like that. But this is actually just a little bit awkward. He's going to get 1 Marine, get out, and Clem just didn't lower the depot. You add the Hellion there, the Adept falls, and maybe you get a little bit more. No, so now it's a scout on the production. It's a scout on everything as well. The Adept still stays alive, at least for a little bit longer. Shouldn't get an SCV. But Clem just had to bring the Hellion down to the natural, and none of that happens. Steadfast?
Clem. Okay. Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying none of that happens unless. Yeah.
No.
Been a long day. No, Clem was focused on the Reaper on the other side of the map. He was focused on the Reaper, trying to keep that alive. Did manage to do so, but it comes at a cost. Even a superhuman player like Clem can only look at one part of the screen at a time, one part of the map at a time. There's only so much you can do. It's just not possible to do more than, you know, the limits of humanity. Now we are going to see the scout coming on in. He will get a nice little grenade on the way through with that Reaper, so good stuff. But yeah, this is rather interesting. What was that just got picked off? That was the Hellion, right? Yeah. I swear it looked like there was blood on the floor, but apparently that was machinery. I
mean, Hellions have pilots, Steadfast. StarCraft just had a visual improvement. We can see inside the cockpit. But we do have Classic as he's going to look for the scout going in. I mean, Cyclone gets a lock on. You got to lift that one. You don't want to take too much damage there as Marine will fall. But we do see Classic again. He's going for Phoenix Colossus. It's not Phoenix Charge, nothing like that. And that does seem to be the way that Classic wants to play this matchup, at least on this weekend. Certainly he's a fan of other styles as well. And against Clem, against this guy who's known for his multitasking, his micro, his ability to start to control the map in the mid game, you know, I quite like that. You have Phoenix to control drop play. That's always going to be very nice, as Phoenix have to be careful here. But because he cuts 3, we have this ultra modern Phoenix Colossus style. The Colossus are going to be out very quickly, so any sort of 2.5, 2 base pressure, 1-1-1 type of timing that Clem wants to go for, or 3-1-1, excuse me, timing that Clem wants to go for. I mean, he's going to have, Classic's going to have 2 Colossus out. It doesn't seem, or it seems like Classic's going to have everything he needs to make sure that any sort of pressure Clem goes for, it's not going to be that effective.
Yeah. Oh, nice lock on break right there on the Phoenix lift. Will take a fair bit of hull damage on these Phoenixes, and I think he might need to recall.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay. I was going to say he's still out of range, right? But yeah, he will recall. Just wants to get those Phoenixes home as quickly as possible. They get chopped off by the shield battery. It is still a lot of damage on them, so it's going to be tricky to lift critical units out of the fight. But look at this timing from Clem. Like, this is such a fast stim combat shields timing. And he's got 2 medevacs here. What's he going to do? Is he going to drop one into the main base and then push with the other? That's what it looks like right now. Meanwhile, great scouting probe in the middle, but it doesn't actually see the army, just the Cyclone.
I mean, even still, that is kind of a tell that you would assume that something is happening here. Classic does have a Colossus. He does have a second one that's really just about done here. He's got these Phoenix on the map as well, building into them more. But the problem, that's a nice catch there on the Widowmine as well. But the thing we have to look at is he thinks this is a full frontal. He thinks there's an attack in the third, and that's it. So he is in no way prepared to deal with this attack in the main. He's got some units rallying over the Colossus trying to buy time. And that means, hey, you know what? The probes aren't going down just yet, but this is 2 shut down gateways. And that means this pressure at the front on top of Classic's third, it's going to be that much more powerful. So 6 Marines, even if some of them go down Steadfast for shutting down production like Clem has, this is marvelous.
Yeah, this is great. This is great. The defense that Classic is trying to go for is very shoestring. It is not easy, and it's very tight on a lot of fronts. So this is already a good find for Clem. He's really trying to keep his opponent in the dark as much as possible. Kudos to Classic for constantly keeping these units moving around, constantly keep them watching for things. Great check on the natural expansion right here. Battery overcharge gets popped. Excellent defense from Classic here. This is a scary situation, and he's dealing with it so well.
Okay, so scan in the main base here. This Colossus is about to get dropped right on top of him. There's no shield battery here, but the Zealots, they join the fray just in time. The thing we have to talk about, by the way, is that the Phoenix count is not that heavy on the map right now. It's only 3 as the fight happens on the third base. Seems like some Widowmines ran in and got a lot of damage done. There really is not a lot to defend this Colossus. So, yeah, Colossus does well against everything that's on the ground, but these Phoenix mostly unfettered, but now they're going to get on top of the Vikings. Colossus will fall, but so too has the rest of the army of Clem here. So Classic, again, he holds on. But losing a Colossus at this point, when you're trying to do that shoestring defense that you're talking about, Steadfast, even a single one, it starts to get really dicey.
It certainly does. Ooh, nice little pick off right there by Clem. Snipes one of the Phoenixes. Does cost him a couple Marines, but like every unit that Classic has is necessary. He needs to hold on. He has been pushed he is being pushed to the limit. Now he's about to get charge and +1 weapons. Once those complete, that's going to make these kind of defenses a lot more tenable against what Clem is doing with the kind of deep dives with some of the units. You can't really do that against charge. It becomes a lot more difficult to do that. But Clem he has carved out a nice little lead for himself, and he might just get a cancel on this base. Classic wants to contest. I don't know if he's got enough. No, he's going to give up the base. Disruptor shot will be a good connection, but on the right side,
Okay.
Widow Mines do connect on the probes.
I think he just ran in there. Now, Zealots, they're done. They're ready. But the problem is there is nothing to defend this Colossus right now. It's like, what, 2 Stalkers, something like that. It really, there's very little anti-air coming out of Classic right now. So Widowmine shots, actually, okay, not enough friendly fire. The Ghosts, well, they're going to be saved. And now with only 5 SCVs going down, that's not what you want. But Zealots are going to chase forward as well. And we will see Disruptors go down. Widowmine's on top of the Colossus as well. They get one with the Viking play. So for a moment, Steadfast Classic looking so solid here. We saw the supply start to equalize. But all of a sudden, it's 37 army supply to 80. And Clem is just, he's steamrolling on through. The 4th base is not going to get up for a while. And just as I started to believe in Classic, Clem just does Clem things.
Yeah, this is what I've been talking about. This is why Clem's TVP right now feels so scary. He micros many fights at once immaculately. And Classic, he tried to step into the army. He does get 1 disruptor shot, but it's not enough. He loses both of them. He loses the Colossus. And Battery Overcharge, I mean, it's been a linchpin at this natural expansion. But unless these 2 Disruptors get big hits, I just don't see it happening. Disruptor gets targeted down. 2nd one gets avoided. There's a counterattack on the other side of the map, finding a couple of Zealots, or a couple of SCVs. But I think Clem is, well, he's run away with this game at this point, it feels like.
Yeah, this doesn't look fair. Like, I'm looking at this, and, you know, Classic did fairly well in the mid game, and then it hasn't felt like Classic has had any opportunity to do anything whatsoever here. It's just, I mean, that's a decent disruptor shot, but it's not really, it's not enough just yet. Now, this bio is pretty heavily overstimmed. So if the Zealots and the Stalkers can get on top of that, that's going to be fantastic. But the problem is they can't. This army is so big, and the Zealot count is so small that there's no way. Stalkers playing forward, they're just going to eat Widowmine shots here. That's really not what you want. So Clem, he's got his 4th base. He's got 2-2 just about halfway done, +1 air attack. Is there anything that Clem could possibly want that he doesn't have? I really don't see it.
Yeah, no, he's getting everything he could need. That 4th base, Planetary Fortress completes. He's going to be able to drop up into the main base right now. He's really pushed his opponent to the limit. And I think with these 4 gateways likely about to be depowered and a push on the 3rd base coming on in, I think we might be looking at the beginning of the end. Nice little split from Clem there last second. Widowmine even goes, gets the kill. Oh, and that blink stalkers, that blink forward is going to end up being very expensive for Classic. The drop of the main base does get pushed away for the moment, but we're now looking at a 100 supply lead.
Yeah, literally quadrupling the army, quadrupling the army supply is it's not what you want. 100 army supply lead. Good on Classic for staying into this game, but it seems like, actually, I think it was Ancient Cistern versus Euthermal as well, where it's like, well, you know, Classic, you're kind of dead for a while here. You're just relying on a hope, a dream, maybe tiring your opponent out. But remember, Steadfast, how that series won as well. Classic, he won the next 2 games. He looked so much better. But we're going to have to, I mean, Classic's defense in the early to mid game, it looked somewhat solid. Clem got a little damage here or there, but then it just exploded. So, yeah, you know, Classic play clean, but he's gonna have to play even cleaner. He's gonna have to take a second job as like a house cleaner or something to learn to play clean enough to beat Clem in this setup. I mean, that looked like Classic had no room to play in this game. Clem played at almost 500 APM that game as a Terran player. That is, there's no APM inflation on that one, Steadfast. That's just speed.
Clem is he's just ridiculously fast. He is ludicrously fast, and Classic was doing a really great job of answering it for a lot of that game, but it felt like at every engagement, Clem was doing just little things, just a little bit better than Classic. And, you know, let's say the 2 players are fighting at 99% efficiency and 97% efficiency. And you have that over the course of, like, what, 40 skirmishes?
Yeah.
I mean, it adds up.
It
adds
really
up
does.
over time, and that's why Clem always wants to be fighting. He feels so confident that his micro can just win out, and that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun now. We move on to Gresfon for map 2. That's a much bigger. Well, actually, it's a bigger map in a different way, right? The rush distances are similar, but it's more spread out. You have bases are a little bit further away from each other for the most part. And if anything, I feel like that favors how Clem wants to play. Classic wants to just have his Phoenix, maybe have his Colossus, things like that, and go and play in this little ball of the map, and then run across and start to really be unlocked and do something. And that is not what Gresfon provides. Gresfon is this. You have an army on the left, an army on the right, an army in the center, and it's this. There's a reason we love it, right? It really plays into this multitasking, this late game. And if I'm Classic, this cannot make me happy. And remember, I'm going to assume, based on how things happen, this was going to be Classic's map pick because of the picks in the ban. Or yeah, this would have been Classic's map pick because Clem, I'm going to assume, had top seed coming from the upper bracket. So, you know, I guess based on how picks and bans happen, this is Classic. I'm assuming this is Classic's map pick. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that for Classic. But for now, we're going to talk about it more after we get into game 2. And in the upper left, just looking unstoppable, untouchable, insanely good. It's Clem.
And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right. Can he bring it back for the Protoss? It is Classic.
Man.
I said going into this one, don't be too surprised if Classic, you know, pops in a cheeky top 8 and ends up being the best performing Protoss. Of course, being one of the Protoss that was in this winner stage already is obviously going to be a big start for him. It's obviously going to give him a big leg up on that. And then, you know, it's the other two players are Astrea and Haas. But as it stands right now, Classic, I mean, he needs to win this series just to match where Astrea has gotten in this one.
Yeah, that is certainly true. And man, bad luck for Classic to see the group. He would have been so much happier in Group A. I don't think that's a crazy statement. But you have the all-time greatest player for ZVP in Cyril, maybe, that you could run into. You have Clem, who is looking untouchable in this matchup right now. You have Dark, who, you know, kind of had his number. Dark plays weird games, even if Classic and Dark have traded games recently. When we look at LAN, or when we look at big tournaments, Dark, he's got the mind games there. This is such a bad group for Classic to play into, really for any Protoss to play into. So he's got a proxy, though, Steadfast. We saw this on Gresfon against Kellizer, thank you. And that worked out fairly well. But, I mean, Clem's a whole nother beast, and he's got a Reaper already on the other side.
Yes. Now, we do see, once again, Pylon at home. And this is minimal information for Clem, but, I mean, seeing it already is good information. It is notable, of course, that the proxy location is technically different, but very similar in terms of the location on the map where this proxy oracle is going to come on in. Now, let's take a look at Clem's opener so far. He did open up Reaper double Marine into the reactor. So that's quite a delayed reactor. Oh, did he just spot the probe? He did. But does he think to look for it is my question.
That's a very good question. I'm also looking at to see, I want to see how many Adepts Classic commits to, because remember, game 1, it was 4. Oh, this Adept maybe dead here. Second one's going to try to shade it, and that will scare things back. And now Clem is maybe overcommitted a little bit. Get both. Yeah, okay, he gets both the Marines, but he does lose an Adept for it, which is not quite where you want to be. But that's not a lot of anti-air right now.
Yes, exactly. That's what he's looking for. Now, fortunately for Clem, he did go for a very quick Cyclone here, but Classic doesn't know that, and that's why he went for that trade, and that's why he was happy to go for that trade. Classic will pick off another Marine here. He's actually killed so many of the Marines. There's literally one Cyclone on the map, and that's it at the moment. And now the Oracle is going to come into the natural expansion. It's going to be able to find, 2 SCVs. Oh, the Cyclone. Okay, lock-on will be broken. Classic wants to find more value with this, but he's only going to be able to get one additional SCV before he is forced away.
I was really thinking that that was going to get so much more done because cycle or lock on use, cycle into the natural. But, you know, you don't want to sacrifice your Oracle, right? That's kind of the end of the day, end of the play. Even as you look at this, it's like, well, it's very low, whatever, but certainly keeping that Oracle behind the mineral line gives you the opportunity to drop a stasis. I mean, that was more than anything that got so much damage against Kellisers. Oracle dives in, gets another worker, so call it 4 now. On top of all the Marines that were killed. But now the question we ask ourselves is, where does Classic go off of this? We don't have a third base. Blink is getting chronoed out. Is this, I mean, it looks like the probe wants to get a third base now, but this is a very late third, Steadfast.
Yeah, part of it was harassed and blocked a little bit by the Reaper. Yeah. But yeah, he definitely does want to find some value with this Blink follow-up. And with 2 gases already at a natural, should be a very quick Colossus transition as well. And there it is, Robotics Bay instantly thrown down before Observer starts, before warping in any additional Stalkers. You know, really wants to head into the next stage of tech, and I think he needs it quite badly.
Yeah, he got some damage done. But yeah, you're right. You do have to be very careful with how aggressive Clem has been showing, especially with how... Again, we're seeing that Ryung idea, right? That 6-minute stim that is so powerful, especially against this, because Steadfast, if you want to take a look at this, all right? Yes, it was a proxy Oracle, and yes, we saw some adept pressure, but this effectively has the bones of Oracle into Blink, right? That was the build that we talked about a year and a half ago that was like, okay, you know, this is the build that is going to make PvT really strong back in Katowice in 2022, and then we saw pretty much this exact build as a counter. The 6-minute stim, you run across the map, there really is not enough on the ground to defend. So Clem is going for that, and certainly there is a Colossus on the way, so that is an evolution. But is one Colossus enough to sustain the pressure that Clem's starting to throw up?
That is a good and valid question. It will depend basically where the Colossus is, and additionally, how quickly Classic sees this, because I don't think, okay, Clem is going to show it immediely, but we're going to see, we might see extended thermal lance get canceled. Okay, there's the recall. This is looking like a lot of damage. Stalker's going down, Oracle falls, Classic taking so much damage. Clem really finding value with this double drop.
It's just not fair, Steadfast. Like, we saw Classic, he got reasonable damage done off of his proxy Oracle. He killed Marines, he killed workers, and then Clem just killed him. It's 11 dead workers. It's a ton of dead Stalkers. Clem is just, it's ridiculous. Like,
yeah, he Classic, that recall was ill-fated.
It really was.
That was not the play. Not recalling into it, but more importantly, he just needed to know what was coming, and he needed to have the Colossus ready to fight right away if he was going to recall into it. As it stands now, there's no charge just yet. It's still a little bit of a ways off. This is quite a few Marauders. Fortunately, the Immortal pops out, and Extended Thermal Lance is about to complete, so I think Classic at the very least can push this little army back, but Clem has already gained such a tempo advantage.
Yeah, it's funny. You could see there, Clem was thinking really heavily about stemming on top of the Colossus. Didn't go for it. And now with the, he's going to have to back up. But you could see he wanted that one. And now playing out high ground, low ground, having some, I mean, really, this is Classic's high ground, but Medevacs give enough vision for it. But he's going to have to back up anyways. And now Classic, he does have...
Well, that went really well for Classic. He killed like 3 Marauders and a couple Marines for just a couple Zealots at a period of extreme vulnerability. And once again, Clem is kind of getting jumped a little bit here. His multitasking that was looking so good in game number 1. I talked about those little things he was doing in all the skirmishes. The last 2 skirmishes he's done, he has not been doing those things. But now we see another drop coming into the main base, finds another 7 probes with a Widowmine drop, and that enables this bio drop to get out of the corner.
Classic doesn't know that. Observer gets out. I was going to say, it feels like Classic doesn't know that this was Widow Mines. I think he thinks all the damage really came from the bio drop. So now Widow Mines are just, okay, no, he saw them. Okay, so Widow Mines, 4 workers, could have been worse, but such a 6. It's such a last second pull. I don't think he realized what was happening. think he saw the Widow Mines on top of everything else really until the last second. And okay, finally the Widow Mine will fall. Pulled the Observer out a little too soon, but he's going to be okay with that for now. And now he's down. Oh, I thought I saw him go kill that. Apparently not.
Yeah,
so
I thought he did too. I thought that's why I looked away. Is I thought the Widow Mine died, and clearly so did Classic. Oh no, not like this. It's only 2 probes, but Classic is closer back in supply than he was before, and now he's got a little counterattack on the other side of the map. Finds a couple of SCVs, not amazing. Great unland from Clem right there. Now it is important to note the double upgrades for Classic are not going to equalize the upgrades. They will bring it back to not so bad, but it is a big upgrade lead. Nice cancel right there on the 4th base by Clem. I mean, Clem is just looking so comfortable in this matchup in general.
yeah, I mean, again, the double upgrades will equalize for a time, but really, yeah, for a very brief period of time. It actually seems like Classic is. He might have an opportunity to take advantage of that timing, and this is a good start. You snipe. Yes, you would love to get the attack upgrade more, but getting rid of armor,
it's
big. Massive. Yeah. It gives you so much room in this game. Well, it gives you more room than you had, I guess. As Vikings run forward here, Colossus getting so low. Disruptor shot gets nothing. And these Colossus, they do not find their way back to a shield battery. There's not one here because the 4th base was already canceled early on. And again, 4th base canceled, 4th base denied. Clem is going to force Classic back once again. And all of a sudden, it's a 50 supply. It's a 50 supply lead all of a sudden.
Yeah, once again, it's a big supply lead. Clem is landing his 4th base. This is now the 2nd time he's denied Classic's 4th base. I am just struggling to see a way that Classic can deal with what Clem's been throwing at him. The disruptors are on the field in decent numbers, but Classic, I mean, he can't get the connections unless Clem kind of lets him a little bit right here. And Clem has been doing such a good job of just staying dancy with his army and staying at range.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny, we're looking at this. Clem hasn't done anything extremely technical, right? He hasn't done something crazy as a disruptor shot. He's going to get a couple Marines. He's just played so... He has done he's done the standard play so cleanly here that he has not given Classic any opportunity to do anything. And now, I mean, Classic's stuck in his natural. EMPs kill off 1 disruptor. Zealots, they're going to run forward, but the Widow Mines are so nice, and these ghosts are just absolutely shredding. The Zealous disruptor shot in the back line is going to be fine, but this wall of Vikings, normally you say, not all that great, right? Disruptors are on the field. He dodges the disruptor shot now on the backside here. What's in that warp prism?
I think it's just Zealots. Yeah, that's not enough. There's no storm. There's no nothing like that. We are going to see one of the disruptors getting sniped down. Classic, he's making his stand, but Clem is making a statement. And that statement is, I am into the next round. Disruptors 1, 2 do get taken out. 3rd one gets dodged. 4th one gets killed. And Clem will force the tap out. Very well played from the young Frenchman.
Yeah, I think, what 10 units that died to disruptors over the course of that game. Like, you look at this, and part of it is, of course, the LAN environment. Part of it, of course, it is that Clem is just ridiculous in how good he is. But those disruptors didn't look like they had any chance of landing at all. It's just like, Clem, fine, last second split time and time and time again. And yeah, did Clem win through the upper bracket? No. Did he directly qualify to the top 8? No, not really. He played a really fantastic best of 3 against Cure, but I mean, the form that he's coming into, is this finally the tournament where Clem shows us what he can do offline? I mean, this was a good match, but we do tend to see him stumble as the stakes get higher.
Yeah, I think that I think this could be it. We've all been looking for it for a while. We all know that he is capable of putting together the best StarCraft in the world. But there have been a few times where it just hasn't worked. It hasn't, he's run into Hero when Hero was monster mode and he lost 2-3. He's lost to some really, really amazing players, but right now he looks strong. Yeah,
it is. I know I was saying that after game 1. I'm going to say it again after game 2. It didn't look fair. Like, it looked like, honestly, we were looking at that. And Clem, it's okay. I said he did. It doesn't feel like he's doing anything special. And Again, that's not fair because everything he does is special here. It's so above the bar. But he wasn't doing anything. He wasn't doing anything abnormal, right? We didn't see, you know, a crazy strat, something that is just like he wasn't dodging individual stalker shots with Marines or something. He was just doing everything a Terran has to do better than anyone else. And that is a scary position to be in when you beat, again, this PvT player who has been looking so good. I mean, you're talking about Classic, and you don't have to bring out the big guns. You know, you don't have to do the absolutely insane things to make it happen. And that means Clem has another level he can climb when we start to run into, he's going to run into, not Hero, Hero's eliminated, but he's going to run into Maru, or he's going to run into Cyril or Rainer or something like that. And when there is that further ceiling that we've seen him get to before, I mean, that's just fantastic. That's so much fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Now it is important to note that this does not eliminate Classic.
Yes.
This puts him to the what is that? It's the round 3.
Yes,
of the
knockout
knockout
bracket.
Clem will advance to the round 4 of the knockout bracket. So effectively, they are both still in the tournament, 100%. Classic is now, I think, guaranteed top 16. Clem is guaranteed top 12.
Yes.
Both of them will be going for a chance to play on playoff Sunday. But other than that, I think we're done for the day. No.
That is correct. All the games, I think maybe Dark and Gumiho is still running, but
yes, but we
are
on the
done.
B stream.
Dark and Gumiho is going to go for a while. I took a look at it. They're 30 minutes in.
Way, yeah.
38 minutes in, and I think Dark has about 30 Broodlords. So just grasp on things. That being said, Steadfast, you are correct. We're done for today. But you thought this day was a long but be exciting and a lot of fun. Day 2. Even better, because we're gonna start the day with 2 best of 3s. We're gonna look at knockout round 1. We're gonna see some of these players. We're gonna see actually everyone, or at least some of the players that have qualified in through the open bracket. Great, exciting, fantastic. That's a best of 3. Half those players will get knocked out pretty much immediately. But from then on, for knockout bracket round 4, we got 2 series there, knockout 2, 3, and 4. Well, those are best of 5s, and that's where things start to get really interesting as we start to track players' runs, see what's happening. I'm very excited for it, but again, that's going to be starting at 6 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, noon Central European Standard Time. So Steadfast, as we look at what's happened, as we kind of put a pin here on day 1 here of ESL Masters Summer at DreamHack Jönköping, final thoughts? What are you excited for? Anything particularly awesome from today?
I mean, a lot of the games were quite good.
Mm-hmm.
I think none of the series really stand head and shoulders above any of the others, at least that we covered. Maybe Classic versus Kelazor was pretty neat.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond versus Scarlet was very entertaining, even though there was, a few missteps. Bunny Scarlet, same thing. But for me, Astrea versus Spirit, I think Astrea really showed some great stuff, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how he'll do in the knockout bracket round 4. Other than that, I'm mostly looking forward to some rest before tomorrow.
That is very fair. So we're gonna not delay you from that rest any further, and I want to see what happens in the rest of Dark and Gumiho. So for now, folks, we're done. But tomorrow there's more action, more fun. A bunch of players get knocked out. We figure out who is going to move on into the playoffs on Sunday, and that's the best thing. So see you tomorrow, bright and early. Have a good night, morning, afternoon, whatever it is. See you then.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.